Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Anglesey for part 2 of the Race of Remembrance. And, well, another day brings an entirely different complexion to matters. We're continuing from where we left off at 10 o'clock last night, the Race of Remembrance 2023, organised by the BRSCC. And whereas yesterday was dry, and dare I say occasionally sunny, today is very miserable. If you're listening on the PA around the circuit, you won't need me to tell you that. But the cars, nevertheless, despite the conditions, eager to get out there. Callum Lockie with the Williams Motorsport Caterham 270R had established a 3-lap advantage yesterday, and he's going to be able to continue from the front this morning for at least an hour and a half, and then we'll be pausing for the service of remembrance. I'm joined up here in the commentary box by Rob Lewis. Rob was up early this morning, had his breakfast, looking a little dishevelled, Rob, but that's no doubt just because you've been working hard. You've been talking to various people down in the pit lane. What have you found out for us?
It's this weather, isn't it?
It's weather.
When you're dashing around this morning trying to get the various layers on to keep warm, it's you do end up looking a bit dishevelled. But yes, the cars are out on the grid currently. I've been walking up and down pit lane this morning, just having a chat to a few of the teams. One thing we do know, one car that will not be joining us, unfortunately, for the rest of this race is the VW Scirocco, the Roderson Scirocco, with Rob Austin, Dan Welsh and Paul Roderson at the wheel. Unfortunately, after the hub failure yesterday, that is a retiree. They could not get the bits overnighted in time, so they will not be joining us on the grid for the rest of this race.
But in a way, although that car on paper was a front runner and looked like it should be up there battling with the leaders, it's had a terrible weekend. It's had the weekend from hell, really, hasn't it?
It's had a shocker.
It's had a bit of a shocker. Obviously we were looking to seeing Dan Welsh out there and Rob Austin, British touring car drivers performing at a club level. It's always nice to compare yourself with, big stars. But right from the get-go in qualifying yesterday, they did 3 laps. They didn't participate in night practice. They will have to be given special dispensation to participate in the race. So it was always going to be a tall order for them. So although it's a disappointment we're not going to see them, in terms of where they were positioned, they weren't really running amongst the front runners, were they?
No, they weren't.
Right, what else have you got?
Williams Motorsport had a quick chat with Callum Lockie. He's happy. He's confident.
That's dangerous.
The only thing he's not happy with is the fact he's got to get in a Caterham and race in this. I don't begrudge him that. A lot of the C1 cars were just getting some mud out of the tyres. We saw a few of them get stuck yesterday. Tom Brown, unfortunately, had a bit of a prang as well, so they were just sorting out the dents on that. A lot of it is cars just washing mud out from underneath them where they've had some offs. The Flying Haggis racing team are doing exactly the same. They had a few skirmishes yesterday.
I was going to say they were off the circuit at least 3 times, if not more than that. That's the Flying Haggis car, the 44 Honda Civic.
We have got some more to go through, but first, I think to save Scott Woodwiss, to make sure he doesn't get any more wet than it already is down there, let's head down for the first time today to see our co-host, Scott Woodwiss. Scott, what you got?
Thanks, gents. Morning, everybody. As you can tell, the weather conditions are much different than they were yesterday. Yesterday, it was fairly clear skies, sunshine, and relatively decent temperatures. Now, very different. It's cold, it's wet, it's typical November conditions as you'd expect, but quite literally, we soldier on because the race is about to get underway very shortly in the next few minutes' time for part 2 of Race of Remembrance 2023. Let's quickly run you through how they look in the top 10. Remember, the order stays the same as it was overnight, but also so do the gaps. So if a driver was a couple of laps ahead, they stay a couple of laps ahead, and it's now going on aggregate times based on where they are in the running order exactly. So from the top, Williams Motorsport come into this second part with a 3-lap lead over DBR Racing in second place. The relay team, Breakdancers Racing, are currently 3rd in their Caterham. 4th is then the RAF Motorsports Mazda MX-5. They took 4th place quite late, I think pretty much right as the red and white checker was coming out. So they start in 4th in the Mazda MX-5. They took it from the, there's been a couple of changes actually, because the Auto Test TSW Mazda MX-5 is now up to 5th position. 6th place is now the other relay team, that's the Paul Sheard Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark III. 7th place is now the JRW Motorsport Fiesta. That was 5th overnight, but looks like there's been 1 or 2 changes since we last left the race. 8th place is now the Tequila Racing Mazda MX-5. Ninth place is another Mazda, Stuart Humphrey's race, and that had one or two dramas, including coming in to get some bodywork damage repaired on the rear during the night last night. And can't speak. And in the top 10, it was the NJM Racing Ford Fiesta in the mix as well. Top of the BMWs is still the number 21 JTM Engineering car. Still top of Class A, we've got the Auto Bliss with RTW Toyota, and top of the City C1 racing cars, it's now the Indigo Motorsport squad still in car 497. The cars are going to set off very shortly for what will be a minimum of 2 laps under the safety car because of the conditions. That's standard in any change of conditions. All cars have to typically do 2 laps behind the safety car. This second part of the race is going to run for about an hour and a half or so. Then they will suspend the race. There was a rule in place, I believe, that if you have a driver that's going to be in for part 3, the driver change has to happen by, imagine, about 15 minutes beforehand. So we've got about 3 minutes or so, so we'll see possibly if we can head towards the grid. I think we can have a look on there. So, but there's a minimum, you have to be 15 minutes in the car before you get to the end of the mix. So we're going to see if we can quickly go onto the grid here for a sec. We might possibly have a word maybe with a couple of the drivers and see how they're feeling about the conditions. They're feeling a bit apprehensive, but you can see here just on the grid now we've got everyone lined up here in 2x2 formation, and essentially they will go through as they pretty much cross the line, it looks like. So at the front of the field you have got the number 29 Williams Caterham 3 laps ahead at this point, and we'll see if we can get in the mix here. I'm going to see if we can very quickly have a word with Callum Lockie and see how he feels about the conditions very quickly. Morning, Callum.
Morning.
Very different conditions to when you left it last night.
A little bit different, isn't it? Typical, perhaps, Anglesey weather in November?
Yeah, definitely so. Have you made any change to the car overnight, or is it just as it was from last night?
We're pretty well exactly the same, just obviously wet tyres, not the dry weather tyres, but otherwise pretty well the same.
We'll take it steady out there. It's good, decent, but best of that. We're going to very quickly head off the grid because we are being run through. So what we're going to quickly do now, Reece, is about to get back underway into the safety car. I think it's a prime time to hand back to Paul and Rob in the commentary box and get part 2 of Race of Remembrance 2023 back underway.
Thanks, Scott. Lovely to get you right in amongst the action. I thought you were going to sit in the passenger seat with Callum for a minute there. Certainly they had the 2-minute board to, ideally clear the grid, and it will, although Scott rightly described the cars are in a 2x2 formation. You know when you're queuing up for the car ferry and you're kind of at the front of the queue and then they wave the other line off first. That's what they're going to do. So the left-hand line is going to go off nose to tail, and the order they are in is the order that they crossed the line last night. So it's literally as if the safety car has gone out. So that's not the race order that they're in at the moment. It's the order in which they crossed the line last night. And as I say, they'll go single file with the left-hand lane going off right until the end, the very back car on the left-hand lane. And then when the very back car on the left-hand lane goes, then we'll see the right-hand lane heading off the number 90 VMS car there that will lead that group off in about 30 seconds time or so behind the safety car. And as I said, Rob, the car, or as Scott was saying, will then have at least 2 laps behind the safety car, so a little bit of chance for us to catch up on the news that you've got for us.
Yeah, they'll need the 2 laps in this, that's for sure. Very wet conditions. They'll have to see whether there's any standing water anywhere. They'll have to double check and make sure that they get their wet lines, see where the grip is, feel it out, and then go into the race. But while also remembering that as they get off to the start now, if it's the same as the ferry queue, should we call this the P&O start maybe?
Yeah. Yes.
But as they get underway now, they're going to have 2 green flag laps and 2 laps and chances to feel where the grip is, see where the sketchy areas are, because today is going to be, I feel, Paul, just about keeping it on the black stuff. If you go off onto this grass, you're in a world of trouble. We even saw that last night. We had a number of cars go off.
Yes, it sounds simple. But of course it isn't. And I mean, in a lot of drivers' minds yesterday was exactly that same rule though, Rob, wasn't it? Keep on the black stuff, keep it safe, keep it steady. It's a long race. There's a long way to go, all of those usual motorsport catchphrases. There is still a long way to go. We're over halfway through the 12 hours. We've still got 5 to do today, interrupted by the Remembrance service as a Citroën C1 takes a little bit of while to get going, but it's all right. Off he goes.
Yeah, get a bit twitchy there, wondering if we had our first casualty of the day, maybe.
No, I think it was just a starter that wouldn't start the first time. You know what it is. Turn it off, turn it on again. Away we go. Right? Yeah.
There we go.
Handbrake's still on. Away we go.
But the other bit of news I had from yesterday, Paul, just to interject, the green Fiesta that had all sorts of issues yesterday. Popped in to see the team, and they're all very happy, very chirpy. It's like, yeah, we've had a gearbox change, we've got all the gears now, we've changed the brakes on that car. And all it was, I did ask the question, I said, look, did your brakes seize? Did you have an issue with the caliper or anything like that? They went, no, to put it simply, we just left the pads in for too long. We should have done a pad change a bit early on. So
that when you say the green Fiesta, because you've got two green Fiestas.
Yeah, so that was the
ST.
The
111.
Yeah, 111, the ST240 Fiesta Championship spec car. The other green Fiesta, NJM Racing, I popped in to see Jamie Moore this morning. They're all very happy with things and see how Kermit's going. That is the official nickname of the car, Paul, so we can refer to it as Kermit. Regular runners in the MSV series is the Moore's Motors boys, and they like coming out for this race each year, and they're very pleased with their progress so far in this race, getting the car into the top 10 at times. They currently sit 13th overall, car number 3, and they're 5th in their class, which is Class C. The BMW runners all seem very happy as well.
Yes, there's a good little battle going on in
a good little battle going on, a
field.
good interclass battle there. Very close racing as well, and I believe it was it the top? I think it was the top 5 in the class, or the top 4 were separated by less than a lap.
No, the first car in the class has got a 2-lap advantage. So the number 21, the JTM Engineering BMW car, is the one that leads by 2 laps. But behind them, at the interruption last night, is number 33, the Royal Navy Motorsport BMW 116i. And, I mean, it's got to be the Navy's day, isn't it? Weather like it is at the moment. The Royal Navy will be absolutely delighted with these.
They looked out the window this morning, put their hands together and thought, yes, lads, we've got a good chance now. We're used to the wet stuff. Yeah,
so they're second in the class, but 2 laps behind the JTM car, that's number 33. Third in the BMW class is number 90, the VMS racing car, which is a further 1 lap behind. But they have the advantage. Actually, it's not. It's the other 90. It's the other VMS car, which is handily placed behind Callum Lockie. So third is number 90. Fourth is number 9, the BMW that's following Callum Lockie around behind the safety car at the moment. And then in 5th in the BMW class, the number 9 is a further 2 laps behind, and then 5th in the BMW class, number 54. They're on the same lap as the number 9 car. And then the number 18, the RAF car, which is the untroubled RAF BMW, because they've got 2 BMWs in the class, but the 19 car had a lot of trouble and had to have a gearbox replaced and lost 2 hours yesterday. But the number 18 car is running well, is 6th in the class, and is also on the same lap as the 9 and the 54. So 3 cars in 4th, 5th and 6th places in the BMW class, all on the same lap. So, as I say, I think we'll be able to follow that battle between the BMWs as the race unfolds today.
We've actually got time for our first guest, Paul, that I'm going to introduce into this seat from Mission Motorsport. So I'll mute you for a second while I whittle on, and you can do your introductions, and I'll get him in the hot seat. But one thing you will see throughout the day, we will be getting various guests on that are driving in this series at the moment from Mission Motorsport, from Operation Motorsport, veterans, beneficiaries alike. So stay on this live stream throughout the day. This is part 2. We will then pause just before 11 o'clock, and we will do the Armistice Remembrance Sunday service down in the pit lane, which will be covered by the live stream as well, and be very poignant as well. So that'll be something to tune into as well. And then we go on for part 3, and then it's the countdown to the finish of this Race of Remembrance for 2023. We've got Paul back on the live stream. I'm just going to bring in our first guest of the day.
Yeah, so it's going to be Ryan Curl who's joining us, and he's got his cup of coffee dangerously close to the computer, so that's all right as long as you're safe there, Ryan. Great to have you along. You're what are you, the hybrid version, the communication between the transatlantic elements of this race this weekend, because you're driving for Mission Motorsport, even though you're an American national, I assume, yes?
Yes, very much so. First drove for Mission Motorsport in 2017 in a C1 car, and I met a good friend of mine named Merrick Cox, who was one of the founding directors of Mission Motorsport. And we became fast friends. Anybody that's known Merrick Cox knows that he knows everybody, makes everybody feel welcome. And as I travel the world, I found that pretty much everybody in the world knew Merrick Cox as well. So unfortunately, the last time that I was here was 2018. A lot has happened since then. COVID, obviously, Merrick Cox passed. And so this is my first opportunity to come back and be part of this very worthwhile event. And in my way, basically remember Merrick.
Right,
So,
yeah, that's a good way for you, as I say, because part of the whole Remembrance Day thing is, yes, we remember fallen comrades, we remember the military, the armed forces, but I think it's an opportunity just to reflect as well on other people that are close to you, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm a veteran of 34 years of wildland firefighting. I never served in the military.
Okay.
But those of my friends that have served in the military have said that what we do in the wildland firefighting world is as close to being in the military without actually, you know, taking shrapnel or being shot at, or you know.
but still,
it's not without its risk. For
I was
sure.
going to say it's still being close to things being quite important in terms of the decisions that you make.
Yeah, and you know, that's why this race resonates with me. When I came here in 2018, I really truly didn't know what to expect. But my now good friend James Cameron and Merrick at the time said, you absolutely positively have to come over if you can make it, and it will be worth your while, and we can't really tell you why, but once you get here you'll understand. And yeah, 2018 for me was a very good year in racing. It was a good year. I just retired for the first time from the federal government. I was a ground firefighter for a long time, came up through the ranks, got into the aviation side of the house and became a pilot, and got very involved in forest fires from the aviation side of the house.
Right.
So anyway, came here in 2018, realized what this was all about, and met some incredible people, had the opportunity to take part in the Remembrance Service, initially as what we would call a curious non-producer in the wildland firefighting world, but met some friends that I've carried over and will be lifetime friends. So it was very important to make it back here in order to, you know, come back and join my old friends, meet new friends, be part of Mission Motorsport, which I dearly love the folks in Mission Motorsport. I believe in what they do, and wanted to be part of that again. So
it's great to have you with us, and just stay there for a while. I just want to say we do have the green flag. The safety car has pulled off, having done a couple of laps to sort the field out, and now the field are in full racing mode. And to be honest, that's the best way to be, because it's clearing the track a little bit of some of the standing water. The 110 car going through there, although we do have a yellow flag out on the circuit somewhere. No, that's just my screen that's behind. So it is green all the way around the circuit. No, my attention was being drawn by the purple Lotus car 110, which has had its problems, although it's now fighting back up to try and get into the top 10, but making some good ground. But if you can see the pictures on the live stream, you'll see the conditions are still pretty horrible, but nevertheless, people pushing on very hard indeed. Ryan, you're in one of the cars. Tell me which car you're in.
yeah, car number 69. It's a C1 car that, as I understand it, oh, we got somebody calling a slow car.
That's okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, first time on the headset up here, so I'm kind of, the view up here is incredible. You guys have the best spot in the house.
When the sun shines, it's even better, I'll tell you, Brian.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, the slow car that we were having our attention drawn to was one of the BMWs, number 63. I saw for a moment it was 69, your Mission Motorsport C1, but no, it's the 69 car. Now, you see, you're on my entry list as Robert, Curl. But so you're Ryan.
I am. I go by Ryan, and the reason for that, my parents, when I was a little boy, told me I was too stupid to spell Robert, so they went with Ryan instead.
Right. So, no, that's fine. So the car, not quite last, Graham, but obviously you're not here just to make. You're not here to win the race necessarily.
Yeah,
to enjoy yourself.
At the end of the day, it's all about the beneficiaries and getting them in the car and getting them exposed to car racing. So we've got a gentleman by the name of Danny Turnbull, which is one of my teammates on 69. This is his very first race ever.
Right.
And so for me, it's so special to see people just breaking into motorsport and the smiles on their faces. And again, you know, this event is less about, I think, getting a trophy than it is about interacting with the beneficiaries.
Exactly.
Everything that this Race of Remembrance brings with it is so much more important, than the race itself. But, you know, again, the guys have done an incredible job of organizing this event. They've got the Supercar Saturday, or Supercar Friday, I guess
Saturday,
it was just
Saturday, yeah.
Unfortunately, they also have the, what was the race yesterday?
The Biathlon of
Foolishness, which was my first one. And getting back to part of the reason that I'm here this year to remember my friend Merritt Cox. When I was here in 2018, it was a beautiful sunny day, but the Irish Sea was very, very angry, big waves. And I was a little apprehensive about the Biathlon of Foolishness because I heard it was a compulsory thing.
Yeah.
So I asked Merrick, I pulled him aside, and he had his ever-present jug of tea. And I said, Merrick, is the Biathlon of Foolishness mandatory? And he looked at me and he goes, no. I said, okay, that's good. And I go, are you going to be joining in? And he looked at me again, he goes, no. And then he put his finger in my chest and he goes, and neither are you. And I'm like, okay, understood. So a wave of relief over me. I watched the Biathlon of Foolishness. I think at that point they had maybe 18 participants. James Cameron led the charge, leads by example. One of the things I admire about that guy. So anyway, everything that goes on with this race is super important, a lot of fun, and at the end of the day, it is about remembrance, the beneficiaries, all the military that is involved with this, and of course, Veterans Day, as we call it in the United States, and being part of that. So
Ryan,
for me, it's very important to be part of Mission Motorsport, and I can't say enough about the organization.
It's great to have you up here. You're drinking a cup of tea. No doubt.
Hard coffee.
It's hard coffee. Good. We've got some news from down in the pit, so we're going to go down into join Scott Woodwith once again. And thanks very much to you, Ryan. We'll talk to you again.
All right, thanks, Paul. Good meeting you.
Before the end of the race. Down now to Scott Woodwith.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Just really quick update on a couple of cars that's happened. The 209 BMW from CSC Racing that we saw in the garage for quite a while, we thought had a misfire. Apparently that's had an engine change overnight, but before they got into an engine change, they were also handed a stop-go penalty that they've just served here. Now the race has got back underway, so that's come through. That was for overtaking under the safety car, or under the yellow flags. So because of that, they've had to serve that as well. Another car that's also hit troubles early on this morning is the 63 BMW, the turquoise BMW compact. That's just coming into the box straight in. I'm not sure what the issue is, so I might well go down and find out what the issue is there. But so far it seems everyone's getting out on track and just coping with the conditions, but at the moment one or two cars having to fix one or two problems before they get back out there and properly get back into this race. So I'm going to go find out what's happened to the 63 BMW. Back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks very much, Scott.
Driver didn't look too happy at that 63 BMW, incidentally, on the images earlier, slamming the door. So you know when that happens, they're not too happy with it.
No, exactly so. I'm confused by the timing screen because it shows us that we have a new race leader, and I've worked with TSL for long enough that if the timing screen says somebody is a new race leader, then 9 times out of 10 it's true, but I think this might be the one time when it's not, because we're supposed to be having this as an aggregate race, and it shows 6 laps completed rather than what should be 237 laps completed, because we had 231 laps yesterday. So the aggregating aspect of this isn't being shown on the timing screen.
Well, it just makes it more fun for us, doesn't it?
Which, as I say, yes, does make it more fun, slightly more complex for us. But the important thing to note is that Ben Timmons at the wheel of the 14 Caterham, the DBR racing car, which led in the early stages of yesterday's race, has set the best lap of this part this morning at 147.427, and has overtaken Callum Lockie in the number 29 Williams Motorsport Caterham, and has pulled away to the tune of nearly 2 seconds, 1.9 seconds. So on the circuit, we've got Callum Lockie then 2 seconds behind Ben Timmons. It just turned through the hairpin and are heading back down towards the bus stop, and we're coming through in front of our commentary position any moment now. So Ben Timmins then in the 14 leads this segment of the race. Here he comes now out of the bus stop, crosses the line, but Callum Lockie right on his tail. In fact, closes the gap that time at 1 minute 50 for Ben and a 1 minute 49.8 for Callum Lockie. So the gap comes down to 1.5 seconds. But certainly a race on. In fact, Callum Lockie dives for the inside there.
Oh, there's contact.
And there was contact as Callum Lockie decided to go up on the inside of a BMW. And I think the trouble with the Caterham is it's such a small little car, the BMW driver just didn't see him. But Callum Lockie has taken the lead as they turn through Church, head out along the back straight, and a race has broken out.
A race has certainly broken out, but again, with the aggregate timings, technically the race we're looking at isn't the real one on aggregate, but we'll take it anyway, Paul.
We'll take it because TSL tell us.
Exactly, it's certainly... we have got an update, I believe, down from in the pit lane from Scott Woodward on the BMW. Scott, what have you got for us?
Yeah, thanks guys. Really quick update just on the 63. Just gone down, as you can see, the car's in the box at the moment, nose in first. The reason is I had a chat and said, what's the problem? They weren't 100% sure, but they said they didn't have any compression and they were down on power. They've just been turning it over a little bit with one of the spark plugs out. It looks like they found an issue, possibly either one of the cylinders or was one of the spark plugs. So I did hear the words, let's do a full spark plug change. So they're going to do that. So it could be ignition, could be anything else on top of that. I'm sure Rob will have some more details because he's more technically minded than I am. But the 63 car could be in for, depending on how long it's going to take them to change the spark plugs, could be for a slightly long stop on that side, but hopefully they can get it back out before the 50-minute cut-off point when you have to make your driver change, because that is the rule essentially. You have to have your made a pit stop sooner than 15 minutes before part 2 ends, and of course you have to be, that's the driver that will start part 3 for the final part after the remembrance service, just to make sure there's no changes on top of that, just to make sure you've got a more consistent driver in the mix as well. So problem to the 63, looks like a spark plug change. Hopefully they can get it fixed quickly enough before they get back out there before part 2 ends later on this morning. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Scott Woodward's down there in the pit lane. We're getting visitors thick and fast this morning because I've just been joined up here by another man wearing Mission Motorsport overalls, and this is Daniel Graham. Daniel, we're just shaking hands. Tell me first of all who you are, what do you do, why are you at the Race of Remembrance?
Why am I at Race of Remembrance? Well, it's a bit of a long story, but it started in the beginning of this year. I got invited to a go-karting race. Wasn't even anything to do with Mission Motorsport. Met someone from Mission Motorsport. Prior to that, I'd spent 5 years in my home, afraid to leave. Mission Motorsport grabbed me, showed me the way, and I've had the best year I've had in a long time.
So 5 years at home. Do you want to talk about what went to make that happen?
Yeah, so got diagnosed with PTSD 2007, struggled on as we do, swallowed it, kept going. Thought life was over by 2019. Lost my job, or walked out on my job because of health and safety reasons.
What was your job? What would you do?
I finished in the Army 2012, medical discharge, and then I went into HGV driving. Mm-hmm. Managed to do that for about 7 years. Night works to avoid people, to avoid conflict. Lost the plot basically, to put it in layman's terms.
Yeah.
The work was trying to get me to do stuff I wouldn't do, so I refused to do it. Then lockdown hit.
Yeah.
2 mental breakdowns on top of the PTSD. So yes, I was at a point where I thought that was it.
Yeah, but then 2023 go-karting event. Where was the go-karting event?
It was in Leeds.
Okay.
It was sponsored by Mission Motorsport.
Right.
That showed me. I put that helmet on, and all my worries, tribulations, self-denial, everything just went out the window, and it was just me in that car.
And had you looked at motor racing before? Were you a fan? Did you watch it on the telly? And
I've always loved motorsport, but never ever thought I'd ever be involved in motorsport.
Yeah. But you watched it on TV. And
Yeah. And thanks to Mission Motorsport, I'm here, and I'm looking forward to next year. Now, that's something I would say I would never have thought I'd be saying. That's the truth.
Right.
Yeah.
So actually, to have something to look forward to.
That's exactly right.
Year. You're racing this weekend. You're in the car, are you?
No, not racing. Maybe in years to come I might be lucky enough, but I'm in the pit crew, so
okay. So
I'm
you're
primarily doing tyre pressures, tyres, changing tyres, balancing, stuff like that. Keep it simple, as you do.
Yeah.
But they got me out, and they got me focused on next year.
And from your point of view, there's a team manager telling you what to do.
That's it.
Looking after whatever it is, the
Yep.
tyres, team manager says, Daniel, can you do this?
That's it.
Off you go.
Yeah, down the man. Anything's possible as long as it's small jobs.
Yeah.
But-
And so what makes it about next year that you're looking forward to?
Just the camaraderie.
Right.
I honestly, I've made so many friends this weekend
Yeah.
and this year, and I'm thankful for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can tell, the emotions are breaking through. But, these are big things. And I mean, Mission Motorsport, as a charity, the military charity, all the money that it collects through events like this go to helping people like you. And you're not an isolated incident.
No,
you're
no.
not one of, you're one of hundreds.
Every
probably thousands.
man, woman, and everybody that I've come in contact with this
Yeah.
weekend have got similar issues, similar backgrounds.
And does that help?
Very much so.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Danny Turnbull, who's driving 101,
Yeah.
and Lee Ashton, I wouldn't even be here. They literally dragged me to this event, and I'm glad they did.
Yeah. Where's home?
It's Darlington up in North Yorkshire.
Oh, okay. So that's miles away from anywhere anyway.
It
so
literally is, yeah.
coming out of here is...
It's fantastic is what it is.
That's great. I mean, it's so good that you're... I can see the smile on your face and you're enjoying doing what you're doing.
You're one of very few people that have seen this, and it's this weekend that's brought this back.
That's
so.
great. This being a smile for those of you who can't... You can hear him smiling if you listen carefully to the output. So, Danny, rest of today... the big event, of course, is the Remembrance Service coming up at 11
That's right.
o'clock. Presumably you've attended a Remembrance Service before.
I'll be honest, I've avoided it.
Right, okay.
For reasons.
Yeah, obviously.
But today I was going to go into the welfare wagon, but I've decided I'm going to go and stay with my brothers and sisters.
I tell you, I've experienced the Remembrance Service here, and of those Remembrance Services that I've been to, and I've been to quite a few, the one here is the most special. So if you can get there, be there.
I'm certainly going, whether I manage to get through to the
Yeah,
end.
I was going to say, if we see somebody crawling off into a garage, we'll know who it is.
Yeah.
Daniel, it's great talking to you.
Well, thank you for letting me on. It's
I
fantastic.
hope you have a successful weekend. I hope you enjoy, in the best meaning of that word, the Remembrance Service. But ultimately, as you say, it's all about restoring that smile to your face, and it's great to see you grinning away here, saying it's been the best year of your life.
It literally has.
And you're looking forward to next year as well.
Very much so.
Great. Thanks a lot,
Thank
Danny
you very
Graham.
much.
And as I say, good luck for the rest of your weekend. Good luck for next year. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. Meanwhile, the race is continuing. We have Ben Timmons leading the way by nothing at all now, because he's managed to nip past Callum Lockie once again. Just looking out for where those cars are. In terms of today's racing, the breakdancer car, number 77, is being shown as Tim Steele driving it. That's up in the overall positions in third place, but in terms of today's race, he's only down in 14th, and the leading relay car is actually the Paul Sheard Motorsport Mazda MX-5 in the hands of Oliver Cotton. Basically, but yesterday, most of the time, we had the Caterham leading the Mazda as far as the relay teams were concerned, but today, as Rob Lewis rejoins, it's the Mazda ahead of the Caterham as far as the relay teams are concerned. Probably finding the Caterham a bit of a handful in these wet conditions, I would think.
Just a bit. Plus, let's be honest, racing a Caterham in these conditions has got to be the worst experience possible, with all the wet and the cold coming into the car. Another car we're quite impressed with, because the way the timing screens have sort of updated themselves now, we've kind of got today's race run as a separate entity. We can't see it on aggregate. But ES Motorsport is showing on our timing screens as fourth. They certainly weren't there yesterday. I think they finished, what did they finish last night? 13th overall the last time?
Spot on, well remembered,
yeah,
yes,
13th overall last night. They had their fair share of issues. They've had to do a gearbox change overnight as a team there to get that car running back. And we hope actually that Connie McAnulty is tuning in again this morning.
Yeah, it's about 2 o'clock in the morning in Florida, so
right,
I suspect it might be a bit early for her.
Yeah, it might be a bit early. Okay, so we'll forgive Connie for not tuning in right at this moment. But I'm sure she will be keeping tabs on how the husband's doing. Oh no, actually,
she's
you
there.
Say that.
She's a good girl.
I browsed to the comments. Connie McAnulty, good morning from Florida at 3:53 a.m. Connie,
mad.
I'll tell you what, you are absolutely bonkers and we love you for it. That is fantastic.
Yeah, Jason has not actually been out in the car yet. It's been
No.
Daniel Palmer. And no disrespect to Daniel, but he is the less quick of the two drivers that are down to drive that Lotus Elise. And when Jason gets in the car, it goes even more quickly. But Daniel Palmer, having driven the car at the end of the session last night, is by regulation obliged to start driving it in this morning's session. First pit stop, they can swap the drivers over, and then we'll see Jason McAnulty taking over, and possibly, Rob, seeing that Lotus go even quicker, because he's, as I say, a couple of seconds a lap quicker
He's a
than
gun.
Daniel Palmer.
He's what I would call a gun pilot. He really,
Absolutely, yes.
really can make that Lotus move. The car we saw on screen just now, the 92 2CV, the Crisis Racing car. It's a bit of a hybrid. Crisis by name and Crisis by nature, unfortunately, yesterday. They ran into their fair share of issues as they come over the start-finish line, just being passed by the Mark III Mazda MX-5.
But not easily so.
No.
Ollie Cottam, you've got to pick a TCR UK driver there. And he didn't breeze past 2CV.
No, he didn't.
My young son was suggesting that it would be interesting to see if I could keep up with the 2CV as we were driving back through the country lanes last night. And I don't know if that was a suggestion on my driving or on the power of the 2CV, but it's more than your average 2CV, that one.
No, it's a bit of a hybrid. I think it's got a BMW motorcycle
That's
engine
right,
in that off of the top of my head. And it was good to go down there and catch up with the team yesterday. Of course, I started my racing career off in 2CVs and saw a few old faces down there yesterday. So good to see the team back out this morning. Hopefully they can get through today without any issues and maybe use this rain as a bit of an advantage. I know the front-wheel drive runners are going to maybe have a bit more pace or certainly be a bit quicker and match the rear-wheel drive cars a bit more in the inclement weather conditions. But there's the Mazda MX-5 on screen, the car 118.
That's Ollie Cottam in the relay version of the 118. You'll see 118, or if you remember yesterday, the 118 was a silver Mazda. That's why, because they've got a relay entry of two cars. The car shared between Oliver Cottam, Ben Taylor and Adam Zieber, and those three sharing two cars. And at the moment, going very nicely indeed in third place, as we've been saying, chased by the Daniel Palmer ES Motorsport Lotus Elise. They have 11 seconds of an advantage, so Oliver Cottam's 11 seconds ahead of Daniel Palmer. And then the next one up, and we should talk about this as well, Rob, because fifth place in today's segment is the Operation Motorsport USA Toyota GT86. Major Chris Walsh, who's an American Air Force pilot, I do believe.
And started yesterday's race.
And has started this segment of the race as well. So he's up in fifth place. The Toyota hasn't been kind to the Canadians.
No.
They've had a lot of problems with theirs. But the US version of the GT86 has gone very nicely indeed.
It's gone very well indeed. Unfortunately, as you say, the Canadian car ran into issues yesterday with the differential. They got that changed and got it out. I think the team are very much getting behind the USA car at the moment. There's always that friendly inter-team rivalry between the USA and Canada, we know that. With the Canadian car just effectively doing laps now to get it to the finish, I think the team are really going to get behind the Team USA car to get it to that podium position and get it up there.
So the USA car then in the hands of Chris Walsh in fifth place. Alex Martin is sixth in today's segment. He's in the Tequila Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark I. And then behind him is the leading Class B car, both in today's segment and in the overall positions, because the number 24, Sebastian Fischer at the wheel, is in seventh place overall and in fifth place overall on aggregate, because Sebastian Fischer has been going great guns in that Class B Mazda.
We're just trying to get some update on the live timings. We've got Peter Shearer in the box with us, well-known journalist, who tells us that apparently on a mobile device we've got an aggregate timing. So we're just, bear with us, viewers, we're just trying to dig out the... there we go. So we've got an updated timing screen now, which does in fact show the aggregate timing. So as it stands, Williams Motorsport are 3 laps to the good in the lead of this race from DBR Racing in second place, and the relay team of Breakdancer Racing. It would appear they've updated it now, Paul. Fantastic.
Yeah, we just need to refresh that one over there, which I think is from that laptop.
So
there.
we'll just,
So yeah, it's It's all down to me. Thank you, Peter. I'm glad somebody's paying attention.
Wonders of technology.
Yeah, I just kept the screen running from last night, assuming that it would update itself, but that's not quite how it works.
Team on the screen now, Car 44, Flying Haggis Racing. They were certainly in the wars yesterday. A plucky team down from Scotland, predominantly doing sprints and hill climbs in their native Scotland. Great to see the team out. They're a wonderful team to be around. Really good spirit down there. They do this race every year. They all get together as fellow competitors from sprints and hill climbs to come and do this race. But just look at that rain. You can see it on the road. It is pelting it down at the moment.
Yes, and I have to say the forecast isn't great for the rest of the day, but it can't get much worse than this. So let's just recalibrate then, having now got an elapsed time on the screen, which does make more sense, at 7 hours 31 minutes, and just under an hour remaining of this segment before we pause for the remembrance service, and just under 4.5 hours remaining of the race in total. And as Rob just said, the Williams Motorsport car in the hands of Callum Lockie, although it's behind on the road in this segment, does lead the Race of Remembrance overall by 3 laps, which is a gap that it established in the first part of the race yesterday. So it's car 29 leading the race by 3 laps from Ben Timmins and the DBR Racing Caterham number 14 in second place. In third place is the breakdancer car, as in front of me. You talk about it, it's the number 7.
Yeah, we got the number 7 RAF Motorsports car. That has got to be heartbreaking. They're on
Fourth
the pitch
place.
straight at the moment, and they are crawling to a stop.
Ollie Wayne, who resets, gets the car going again. Does he? It's going. It's gone through target. He's speeding up, I reckon, as he goes up to the banking.
There's some sort of cutout going on that car. Maybe an electrical issue, I would probably speculate. Now, let's just see if they make it out of the hairpin okay. No, definitely a lot slower, Paul.
Right.
So there's issues with that car, and gutting for the RAF Motorsports team. We've got car number 19 just to compound the RAF team's misery a bit more. That's now rotated. That looks like up at Rocket, maybe.
Getting going again without getting it onto the grass. And yes, he's now heading, in fact, along the start-finish straight, being overtaken on the inside by a Citroen C1, and heads up towards the banking. There's Callum Lockie in the Williams Motorsport Caterham, leading the race overall. So he's still with this 3-lap cushion, and say maybe chasing the Ben Timmins car on the road, but he can be quite happy and content to let that happen for the moment. Seems to have clipped the indicator with his hand as he's been battling for control of that car.
I can imagine with the tiny steering wheels the Caterhams have got in the inclement conditions, he hasn't got a lot of choice over what to do with his hands.
Very, very easy just to clip the indicator.
Absolutely.
Anyway, we're just talking about the overall positions then. As I say, with yesterday's 231 laps as our starting point, 247 laps now completed by Callum Lockie. Ben Timmins 3 laps down in second place in the number 14 car. In third place is the Breakdancer Racing relay team, Tim Steele at the wheel of the 77 car at the moment. He's a further 10 laps down on the second place car, so 13 laps down on the race leader, and then 6 laps further down, but in fourth place is that number 7 Mazda that we were just talking about, Ollie Wayne, the RAF Motorsports with Javelin Track Days car, which yesterday in the first part of the race, Rob, was going extremely well, wasn't it, the number 7 car?
Seems to be going a bit better now. It's picked up its pace, so it's came over the start-finish line and posted a previous lap time of a 2 minutes 20. But unfortunately, could this be some gremlins that are coming in?
I mean, in conditions like this, I had a car once that whenever it rained, the water just got into the electrics, and yeah, it was almost a car that wouldn't drive in a wreck. So yeah, you do. These are not very easy conditions for cars themselves to perform in. The 110 Lotus Elise as well. Daniel Palmer slowed a little bit as it came past the start-finish line, but I think that was just so that he could see his pit board. because not all these cars have pit-to-car radio. And as I say, when 110 came across the line, he pulled over to the left-hand side and slowed down. But as I say, I think it was purely to see his pit board, because he's now going nicely up the hill. Meanwhile, off the circuit, Rob, is the car.
That would be Kermit. That would be the NJM Racing Fiesta that's just had a real pirouette out of the last corner. There he is. Get it on the black stuff. That's better. Unfortunately, that's one thing you're going to see a lot of today, is cars spinning off onto the grass, and it's going to be pure pot luck whether they can get it back on. Another spinner. That's a Mazda MX-5 that's spinning its wheels. Is that going to get stuck? That's car number 96 just having a look, and it looks like, unfortunately, they're bogged down in the dunes. The marshal's just coming out to try and give them a hand.
96 being the Jaffa Cake racing car, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's just stuck on the edge of the runoff there. So already we've had a few cars victims of the inclement weather conditions, but he's getting a good push back from our Orange Army. Again,
Brian Bursey, the driver at the moment.
Yeah, a big shout out to the marshals today. Unfortunately, they are going to get wet.
And muddy.
Especially if these cars keep going off like that.
I tell you, they love it. They really do. The marshals are a different breed.
Absolute different breed.
Yeah, they enjoy getting. It's the 20 minutes it takes them to get all their wet weather gear on in the mornings that I couldn't be dealing with.
Just over the shoulder there as well, the ES Motorsport car with Palmer at the wheel has pulled into the pit lane from 13th place. So I'm wondering if that is a standard stop, or maybe.
Yeah, interesting, because I say that was the car that came past the pit lane very slowly last time. So, yeah, they may have some issues. So, currently being shown on the overall timing screens in 13th place, but in the pits at the moment. At some point during this morning's hour and a half of running, nearly everybody is going to have to stop, because even though they'll have refueled overnight, they'll want to get some fuel into the car before the end of this segment. You're not allowed to refuel in the 15 minutes before the pause, so you need to get in for your stop at around about 10:15. So in about 45 minutes, you're going to see a big rush of cars to the pit lane. So it may be that ES Motorsport just said, okay, Daniel isn't as quick as Jason McAnulty. The conditions are very trying indeed. Jason is going to be able to gain more time back than Daniel is, and it may well just be a strategic decision from the ES Motorsport team to get Jason McAnulty into the car a little bit earlier.
So, just having a look through the standings now, still Williams Motorsport. I mean, the overall pace of the cars now, the top two are lapping around the 1:53, so that's a little bit slower than they were lapping at the start of this race. So I do feel conditions are getting worse. Car number 111, we could just see out of our timing towers, has just pulled into the pit lane. So that's the Fiesta, JRW Motorsport Fiesta with Reynolds at the wheel. That's come in from 7th place, and again you wonder with whether that car's had any issues. The last lap time last time around was a 2 minutes 22. It did spin over the back that Peter Shearer is just telling us in the commentary box. We may have missed that one. So I'm wondering if that's maybe a continuation of any brake issues, or they're just having a few little gremlins with that car after a lot of changes yesterday, especially with gearbox changes and brake disc changes and such. They did have the brakes go down to the metal yesterday, so never ideal when that happens, Paul, but we carry on.
No, and apparently just as a result of miscalculating what the brake wear was going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some pretty significant stops on the Anglesey International Circuit. You've got the Tom Price Straight leading into the hairpin, which is a very big stop. You've then got coming back from the hairpin into the bus stop, which is another big stop. And then up at Rocket is another big braking area. So there are various points around the circuit where you do need to be confident with the brakes.
Now, I think we have got another driver interview lined up with Scott Woodwiss down in the pit lane, who's managed to get himself a bright orange jacket just to keep himself out of the wet weather. Scott, what you got for us?
First of all, as you can see, I'm slightly more orange than you last left me. I've managed to commandeer a coat from the guys, the pit lane guys from Ash & Co. Thanks for that one. We're back with one of our favourite teams, actually, Flying Haggis Racing, who we took to last night a couple of times. We've got Ryan Wilson in the mix. Someone's braving the weather more than we are, so good stuff. We've just jumped out of the car. First of all, I think you just told me the answer, but how is it out there?
The track is very slippy with a front wheel drive. We've got plenty of grip on the front, not an awful lot on the rear. Had a few good slides and then just got caught out going up to Rocket and spun about 3 times.
Yeah. If we pan down, we can see the remnants of what's come off the front of the Honda Civic, just for a second. So you can see that's some of the grass that he's brought with him. And that sort of mimics the slight off that your other colleague had in the overnight when he had a tyre delamination last night.
Yeah, I think we just scrubbed all the tread off the tyre. we got our money's worth as typical Scots people.
Yeah. But in terms of the event so far, we talked to a couple of your guys. You guys seem to be, with the team spirits there, you guys seem to be absolutely loving it no matter what the weather.
Yeah, this is rain. This is like normal for us in Scotland, but it's been great fun the whole weekend.
Good stuff. So in terms of the rest of the race, what's the plan now? Are you done now for the race, or are you going back in for one more stint?
I have done all my stints. That's my 3 hours with the car done. So I got good dry stint first thing, and then quite a good evening stint till we run out of fuel.
Yeah, you kind of have the best of both worlds then.
No, had to get a bit of excitement as well. So.
And just in terms of you personally, what does this event, Race of Remembrance, mean for you in terms of being part of it and just supporting a great cause like Mission Motorsport? What does it mean to you?
I've had family that were servicemen, so it's always good just to support them. There's guys at my work that have also been in the services, so it also supports them a bit as well.
Well, listen, we love you guys, and fantastic. Thank you guys for being here. And again, thanks for a great effort. And go and dry off, and we can hopefully see you at the end of the race.
No worries,
good stuff. I think someone's a Call of Duty fan, I think. I didn't realise Ghost was turning up on this one too. He's taking a break from Modern Warfare 3, so plenty going on. I think it's safe to say we're quite fancy these guys down here, but as the rain continues to fall and we've still got 47 minutes left on the clock, we're going to try and brave the elements and hand back to you guys in the commentary box.
Scott looks so dashing, doesn't he? I'll tell you what.
He'll be wanting to keep that coat now.
I think he will need to for the rest of the day. I might have to commandeer one when I go down for pit lane duties myself. But great to hear from Scott Woodwist. What a team the Flying Haggis Motorsport are. Great bunch of guys down there. And that is the remnants of car 111. And I notice an absence of front splitter on there, Paul. That's definitely been in the wars.
Yes, and a little bit of grass as well around what the remains of the splitter. This is the 111 car, which was going well in the race yesterday. It's in 8th place in the aggregate counts, but in today's race, it hasn't been going quite so well. Sean Reynolds he's driving it, and it's down in 34th place, but in the pits with possibly a little bit of damage underneath as well. So if he's been off in the grass and pulled the splitter off, he may have done some damage to the exhaust pipe or the floor of the car as well, which they're having a look at. So problems for the 111 JRW Motorsport car, which was started by Zachary Lucas, of course, and is a potentially quick car, certainly a car that should be in the top 10, should be in the top 6 probably, but it's down in 8th at the moment overall.
I mean, at times yesterday, 4th overall. Unfortunately, they got hit by a string of penalties. And now it looks like they've fell foul of the conditions there. You would have fancied that car with the front-wheel drive setup and slightly more powerful than a lot of the front-wheel drive runners in this field, being in the top class for power-to-weight ratio. They get going again. You would have fancied their chances potentially this morning, but ran out of road, it would seem, coming into Church. Churned up the front splitter on that car, and unfortunately, the pit lane visit is the result.
Yeah, back on its way again now, though. So that's number 111 in the hands of Connor Blackburn. Now he's taking the car back over. Lead of the race still is Callum Lockie, with this 3 laps of an advantage over the Ben Timmons car, which is still quick on its own, and the two of them circulating not quite nose to tail still. So ever since the beginning of this segment of the race, which I don't know where that last 45 minutes has gone to, Rob, but it just seems to have flown by. 45 minutes of this hour and a half session, so we're about halfway through the session, and Ben Timmons is the fastest man on the circuit, but Callum Lockie keeping him on. So they go across the start-finish line now to complete another lap. Still the left-hand indicator going on the number 29 Caterham. as in the pits is the break dancers team, and this is their proper car. This is their Heroes Trophy car, the Mazda. The break dancers team having two elements to their entry. There's this car, which is the Heroes Trophy car, and the other one is the team of Relay Caterhams, which is up in third place overall. The 118 has been in the hands of Oliver Cottam and has gone very well this morning in overall terms, was third in the positions, but they've not been that quick over the course of the race. I'm just looking down to see where the 118 is. I've gone blind, I can't see it.
Just having a look now myself on the top.
Yeah, I was going to say, for some reason it just there it is. He's in sixth place over. Sixth place overall. So Oliver Cottam's work of this morning has seen that car consolidate its place overnight. Where was it? Yeah, in sixth place overnight, the 118 Paul Sheard Motorsport car. And sorry, that's the 88, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one, because Oliver Cottam then has done double duty this morning. Why would my teenager never get up early in the morning? So Oliver Cottam got up this morning, went out in the 88. No, he went out in the 118, didn't he? That's right. So he has only driven one car, but he certainly got up early and is doing very well. It's the 88 car, which is the one that I'm struggling to find. And that is, there he is, he's in 34th place. The breakdancer Mazda, which is running in the proper Heroes Trophy Class B, but as I say, a long way down in 5th place in Class B and in 34th place overall. And Alan Curtis is shown as the driver who brought the car into the pits. And it's been in the pits now for 3.5 minutes. It's a 4-minute minimum pit stop time, and so he should be heading down the pit lane back out onto the circuit very soon indeed.
So we can go with the assumption that they'll be heading out on circuit soon. I just want to cross to a few more of the YouTube commenters. Thank you for tuning in, and literally, Paul, from around the world. We've got good morning from Denver, Colorado, from Alan Pridgeon. So good morning to you, Adam, and hope the weather's a lot better in Denver than it is here this morning. It's a bit wet. We've got a good morning from France. We've got two good mornings from France. We've got Drew Faulkner has messaged in. Good morning from the south of France. Watching my good friend Callum in the lead and considering coming back next year to improve on my previous best of second in class. Best remembrance service ever. And we have got that to come. The race will stop in around 40 minutes and we will get the remembrance service underway in the pit lane for this Remembrance Sunday.
Yes, bring your brolly for that, but we, as Rob says, pause the race. Those who are here at the circuit, listening on the PA, wherever you are on the circuit, make your way into the centre field. If you're off on one of the marshal posts on the far side of the circuit, you will be allowed to cross the track. So we'll be able to participate in the Race of Remembrance service, and that, as Rob says, will be taking place just before 11 o'clock. Meanwhile, we can go down to the pit lane again and hear from Scott Woodwith.
Yeah, thanks guys. Rain's almost at a 45-degree angle at this point. It continues to fall here. We've got Alan Curtis who's just stepped out of the 88 breakdancers Mazda MX-5. I'll ask the same question to everyone else. How is it out there?
It was horrendous. Just when we thought the rain was going to ease off, came down in an absolute shower, and following any other car is a nightmare because it's just covering you totally.
Yeah. Now you guys have got a bit of a unique setup this year. You've got the Mazda MX-5 as a solo entry, and you've got the Relay Caterhams with you guys as well. What was the thinking behind that? Was it we just have one car out there to test the conditions and another guy out there just to enjoy it to get more track time, or what was the thinking behind doing the two teams?
What happened this year is that a group of us got together. We were Caterham drivers. We got together and bought a Mazda, and this really was its first enduro race. So actually what we were concerned is if we only entered the Mazda and it broke down, we would have come an awful long way for nothing. So our Caterham team came as our backup team to ensure that we did all get some driving, whatever happens with the Mazda.
Yeah. It's great to have so many, so you've got 6 in your team as well, so to have 2 out there at one point in time means that you've almost got double the data in terms of, particularly right now, in terms of the conditions.
Yeah, it's fantastic. To feedback, we've got a comm system, so we're talking all the time between the drive and back pit. So that was a worthwhile investment.
And you guys in the Caterhams are quite regular attendees in Race of Remembrance. Just for you guys, what does it mean in terms of being part of this and being part of something quite special like this?
It's just a fantastic event. We feel like we're giving back. We're remembering those who meant so much for this country, and we just feel it's great to be with everybody else.
Yeah. I think I tell you want to go and dry off, so I'll let you go and dry off. But good to see you, Alan. Good stuff. Well done. So yeah, a couple of things whilst it's happening. Also, thanks to Alan, the breakdancers guys, for having a chat. Interesting, they've got the two teams. We've got the 92 Crisis Racing 2CV in here as well. I did hear it had some electrical problems as well. They were saying the oil light also came on as well. So possibly some issues for that car. Of course, this is the 2CV with the BMW motorcycle engine. Of course, it's got some pedigree, having raced in a 2CV 24 hours before and some other endurance races. So that car's currently at the moment. We did also see, of course, the 111 car in there as well. That was the JRW Motorsport Fiesta. I did hear that they were trying to cable tie something because Jamie White, who's the team boss, was looking at something on the left-hand side of the car underneath it, and that he was trying to cable tie something. Wasn't quite sure what the issue was. We were going to possibly, at the time, think about an interview, but we decided to abandon that because they were quite busy doing all sorts of other stuff. So it's still relatively quite wet down here. Rain's eased off a tiny bit, but it's still getting a little bit interesting as we walk past our friends at Flying Haggis Racing again. So as I walk and talk, we've still got another roughly just under 40 minutes to go. We're going to continue to have a wander down. The Crisis car's continuing on with its own pit stop, and we'll see if we can find some more stories here before we pause for part 2 of Race of Remembrance before we get to our all-important Remembrance Survey, Remembrance Sunday service. I can't even speak. Remembrance Sunday service. But whilst I try and find my words, I'll hand back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Scott. A cup of tea is required, I think, there.
I think so.
It's happened to me. When your lips get cold, you can't talk anymore because because it's all so cold and you're having to talk a bit like this. But Scott's doing a great job. He's lost his glasses, which, having also worn glasses myself, what you just need is a peaked cap to keep the rain off. But otherwise, actually wearing glasses means you can see even less. The only other car we've got in the pits at the moment that is probably hiding in its garage is the number 37 Luke and Luke Mazda, which was brought in over 5 minutes ago. So I don't know if that's a car with problems or not, but the 37 Luke and Luke in the pits at the moment. And as far as my screen here is concerned, those are the only two currently in the pits. Luke and Luke Mazda was running in the top 10 early in the race. He's now dropped down to 33rd place, 10th in its class. Scott Ferguson was the driver who brought the car into the pits, and let's say that car has completed, where's he gone? He's completed 24 laps in today's segment, so he was running well. But as I say, that's a slightly longer pit stop than it should be having because it's just coming up to 6 minutes now in the pits for the 37 Luke and Luke car.
Well, I've got to go back to some more comments because after I mentioned about the international viewers tuning in, we've got even more. We've got a chap here from New York. We've got Shelby Stillwagon, good morning from New York as well. Go Dad in the Motorsport USA car. So daughter is watching on from New York. So that's two we've got from New York. We've got another, Mr. Paddy is the username. Good morning from Germany. They're cheering for car number 69. We've got Stephen Salmi Jr. Good morning from Warren, Massachusetts. Literally all over the length and breadth of the USA there. Josh Jarvie, good morning. What position are Flying Haggis in? Well, let's find out for you. They've had their trials and tribulations, but I can tell you that Flying Haggis Racing is currently classified at 33rd overall, and they're 10th in class. They've just passed the Luke and Luke car with Ferguson at the wheel.
The Luke and Luke car's the one that's in the pit lane, so passing in the pits rather than anything else. Alex Quinn is just out of the 220 Canadian Operation Motorsport effort. Alex, by far the, what do you call him, the gun driver of that car?
The gun driver.
Much the quickest driver. Getting out of the car but forgetting to disconnect the radio and finding himself being pulled back by his head as he walked away from the car.
Seen that many a time in endurance racing.
Now he's out of the car, the fuel is going in, and in the background the Citroen 2CV resumes after a pit stop of 6.5 minutes. The 37 is still there. Scott Woodward is on the prowl down there to watch the refueling going on the 220 Canadian car, which is still one of the better performing cars there. 220 is up into Where has he gone to? Oh no, the 220 is the one that had the differential replaced, isn't it? So the Canadian car, having had that differential problem, is way down in 42nd out of 45 cars. So yes, they're ahead of the Crisis Racing Citroën 2CV. They're ahead of Theo Millward's CSC Racing BMW, and they're ahead of the RAF Motorsports Car 19. But everybody else, I'm afraid, are ahead of the Operation Motorsport Canadian team. But unworried by that, they're heading off with. I wonder who's getting into that car. I didn't quite work out who that was. But as I say, it was definitely Alex Quinn getting out.
Be interesting to see who gets into that car as well. The Team Canada, as well as having Alex Quinn in the car, they've got Ron Tomlinson, they've got Major Jake Porter, and we've got Hugh Lee. So.
Yeah, Jacob Porter is the least experienced of them, and so I would put my money on it either being Ron Tomlinson or Hugh Leahy taking over the wheel of that car. Ron Tomlinson has had quite a bit of racing experience in the States, and is one of the regular drivers with the Operation Motorsport team, supporting the beneficiaries.
And he's raced in the likes of IMSA, Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge. Very vastly experienced racer in his own right. Just getting the driver strapped in there. We've got the crew chief. He's just got his stopwatch on. He'll be having a look over things, making sure the rest of the team are doing the job they're supposed to be doing. Everything's I've always found with the pit stops with the Operation Motorsport team, everything's calm. They all have a job to do. They all know what they're doing. And you just have the crew chief that's just looking over everything, making sure that everyone knows what their job role is and they perform it to the best that they can. But the Operation Motorsport Canadian team, I'll tell you what doesn't wane from that team. They haven't had the results so far in this race. Their enthusiasm certainly hasn't died off at all.
No, 3.5 minutes in the pit lane, so they'll be getting ready now to push the car back. 4-minute minimum pit stop time, so the stopwatch counts down. 15 seconds to go. They say, right, off you go. Pushes the car back, and then engage first gear, and then we'll be able to tell you who's actually at the wheel when he clicks himself through the HUTAG system at the end of the pit lane, and the green light is shown. The screen will tick over any moment now to tell me who it is. Maybe it'll tell me next time around who it is, because it hasn't identified it yet. And the car's already heading up the pit lane. So Operation Motorsport Canada, the Toyota GT86, an interesting choice of car actually from Operation Motorsport. I'd be fascinated to know exactly why they chose that car actually. We spoke to one of the drivers of it yesterday, who was describing how it's a clever car in the sense that automatic windscreen wipers, you don't have to worry about switching the lights on. It all just does it for you. The thing that's not automatic is the gearbox. You've got to use the clutch and change gear.
Well, you know, you want to do that in a proper race car. We don't want to have none of this DSG nonsense. You know. Car number 223 in the pits. That's the one of the pure track racing cars there, the Clio 182. I think that's the Jason Hennifer car that he's just getting ready to get out after his stints. Refueling about to get underway on that car. So 223, Paul, what position are they sat in at the moment?
Good question. They're the pure track racing, which is where the PT comes from. It's got nothing to do with my initials. 223 is outside the top 20. He's in 32nd position, 9th in Class C, and it was Jason Hennifer getting out of the car, and probably Graham Price, I think, is the next one in on the rotation. As looking over towards the west, there is a hint of brightness in the sky over there.
Well, I can tell you now, we have had reports from the pit lane that the rain has stopped.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like it's a little bit less severe than it was earlier on, and conditions improving with improved lap times. Best lap of the race now, best lap of this segment of the race, I should say, is down to Ben Timmons at a 1:46.467. That compares to a 1:47, which is the best lap that Callum Lockie has done in this segment. And the best lap yesterday was set by Callum Lockie in a 1:38. So we're 10 seconds slower still than the best times from yesterday. Just looking at best lap times, Jason McInulty is now in the ES Motorsports Lotus Elise, and in terms of times is the third fastest car on the circuit. So the two Caterhams, 29 and 14, the fastest cars on the circuit, but third fastest car on the circuit is now Jason McInulty, down in 14th place. So he's lost one position overnight, but they do have a pit stop under their belts already completed. Callum Lockie is going to be into the pits sometime in the next 15 minutes, I would suggest. And also, therefore, the DBR Racing Caterham will be in the pits as well, because what we established yesterday is that the DBR Caterham has a range of about an hour and 15 minutes on its fuel, whereas the Williams Motorsport Caterham can do a lot more than that. It can do about an hour and 45 minutes on its tank of fuel, but it won't do the full hour and 45 today. Callum Lockie gave away their secrets to me yesterday and said that they will be coming into the pits at the end of this part of the race, so before the Remembrance service. But because of the 15-minute moratorium on doing a pit stop, they'll be coming in at around about 10:30 or so, 10:15.
Just to make sure that they can get their strategies evened out and correct.
Well, yes, and indeed they do. The Williams Motorsport team has to be a little bit fair. In fact, he's in at the moment. There we are. No sooner was I talking about him, but in comes Callum Lockie. So this will be to hand the car back to... who was it who started that car? Toby Ballard, who started the car. So Callum Lockie then, first one to blink, comes into the pits, gets this pit stop out of the way. What I was about to say, that they do have this requirement in the regulations that they have to do 6 pit stops over the course of the race. So good is their fuel capacity that they could actually do the race on 5 pit stops if they had to.
Oh, wow.
So they've got to do an extra pit stop,
yeah,
purely to conform to the regulations.
And that kind of throws a bit more of a bit more into the mix there.
It evens it up a little bit between Williams and DBR Motorsport. So the fuel going in, Callum Lockie standing by as the fuel attendant. There is a requirement that there is this person standing by. The fuel has gone in. That wasn't a full tank, obviously, because the car's only done, it's only done an hour's racing in this element. But that 3-lap advantage being whittled away whilst the car is in the pits, and Callum Lockie disappears to the back of the garage. Toby Ballard's slightly more portly frame. It's not being rude, is it? Call him slightly more portly than Callum.
That's brave.
It's a description of how it is. Anyway, Toby gets into the car and is helped to strap himself in there. The car has been in the pits for 2.5 minutes, so they're still well within their time. But as I say, this is the 4th pit stop for that car, and they will have 2 more pit stops to make, so they'll be splitting the final element of the pit stop. There'll be no refueling between parts 2 and 3, so whilst the Remembrance service is going on, you are not allowed to work on the cars. The cars get parked on the start-finish line in car ferry formation, P&O formation.
Yep.
And as a long queue of one queue of cars on the left, the second queue of cars on the right. There's Melinda standing by on the side there with the stopwatch, and she's been with Callum for the whole of his career, I think, pretty much. His racing career, anyway. Actually, that's Ruttuch, isn't it? Getting into the car. Recognise his face. Roger Patke then getting into the car. But
Steely eyes, just making sure those belts are tight, and then you tighten them again. Make sure they're tight, and then you tighten them again.
And then tighten them a bit more as you go down the pit lane.
Exactly that. We've just got a few more comments coming through. We've had a number about the the leaderboard as we just see the CSC, the BMW 116 cars just had a bit of a pirouette. The conditions getting a little bit better, but obviously not as not better for some of the cars, especially the rear-wheel drive cars.
I think that's actually due to the conditions getting better, but
yeah.
because it's not raining, you think, oh, I can push on a bit now, but then you find that the track is still soaking wet.
Yeah,
exactly.
track says no. So, yeah, we've had a number of comments on the live stream about the leaderboard. We are working to get that leaderboard up on the screen at the moment. We've got more comments from Germany near the Nürburgring. We've got more comments, people coming in from Melbourne, Australia. We've got more people from Australia. Will Coates has joined in now. He's tuning in from Australia. We've got 79 Munster tuning in all the way from Telford. So not quite as far away as Australia, but Telford is still a fair old poke nonetheless. So he's actually asking about our AC1 class, which is the class for the Silver Lake C1 Series cars. So I'll just quickly run you through the top three there. Currently being led by Gary Mitchell in the Rabsport racing car. In second place is the Indigo Motorsport CSC racing car of Mark Watt. That's 23rd and 26th overall between them. And then we also have in third place in that car, the CSC Racing FDL packaging car with Nick Cunniff at the wheel there, car number 417. He's 27th overall at the moment and third in class. And then we've got both the WRC Developments cars, 30th and 31st, 4th and 5th, with Robin Welsh at the wheel and Colin Gillespie. So that's a quick rundown of that, and then we're just going to run down to the pit lane. Scott Woodward has got another driver lined up for an interview.
Back down here in pit lane, we've got the 53 Toyota. John Hines just stepped out of the car. You just said to me, repeat what you just said to me about how the conditions are.
I might swap the Toyota for a submarine. It was horrendous. It's clearing up now, but it rained continuously for the first half hour, dried a little bit. We're quite grateful, and thank God it was clearing. And then it just chucked it down again. And there's a river running across Rocket, and a lot of mud on the track from cars spinning. I don't know how they're staying on. Some of these cars are going twice as fast as me, I'm sure, and yet still staying on the track. I have no idea how they're doing it.
Vast different from yesterday, isn't it?
Oh, yesterday was wonderful. I think we're all lulled into a false sense of security thinking it's going to be a great weekend. And we looked at the rain tracker this morning, oh God. And yeah, I think it's going to clear up now though. So my colleagues should have a better run of it, hopefully.
Hopefully so. In terms of how the race has gone so far, how's it gone up to this point? Positives, negatives, how's it gone?
Oh, it's been it's a fabulous weekend in itself. So the track's in great condition. Our team in the garage here are absolutely brilliant. This is the second time I've done it. This crew are fabulous. Need to mention Aston, who's our chief engineer. I don't know how he does it. He's an absolute miracle worker. The cars are brilliant. The organisation for the weekend's fabulous too. So, you know, you can't argue with it. Just sort out the weather next year, please, if you can.
We'll do our best. Your 51 car's just coming just behind your sister car as well. Yeah. Just in terms of your association with the team and Mission Motorsport, how did you first get involved and what's your relation to it?
Well, my boss is ex-military. He's been very heavily involved in Mission Motorsport for a long time. He's done the Race of Remembrance a few times now. And last year he said, fancy driving the car, John? I said, go on then, where? I'll tell you the details later. And it's early in wrap that I need to get an ARDS licence. I need to spend a lot of money on kit. Yeah. But I wouldn't swap it for anything. It's been brilliant. I absolutely love it. And I'll be back next year, hopefully, fingers crossed. Yeah.
And how amazing the cause is it for Mission Motorsport to help people like your boss and other people, current and ex-serving, who have given their lives to kind of help us as a country. That's the thing, is to do a event like this is to support them. That's absolutely amazing, isn't it?
It's incredible. And when we do the service shortly, it makes you realise the things that we worry about as non-military are so irrelevant, it's untrue. And you see the looks on people's faces here, just trying to absorb what these young chaps have been through, and ladies too. It's horrendous. So whatever we can do to help, it's what the least we can do, isn't it, really?
Taking part, supporting. Thank you. Thanks for taking part. Enjoy the rest of the race. Fingers crossed it goes well, and for your teammates. And we'll hopefully see you on later on.
Get a cup of tea. Thank you.
Yes, go do that. Excellent stuff. Yeah, as you mentioned, great to hear from John Hine there for the 53. The 51 cars you can see he's in the pit lane also. So that's their sister teammate that's also making a stop. Just behind, you've got a couple more pit stops going on. We've got the 23 Pure Track car. Their sister car 223 has also been in as well. So we've got this is the Dennis, Adams, Miller and Balmy number 23, the newer Shake Clear that's also in too. And just down the way, I can see we've got a couple more cars at least. We've got the 586 WRC Development Citroen C1 also in as well. Now this is going to be critical for these pit stops. The 37 Mazda MX-5 is sliding its way out of the pit lane also down there too. These are crucial pit stops because, as I mentioned earlier on, essentially everyone's got to make their final pit stops before the end of part 2, no later than 15 minutes before, because ultimately it's going to be drivers that will go into the car for part 3. You can't change drivers between parts 2 and 3. That's as far as I remember it. So ultimately these are very important pit stops, and we're trying to avoid making any pit stops unless they have to in this last 15 minutes if it's absolutely necessary. 16 cars just coming past us now. That's the Tequila Racing Mazda MX-5. That's been in the top 10 quite a long time. I'll just say to Kira as well, just be careful because the 586 car's also going out as well. I can also see down the way the 14 car's also coming as well. That's the DBR Racing Caterham that's just being pushed back as well. And that car, of course, was leading the race early on in the dry in the first part of the race, in the first stint, when Darren Burt built up that 14-second lead. The 14 car just going past now, so out it goes. And so as the conditions are thankfully starting to dry up a little bit more, the rain has certainly stopped. It's feeling a bit brighter, and I might possibly be able to get rid of this and go back to my regular BRSCC coat, provided it's dried up in the office. So whilst we get towards the end of this race, we've still got, I can't see the actual board just yet, we're doing for the last roughly 15-20 minutes or so. We're getting up towards that point. So as pit stops happen, let's get back towards Rob and Paul in the commentary box.
You can tell the conditions have improved because Scott's got his glasses on.
Yeah.
It's always nice. We get a much longer comment then from Scott as well because he can see what's going on. I'm glad he told us about the 14 car in the pits. That was a much quicker pit stop for DBR, handing over to Rob Kennelly, than it was for the Williams Motorsport team. The Williams Motorsport team refueled. It was Rutuj Fatke who took the car over, so apologies to Toby Ballard for getting him confused with Rutuj, but once we saw the close-up of Rutuj's eyes, then I could tell it was him, and it is. So he still leads the race, but it's down to 2 laps now instead of 3, because the Williams Motorsport team took nearly 5 minutes to make their pit stop. It was 4 minutes 55 seconds in the pits for the Williams Motorsport team, so uncharacteristically long pit stop. And as I say, as a result of that slightly longer pit stop, it's allowed the DBR car to get a little bit closer, with Rob Kennelly now up into, or Rob Kennelly still in second place, having taken the car over from Ben Timmons. And then in third place is the breakdancer team of Darryl Cresswell, who's currently at the wheel of the relay car number 77, but that is now 12 laps behind the DBR Racing Caterham.
It's a 209 car that had issues yesterday and had a few, I think there was an engine change carried out on that car off the top of my head, wasn't it, Paul? Late yesterday?
I think it was, yes. 209 being the Theo Millward car, CSC Racing's BMW 116i, and
currently sat 44th overall in the standings after their issues yesterday, and 8th in the BMW class.
44th out of 45, which is obviously not where they wanted to be.
Yeah, less than ideal is what I would say to that.
What Scott Woodruff was saying a few moments ago was absolutely right. You need to have completed your final pit stop in this segment if you want to do one, and it's not mandatory to do a pit stop in this segment, but you need to have completed it by an hour and 15 minutes, because the last 15 minutes, the pit lane is not closed, but you're not really allowed to refuel during that last 15 minutes. And also, as Scott was saying, the driver who completes this segment then has to continue after the service of remembrance. And pleased to hear that the conditions are improving. As heading down the...
Is that race leader off?
It looks like it might be. Rutuj Fatke going across the grass at the bus stop, rejoins, having made that little mistake and gone straight on at the bus stop, crosses the line now. The lap time from Rutuj, 2 minutes 03. So
he's just coming through our television shot now in the background. Rutuj had obviously made a bit of a mistake there. He's just behind the FDL packaging Citroen C1 there. He made a bit of a mistake going into the final corner, ended up on the grass, which we could make out in our commentary box. But the pressure's on a little bit already, Paul, isn't it?
Well, as the Williams Motorsport team know full well from last year, this race isn't over till it's over. They had an even bigger advantage last year in the race, and it took until the final segment for them to have a little problem, and a 6-lap lead just disappeared like that. And in those days, it was the Lotus Elise of Rob Boston Racing that caught and passed him. This year, he's got the DBR Racing Caterham snapping at his heels. Okay, 2 laps behind, but as I say, those 2 laps can disappear very rapidly indeed as Rutledge now gets his act back together again. He'll be quite warm enough in that car, I'm quite sure. Although actually he was probably wearing quite a bit of padding, I reckon, because he's not what I would call a bulky man, but the person who got in had certainly a lot of bulk under his race suit, so he's keeping warm. And you mentioned it, in an open car in conditions like this, you do get wet. Yeah, you've got the little aero screen in front of you, but particularly when the safety car is out, which thankfully we've not had since the very start of this session. But when the safety car is out, you do get very wet in an open car, and I have known drivers come into the pits purely because they've been too cold, not in the Race of Remembrance, funnily enough, but another event where the driver literally was cold, wet, miserable, and came into the pits because he didn't want to play anymore.
The ultimate racing sulk, I think, is coming in because it's too wet or too cold, or don't want to go in a race car anymore.
Like that, yes. Number 7 is in the pit lane. I don't know if Scott Woodward is still listening to us, but number 7, this is the very well-performing RAF Motorsports Mazda MX-5. Ollie Wayne has been out in the car, but he's back into the pits, and he's had 8 minutes in the pits now for Ollie Wayne, number 7. So that's a bit of a worry for that car, the RAF Motorsports Mazda number 7.
Yeah, it was quite unusual the way it just stopped along the pit straight like it did this morning, and hopefully they'll just be hoping whatever gremlins happen to that car don't occur again when the wet stuff is due to fall a bit later on. We are quite clear at the moment. It's still wet on the ground, but a lot of weather going on, and Richard Pack here is just having a bit of trouble negotiating the slower traffic there. That's going to be another part of this race that's going to potentially throw a spanner in the works.
You do have to be so careful in the Caterhams.
Yeah.
Your closing speed is so rapid, and when you make your overtaking move, you really want to know that the guy you're overtaking has seen you and knows that you're coming through.
Absolutely, and even seeing Callum Lockie have a bit of a tangle this morning, you do worry about, as we potentially going into the latter stages of this race, if the rain that is forecast to fall again comes and the conditions get even worse, are we going to see something similar happen? We hope not. But as we found out last year, and as you said earlier, Paul, it ain't over till it's over. Last year was the race that no one wanted to win, it seemed.
Yes, yeah, we'll see what happens. Richard Patke then goes through, completes his 269th lap across the line. He's been racing or the car has been racing for 8 hours and 18 minutes now. In aggregate terms, they've done 1 hour and 17 minutes in this segment, and they'll be pausing the race in about 10 minutes' time. I expect them to bring the safety car out to bring the car under control, and then we'll see the red and white checkered flag as well to show them that the race segment is finished. They'll do 1 more lap, and then the marshals will stop them on the start-finish line. Drivers will get out of the cars and will then gather in front of the race control building for the remembrance service. And I've been doing this race for many years now, Rob, and it's only your second event here this year. We had a very sunny event last year, but whatever the weather is doing, somehow at around 10:30, the rain always stops.
Yeah.
James Cameron has friends in high places, and we'll see what happens, but looking away across the Irish Sea there, some of the cloud is lifting, and we can't yet see the Snowdonia, but as I say, the clouds over in the distance are lifting a little bit. So let's keep our fingers crossed that the weather continues to be kind, and nobody in the pits at the moment as we enter into the final 10 minutes of this segment, Rob.
Absolutely, and our viewers from all over the world, and certainly quite a few in the UK, watching this live stream will be pleased to know the leaderboard is back up on the screen, and you can see that Williams Motorsport have a 2-lap gap over DBR Racing, who hold the fastest lap of this segment, albeit not the fastest lap of this race. That was set by Callum Lockie last night in a 1:38.122, making good of the cold but dry conditions yesterday to bring that fastest lap home in that Caterham. They'll have fingers, toes and everything crossed that they don't end up with the same fortunes that they did last year with quite a big lap. quite a big lap advantage, which unfortunately led to retirement after an engine failure. So they're pressing on. Breakdancer Racing is the first of our relay cars in third place. They're not actually eligible to win the Race of Remembrance overall, are they, Paul?
No, sadly, the way that car, the way that the regulations are written, is for the Heroes Trophy, the single car entries that are allowed to run well. Just looking at 111, Connor Blackburn making progress in the JRW Motorsport car, the Ford Fiesta. But before we talk more about him, we can have Scott Woodwis, who has someone to talk to down in the pits.
Back in the pit lane, we've just seen a stop-and-go penalty for car 16, the Tequila Racing. We've got Clive Bailey here from the team to have a bit of a chat about the team and how the race has gone so far. Just first of all, just for this in, what was that stop-and-go penalty for?
He didn't get the tag, didn't register when he left the pit, so for driver change. So yeah, for whatever reason, he didn't get the tag in. So a bit of a daft thing, possibly cost us a minute, but yeah.
Tell us about your setup, because you've got quite a rather fine-looking Mazda X5 in the mix. Just talk to us about the team and the setup and how you got into this point.
I think it's the third year we've done this, and the car's like evolved every year. It's kind of learned year by year what we need to make it a bit quicker, a bit more on the pace. It's got the pace this year. We've not had a lot of luck. We've had a few little incidents, a couple of stop-go penalties and whatever that held us back. But we're really not in a bad place. I think we can win the class, and I think maybe a top 5 finishes on with a bit of luck to the end now.
You've been a bit up and down, but you've always been able to bounce back and get towards the top 5 in that class and towards the top of it. So is it just consistency in the stints? You've been lucky in the traffic, or is it a combination of all those things? What do you think's worked well for you this race?
Bit of everything, really. I don't think we've had a lot of luck. All the drivers have had good pace, so we've got the pace when it is going well. Good fueling, so we can stay out. We can do some quite long stints and stay out when we can. We've just not had an awful lot of luck with 1 or 2 little bumps and things around the way. They've been unlucky at the wrong time. But no, overall, just consistent driving when we are out, really.
What do you think of this year's race in general? Because a lot of people have been saying, particularly in the night stints last night, that everyone was very courteous, a lot of good driving out there. Would you share that same sentiment, or have you had 1 or 2 little run-ins that have been a bit more troublesome?
No, I think driving standards really good driving standards, actually. It's been pretty good. I mean, today with the wet, there's had a few more cars spinning and going off, but even then we've avoided too many safety cars. So we could have done with a safety car about 20 minutes ago. That would have got us right back on top, I think. But I think the car that's ahead of us just came in with a bit of a problem. Yeah. So I think we're on the same lap now. So yeah, it's going to be close, I think.
Talk about your driving lineup, just the drivers that you've got and some of the experience that they've got, and what, if anything, any relevance to Mission Motorsport in terms of them. Tell us about your drivers. So we've got a real mix, really. We've got Alex Martin. He's been doing European Le Mans stuff this year in a GT3 car. So yeah, Mazda's a bit of a mark on Mazda. Anglesey's a bit of a change. Ironically, all the year. He's not had a lot of luck in the GT3 car. We got Chris Fellows. He's the guy who owns the car. He was racing in Mazda Championship 10 years or so ago, so quite a lot of experience in Mark on Mazdas particularly. And then the other 2, Chris Knight and Anis, it's literally, I think this is their 2nd or 3rd race, so they're, so really, they're not so experienced, but they're both doing great, really good. Yeah. Do you find that those drivers, they've been put into a bit of the deep end, or with drivers like Alex and those who've done quite a bit of racing, have they been able to help them kind of transition into kind of getting onto the track in their first couple of races quite quickly, or have they found a bit more have they been a bit tentative out there in terms of finding their feet? No, good. I think it really helps, actually, when you've got someone more experienced in the team. He's been able to kind of share some data with them in the practice and whatever, let them work out where they were giving away all the time and not. Giving them the confidence. I mean, Anis I think his first stint was in the dark last night, which is a real baptism of fire. So I've done a bit as well. So I'm kind of calming him down on the radio a little bit where I can and keeping them. But no, they're doing really well. They're really well. They're not doing anything silly.
What was his reaction in his first stint at night? Because your first ever stint at night in the car must have been quite an experience.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is trying to gauge how far things are behind you. So whenever he's seeing lights behind, he's thinking there's a car right on his bumper. And I just shout on the radio, no, it's still 300 yards behind you. Just keep going. Drive your own race. So, but yeah, the learning curve's huge. I mean, they've done a lot of track days, they've got plenty of track experience. But yeah, it's a very different when you're actually racing, isn't it?
That's one of those things. It's like what they say in the mirrors. It's like objects appear closer than they actually are in reality in the mirror. So you must look at his mirrors thinking they're right behind him, as you say, but they're several meters back. But the brightness of the headlights makes it seem much closer.
Yeah, it is. It's really hard to judge that. That is the hard bit, and you don't know. Also, you can't recognise the cars in the dark. When I'm racing myself, you don't know if it's the class position or whether it's a C1 or it could be one of the lead faster cars that you need to get out of the way of. So it's really hard to know what's behind you, how far it is.
And just the quick plan for after the service. What's the plan in terms of driving stints and getting to the end?
So we're going to have, I think we've got 2 more driver changes to go to the end. So, we've got safety car now, apparently. Yep, stay out, Chris. Yep.
Yeah. Might well be just to wrap up the second part of the race, but in any case, it's good to see you guys. Really good to see you guys doing so well, and fingers crossed the rest of the race and that side of things. Fingers crossed, good stuff on that side. Right, that safety car out, I imagine probably just to possibly try and get everything together before the end of this race. So great to hear from Tequila Racing, they're doing pretty well inside the top 10. Before we get to that, of course, safety car out on track, we've got about 4.5 minutes to go until we end part 2 of Race of Remembrance. So to wrap that up before we get ourselves to the all-important Remembrance service in about 11 o'clock, about that sort of time, let's head back to Paul and Rob in the commentary box.
Thank you, Scott, down there in the thick of things once again. Safety car is out, and as Scott rightly surmises, that is to bunch the field up, and that's the reason for sending it out. It's the effect that it has anyway. So as Scott says, 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, almost 4 minutes to go. Tequila Racing performing very well, actually, having heard from them. Chris Knight's out at the wheel at the moment, car 16. He's in 6th place overall, and in terms of today's efforts, they've not been quite as far up the field. They've been overtaken by the Stuart Humphrey team and also the Operation Motorsport Canada team as far as Class C is concerned. Tequila Racing leading the way in Class C at the moment, but as I say, just looking at their performance on this morning's racing, both Chris Walsh in the Motorsport Canada team and also, as I say, the Stuart Humphrey team have got ahead of them, so they're protecting the advantage that they had, but still a pretty good performance for a Class C car, 6th place overall.
And we just saw in the pit lane there the NJM Racing Fiesta. Kermit has unfortunately looks like they've hit a bit of trouble there on the front left-hand side. The team just getting to work 5 minutes before we're due to end part 2. But of course they're going to be under part ferme conditions for this break, so they can't work on the car before part 3. So after having such a great race so far, within the cusp of the top 10 and sitting very nicely in that Class C Fiesta, they've dropped down to 5th in class at the moment and 14th overall.
Yeah, that's George Wright, who I presume is the same George Wright that won the Club Sport Trophy race yesterday, which was one of the support races. Who's driving that car, and so they had a good day yesterday. But as Rob's saying, an unfortunate time to have to make your pit stop, because although the pit lane is not closed at this stage, it does mean that you're going to have to start part 3 of the race from the pit lane rather than on the track lined up behind the safety car, who will be leading the round come the race itself. So the clock ticks down, 2 minutes to go on the clock. The safety car already going up the Tom Price straight, named after Tom Price. Do I have to tell people who Tom Price is?
I should hope not.
Well, yeah, one of Wales' greatest Formula One drivers, was almost certainly destined for World Championship material. There's a lovely little memorial, if you get the opportunity when you're out in Wales, to commemorate Tom Price's life in Methuen, in North Wales. If you've ever looked at my blog, I've done a blog about the Tom Price memorial. There's also a very good book called The Lost Generation, by David Tremaine, which talks about Tom Price's life and times, and it's entirely appropriate that the Tom Price Straight be named after him.
Absolutely.
On the subject of naming corners at Anglesey, Peel, the corner that follows Rocket, is named after...
I wouldn't know, actually.
John Peel.
As in
the Radio 1 disc jockey, who was brought up around here, went to school in the neighbourhood of here, and the red and white checkered flag, I should say, to bring this element to a halt, being waved slightly early, but entirely appropriately, because there's no point in wasting any more time behind the safety car. So the red, white checkered flag being waved. That's the only time you'll see that flag being used in the daylight. It was used last night to end part 1, and it's used now to end part 2. The race itself, of course, will be ended using the traditional black and white checkered flag. So the safety car will lead the cars around, and we'll just recap the order. The race being led by Wutuj Patki in the Williams Motorsport Caterham, car number 29, who's now completed an aggregate of 274 laps and is 2 laps, so that's a lap of his cushion gone in that first session as a result purely of a longer pit stop, slightly 55 seconds longer spent in the pit lane for the Williams Motorsport team than the second place car, which is the number 14 DBR Racing car, now in the hands of Rob Kennelly, and they've completed 272 laps. In third place is the Breakdancer Racing team, car number 77, Darryl Cresswell, the driver at the moment. He's completed 259 laps. In fourth place is number 24, the leading Class B car, in the hands of Sebastian Fischer, the Autotest TSW car. They've completed 257 laps. In fifth place is 118, another of the relay entries, this being Oliver Cotton at the wheel of the Paul Sheard Motorsport Mazda MX-5. He's completed 256 laps in the relay teams. We've got 2 relay teams in the top 5. Sixth place, but therefore fourth in the overall Heroes Trophy, car number 16, Chris Knight in the Tequila Racing Mazda MX-5, the Class C car. He's completed 250 laps. In seventh place is number 7. They've swapped the driver in the RAF car, and number 7 has now got Neil Huggins behind the wheel. They've also completed 250 laps, the same number as the Tequila Racing car has, so that's a bit of a battle on between 6th and 7th. In 8th place is car number 111, Connor Blackburn at the wheel of the green Ford Fiesta, one of 2 green Ford Fiestas, the JRW Motorsport car, and Connor Blackburn and his team have completed 249 laps, so 1 lap behind the RAF car. And then also on 249 laps, in 9th place is car 22, the Operation Motorsport USA car, which Chris Walsh is driving at the moment. And then just to round out the top 10 in the order there is car number 91, Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5, 4th in Class C, and he too has completed 249 laps. Class leaders in the BMW class, it's JTM Engineering with Sam Carrington Yates just ahead of the Richard Phillips driven Royal Navy Motorsport BMW, car 33, 21 and 33 separated by 2 laps, and then a further 1 lap behind in the BMW class is the VMS Racing BMW car number 90, and then behind that is the other VMS car, car number 9. They're 3rd and 4th in the BMW class and separated by 1 lap. In the Citroën C1 class, it's Rabsport Racing who leads that class. 232 laps completed from that's the Auto Bliss car 578. Rabsport car in C1, and then 417 is CSC Racing, and that car has completed 231 laps, 1 lap ahead of Indigo Motorsports 497, who is 3rd in the C1 class. And the other class we have is the Class A 578, that's the Toyota Aygo of Stuart Bliss, leading with 231 laps completed.
It looks like we, unfortunately, while they're just lining everyone up on the grid in the P&O formation, car number 7 has hit troubles as they're pulling up the RAF Motorsports with Javelin Track Days car, Neil Huggins at the wheel. Hopefully they can get that car restarted and ready to race in part 3. But for now, it's time for everyone to gather in the pit lane. So if you are listening, whether you're listening to us over the tannoy or indeed on the live stream, it is time to gather in the pit lane for the Remembrance Sunday service. We are shortly going to be heading down to the pit lane to cover that service for you. Car number 19 actually being brought back into the pit lane, ready to either be worked on or maybe it's going to rejoin the circuit, I'm not sure. But number 7 has got going again. The marshals, everyone just coming down from their relevant posts to join in on the occasion and commemorate our fallen soldiers.
Yeah, the number 7 Mazda doesn't seem to want to be in the queue with everybody else. When the driver's out of the car, whether they want to bring it into the pits to be worked on or not remains to be seen. That's a... Who have we got driving that car at the moment? I'm sure he'll be quite at number 7 at the moment, but everybody else comes down into position. Not quite gone side by side in this occasion. It's a nose to tail formation, but being brought into position then, and the driver's getting out of the cars, and number 7 is going to get a further push. It was Neil Huggins, wasn't it, who we decided was at the wheel of that car, and oh, I see, it's going to be put actually in the place that it was occupying before he stopped. So that's actually ideal from that point of view. There's a gap in the traffic just behind our cameraman, and not traffic as such, but a gap in the queue, which is where he was. And so Neil Huggins, I think he's lucked in a bit there.
He has a bit. He has a bit, hasn't he? But the pit lane's starting to gather now. Everyone's starting to get together. They're lining the cars up underneath race control here at Anglesey. All relevant members of the teams getting together for the Remembrance Sunday service.
Yes, very much a open pit lane at this stage. Whoever you are, wherever you are very welcome to join the rest of us in the pit lane, and as long as you're able to get there, and if you're not able to get there, ask somebody and they will help, because that is what this event is all about, is helping your fellow man. And so the garages will empty of staff. There will be marshals just keeping an eye on things to make sure there are no light-fingered folk around, and the remembrance service will then be getting underway. As I say, the poignancy of the moment will be lost on no one, and we will transfer our sound and visuals over to the Padre who will be conducting the service, and as soon as we're ready to go with that, then we will let you know.
One, two, two. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. 1. check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. One, two, 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 check, 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 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, check, 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 check. 1, mic 1, mic 1, mic 2, mic 2, mic. Mic 3, mic 3, mic 3, mic 4, mic 4.
Good morning and welcome on this Remembrance Sunday to this poignant act of remembrance. The clouds have parted for the moment and we are able to do this in the way that was intended. It is with solemn remembrance and thankfulness which we gather here this morning. Hopefully you've got sight of an order of service as you will need it for the hymns and the readings that we are going to share in. We begin with the first hymn that is printed on your orders of service. O God, our help in ages past. O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come, our shelter from your We hear from Scripture, 2 readings from the Psalm and John's Gospel.
This is a reading from Psalm 46, verses 1 to 3. God is our refuge and strength, and ever-present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear, though the earth give way, and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, and the mountains quake with their surging.
This is a reading from John chapter 15, verses 12 to 13. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends.
The work of Mission Motorsport is built upon the opportunities of racing, retraining and recovering. And you have lived out that purpose this weekend, despite the weather. But this weekend, today, and this moment is the marking of a fact that for so many in our history, our world, our nations, our friends and our families, for whom this cannot happen. They do not have that opportunity. This year's commemoration is set against the context of wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, alongside political wrangling in our own nations and across the world. That alone is a painful reminder that history continues to repeat itself in all its horror. It is a reminder of how inhuman humanity can be at times. But this moment is not about a reflection on what went wrong, who is to blame, but it is on the world-shattering and life-shattering fact that hundreds of millions of people across the generations, but especially in the Great War and the Second World War and the conflicts in our time, have given their lives in the cause of peace and freedom. There are still those who still suffer today in body, mind and spirit. It is them that we remember and pray for, support and hopefully find that sense of peace for. Today, I am mindful of 3 things that each begin with the letter S. I am mindful of the great sadness that there is upon the world when war occurs and lives are lost, when the pursuit of peace causes the death of so many and the suffering of those who are left at home. I am mindful that today, for so many in our world, continues to be a painful reminder of what their history holds. I am mindful too that this day is a day of support. For you here this weekend, you've found the support in friendship and colleagueship through your love of racing. Today, as we stand in solidarity with those across our world, and those particularly in the life of our nations, we stand alongside those who are in pain and despair. We seek to find a way forward, hope that will give them the support that they need. your work this weekend, in the enjoyment of racing, is so much more than that. It is the support that you offer to each other, the care and the kindness that comes about when you are focused upon the greater things, the greater qualities of our human condition. And the third S is about strength. Finding that strength for the future, finding that which brings about a new dawn, a brighter day, things that we can pass down to the next generation, things that are worthy of life and peace and freedom. Today, in the midst of our sadness, we find those opportunities to support. Today, in the midst of our remembrance, we also find great strength to do that which is right, to build a better world for ourselves and for those we love. Today, we focus on those who have given their lives that we might live. Today, we focus on those who have given of themselves and all that they were, that we might enjoy the freedoms that we have. Today, as we remember, we also pray. We pray for peace eternal for those who do not enjoy the opportunities that we do because of their sacrifice. Today, we pray for healing, not only of individuals in body, mind, and spirit. We pray for the healing of the nations. And we offer the opportunities of hope to one another in the way in which we continue to build strength and support in the communities of which we are a part. Today, we remember. Today, in our sadness, we support. Today, we find strength because we have been given freedom and peace. Amen. We meet in the presence of God. We commit ourselves to work in penitence and faith for reconciliation between the nations, that all people may together live in freedom, justice, and peace. We pray for all who in bereavement, disability, and pain continue to suffer the consequences of fighting and terror. We remember with thanksgiving and sorrow those whose lives in world wars and conflicts past and present have been given and taken away.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
We will remember them. In silence and with thankfulness, we lay wreaths in memory of those who have given their lives in the cause of freedom and peace.
When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today.
Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, from whose love in Christ we cannot be parted either by death or life, hear our prayers and thanksgivings for all whom we remember this day. Fulfill in them the purpose of your love and bring us all with them to your eternal joy. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. We pray for the leaders of the nations, that you may guide them in the ways of freedom, justice and truth. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for those who serve in the armed forces of the Crown, that they may have discipline and discernment, courage and compassion. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for our enemies and those who wish us harm, that you may turn the hearts of all to kindness and friendship. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for the wounded and the captive, and the grieving and the homeless, that all in their trials may know your love and support. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Most holy God and Father, hear our prayers for all who strive for peace and all who yearn for justice. Help us who today remember the cost of war to work for a better tomorrow. And as we commend to you lives lost in terror and conflict, bring us all in the end to the peace of your presence through Christ our Lord. Amen. We share in saying the prayer that Jesus taught. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. We sing our concluding hymn that is on your orders of service, I vow to thee, my country. May God grant to the living grace, to the departed rest, to the Church, the King, the Commonwealth, and all people, peace and concord. And to us and all his servants, life everlasting. And the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, be with you all, evermore. Amen.
Gracious God,
Well, that was, as always, an extremely moving memorial remembrance service.
Very
and yes, our thanks to the Motorsports charity, the Forces Motorsport charity, and to Station Commander RAF Valley Group Captain Matt Hoare, and also the Padre Reverend Squadron Leader Michael Hall, who led us through the service. And the call coming at the end of the service from former Major James Cameron, let's go racing. So we have to turn our attention away from that and look back towards the racing. But once again, Rob, the rain stopped for the memorial, for the remembrance service itself.
The rain has indeed stopped for the remembrance itself. Looking at our window at the moment, I have a feeling
it suddenly started to drizzle again.
Certainly returned. So a very, very poignant service. I must admit, I had a tear in my eye myself. You can just see down there the camaraderie between everyone in Operation Motorsport, all of the teams.
Yes, I mean, Mission Motorsport, we've often said, we've said it before, we'll say it before the end of this meeting, I'm sure. It's all about the people. Mission Motorsport's motto to recover, retrain, and race, retrain, and recover. And that's certainly the story of a lot of the activity that was going on down there, and the various wreaths that were laid at the front of the BMW. It may not have been the cenotaph, but it provided a perfectly good wheeled cenotaph for the wreaths to be laid. And there's so much hugging going on down there in the pit lane whilst the drivers return to the cars, and we, as I say, focus our attentions once again on the racing that goes on here at Anglesey, the Race of Remembrance, a unique event that some say is a good race to participate in because everybody's so friendly. You make a lot of new friends, you meet people that you've met the previous year, and you enjoy their camaraderie. But then the Remembrance Service is all about remembering something else, and each of us, each of the participants, and those of you who were down there in front of the platform will have had their own memories to go through and their own emotions to deal with. And of course, it's not just for one day or for a few minutes in November, it's throughout the year for a lot of these people that they have to deal with the consequences of armed conflict. The BRSCC's Lotus Emira goes up to the front of the queue to take up its position. The drivers are forming up, getting back into their cars, trying to remain as dry as they possibly can.
And James Cameron looking animated as ever on camera there. You saw his cries of "Let's go racing," so we are due to do that shortly for part 3 of the Race of Remembrance 2023, but a lot of the credit goes to that man on screen there for the work, the tireless work he does behind the scenes for Mission Motorsport, and indeed everyone involved with Mission Motorsport. The tireless work they do, working together with Operation Motorsport in North America to give something back to our veterans and give forces and ex-forces personnel a new goal within motorsport.
Yes, it's the 9th running of the Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance here at Anglesey. Started off as a pretty much an experimental event after Mission Motorsport had got themselves set up, involved in getting ex-military folk involved in motorsport with track days around the country. And the event has grown in strength and stature ever since. 2014 was the first year that the race happened. We had a gap in 2020 for obvious reasons. It was impossible to get everybody together in times of lockdown. They did hold a virtual event, I understand, in 2020, but not quite sure how that went down. I wasn't part of it. 2021, they got things going again, despite the difficulties, and last year's event, the strongest ever with 55 starters taking the start. This year, slightly smaller, but an improved and higher entry for the support race, Club Sport Trophy, meant that a huge amount of money, probably a record-breaking amount of money, has been raised this year, and with my thanks to TSL Timing, who have managed to maintain the positions whilst we've been going through this. We will get underway with the cars starting behind the safety car in nose to tail formation. I'm guessing they will just have one formation lap behind the Lotus Emira, and as soon as everybody is in their cars, most of the drivers are in position. We've got a couple of support staff still, and there's still a driver there going to his car. I'm quite sure who that is, see where he goes to, and so we've still got some drivers making their way to the cars. That might be the number 14 cars, second placed Caterham, which is a little bit late on parade, but getting ready to go. Rutledge Patke is already strapped into the race leading car, which is lined up immediately behind the Lotus Emira, and I think it's the Operation Motorsport Canada car which is immediately behind him, ready to go back into the fray. We've got, if I just find the right piece of paper, a little over 4.5 hours still to go. Sorry, 3.5 hours. Trying to make it worse than it is. 3.5 hours still to go, with the elapsed time currently at 8 hours 29 minutes and 45 seconds of the 12 hours so far elapsed. So let's say 3.5 hours still to go, and once we get the race underway at around about 11:30, then it will be straight through to the black and white checkered flag to bring the event to a close, and hopefully that will run free of safety cars and we'll have a good clean race to watch with the weather. Yeah, I can see showers out to the west, and still the mountains of Snowdonia are kind of hidden behind clouds, as that's Rob Kennelly getting himself into the Caterham number 14. So he was the one slightly later on parade than everybody else. The cars will line up in the order as follows. Behind the Williams Motorsport car of Rutledge Patke, car 29 will be the number 9 car lined up second. That's the VMS Racing. Behind that is the 578, and then the 19 RAF Motorsports car lined up next in line, and then 432 the Radsport Racing Citroen C1, which leads its class. Then 223 the Pure Track Racing car, 111 the JRW Motorsport Ford Fiesta, and then car number 19, that will be Matthew Graham in the BMW 116i, that's second in its class at the moment, behind the VMS, the other VMS car. So the two VMS BMWs lined up in the early part of the line, and they are running third and fourth in class actually in overall terms, behind the number 21 BMW, which is further down the queue but which leads the race overall in the BMW class. Car 223 for Pure Track Racing will be lined up 6th, then 7th is JRW Ford Fiesta, car number 111. which has Connor Blackburn at the wheel, and then car number 90 is Matthew Graham. Car 14 is Rob Kennelly with the Caterham, and then behind that car is car number 100, the SSGC Mission Motorsport Ford car, Ford KA, and behind that one is the 44 Flying Haggis Honda Civic. Then the Royal Navy BMW 116i, which has been going extremely well, that number 33 car, certainly in with a shout of getting a podium in the BMW class. And then behind that is the number 11 Peaky Blinders Racing Mazda MX-5 running in Class B, and then the 497 Scottish-driven Citroen C1, the RAF's Mazda Car 7 slipped to 7th overall. Neil Huggins is the driver there, and he'll be resuming the race. And another car then immediately behind is the car with which it is battling. 7 is in 7th place, 16 Tequila Racing, Chris Knight is 6th. And then we've got the break dancers, Paul Herndon at the wheel of the relay team car, and then the other Royal Air Force car, the car that's been running pretty well, number 18 for the RAF, and then 118, which is the Paul Shed Racing relay team car. Ollie Cottam should be at the wheel of that car, and then behind him is car 209 for CSC Racing. Then number 24, the Mazda MX-5 for Auto Test TSW, Sebastian Fischer, which has been pushing extremely hard and going very well indeed. Behind him is 69, the Mission Motorsport Citroen C1. Looking forward to resuming the race as soon as possible. And behind that, another Mission Motorsport car, the 101 Mazda MX-5 for Mission Motorsport. So 2 Mission Motorsports together. Then behind that, in poppy colours, is GT Wealth Management Matabubu Racing BMW number 52 with its teammate, purely by coincidence, number 54 car immediately behind there, ready to go. Next up is the Lotus Elise, which has got Jason McInulty at the wheel. Ready to go is Jason there. He was setting fastest laps just before the break, so we'll be looking to go well. And then the Operation Motorsport USA car, number 22, Chris Walsh, I think it is, still behind the wheel of that car. He will be going as a pit stop pretty soon, I think. Then it's the Fiat Panda, Dean Lomas's car, which has got the sponsorship there, a bit of a crowdfund effort there with, I've forgotten how much he said it was, I think it was 50 quid a go to sign your name on that car. Behind that is the 386 Citroen C1, then the Jaffa Cake Racing Mazda, car 96, and then 37 is the next one up, that's the Luke and Luke Mazda 37, which had to do an extra pit stop early in that session, but has recovered and seems to be going well now. Behind it is 586, the WRC Developments Citroen C1, and then number 23, another of the Pure Track Renault Clios. This the car that's running as puretrack.co.uk. Behind it is, oh, now Citroen should have been next up, but in fact 363 has sneaked in there where it shouldn't be. Radiation Racing, not quite where it should be on the list here, but then it is the Citroen 2CV, Crisis Racing. Behind that is 53, the Mission Motorsport with Cloudera Toyota GT86. Ready to go with the Toyota there. Then another of Citroen C1s, car 417 is CSC Racing with FDL packaging. Then 51 is the next one up, another of the Mission Motorsport cars, ready to go, and then here followed by the 220 Operation Motorsport Canada car, the 21 JTM Engineering, 91 Stuart Humphrey Racing, overtaking to be done there for the 91 car. They are placed 10th overall in the standings, with Stuart Humphrey behind the wheel at the moment, but with good drivers still to come. Next up is the 88 Breakdancer Racing Mazda, then the number 3 NJM Racing Ford Fiesta, the 63 BMW, which came into the pits towards the end there, and that should be the final car in the queue as we wait for the countdown, and when that's complete, ready to go out onto the circuit. Scott Woodwith is next to me, and I'd just like to ask you, Scott, your first time at the Race of Remembrance, and your first experience of the Remembrance Service. I'm always interested to see what people think here, what people have to say about the Remembrance Service, because it is something very special, isn't it?
Very poignant. Very, very poignant. It was to be down there on the ground alongside my BRSCC colleagues and to be everyone around the mix was incredibly special. And I'd like to give a personal thanks to everyone who just not on the circuit, but everyone around the world that's been watching who helped in and took part in observing that, because it really does put a lot of things into context in a way, in terms of the fact that we have the world we have today because of all the sacrifices that a lot of people who are sadly not here today gave up in order to allow us to have that freedom. So for those who did that, it's only fitting that we give them the respect and the dignity and the consideration that they all deserve.
Personal question to you, but yeah, we've known each other a while now. Do you generally attend a Remembrance Service on November the 11th every year, or?
Not. It sounds bad, but kind of. It's. I don't get a chance possibly to do, because it's difficult to do so with either friends and family spread around the country. But I do, at the very least, anytime there's Remembrance, observe it wherever I'm at, in terms of to make sure I have respect, because I think as anyone does, as I mentioned, anyone that has given their lives or given their service for their country deserves the utmost respect for doing so.
I mean, being slightly older than you, my father fought in World War II, and I always associate the Remembrance Service with remembering those who fell during the 2 world wars. But of course, as time goes on, it becomes a wider field than that. And I think that's something that I forget sometimes, is that there are still military personnel going out into terror situations and giving the ultimate sacrifice in war situations. And despite, as I say, my father having participated in World War II, he fortunately came through it all and lived on till a ripe old age. But there are still young people getting involved in the military, whether it's the Army, the Air Force or the Navy, and being asked to make the same kind of sacrifices that he did. And I just wonder, with the younger generation, how much of an impact that makes. As I say, for me, it's a slightly more personal, closer thing to the world wars, but you look at the wars that we've had in the intervening 70 years, there's still been a lot of sacrifices to be made.
There has, and obviously back then the world was very, very different, but at the same time, the sacrifice was no less more poignant in that sense. And I think that I'm generalising when I say this, but maybe there are some people who sadly tend to forget that, in terms of, I think that the world that we have today is very different to how it was back when we had the 2 world wars before. But those going to give their lives as part of it, it's no different to anyone else today. And it's kind of, I think that whatever sacrifice you make, it's important to remember that people don't have the things that they have today without people having to give up and sacrifice a lot back then in those days, and throughout any kind of conflict that happens, in order to be fortunate enough to be in this kind of position that we're in.
Exactly so. Thank you for sharing that. Sorry if it got a bit personal, but
no, not
that is part of what this race meeting is all about, and an important element. The safety car has set off. The train of cars follows it around. It's still a massively big field. Over the last 2 hours, the wind has got up significantly, and my phone has beeped at me, giving me one of those little weather warnings, a little yellow triangle, saying that they've raised a yellow weather warning for high winds in this area, and the marshal's certainly experiencing that out on post in trying just to hold a yellow flag up, which is being torn out of their hands, Scott.
I was going to say for a second, he doesn't need to wave the flag because the wind's doing the waving the flag for him. But kudos to the marshal. And again, we should mention, we've said it a lot of time, but we can't say it enough. A big thank you not just to all the military personnel that are here for celebrating and taking part, also to the marshals as well, because of course they're having to battle the elements being part of this event event when it was dry yesterday, of course, in the rain this morning as well. And a big thanks to all of them, because you have to remember, all the marshals that we have this weekend and any race event are all volunteers. So they all do this voluntarily, but they do it because they love the sport, but love being part of important events like Race of Remembrance and everything else. And whether it's the British Grand Prix or a club event like BRSCC or anything else, or even Race of Remembrance, ultimately they all turn out because they love the sport and they love doing what they do. And genuinely, it can't be said enough, without marshals and volunteers, most sport events like this simply just couldn't happen, full stop. So to all the officials, volunteers and marshals, everyone else in the venues for giving up their weekends in order to allow us to go racing and once again celebrate Remembrance Weekend anyway we know how, which is to go racing and observe the service that we had just now. Very, very big thank you to you all, and continue doing what you're doing, because it is incredibly valuable and we love you all for it.
Yeah, we love you all. Thank you very much. So the safety car lights are out. They are cars turning through the hairpin at the top of the circuit at the moment. Rutledge Patke is leading them down to the start-finish line. The safety car is already into the pit lane, and the pink Caterham, which is led pretty much throughout the race, not first couple of hours, but once it established its lead and showed us how far it can run on a tank full of fuel, the number 29 has pulled away at the front of the field, and he continues to do so now as the green flag waves and gets this final element of the race underway with 3 hours and 26 minutes now of the race remaining, and that means it will run through till about 3 o'clock is the scheduled time for the checkered flag, but it will be a countdown to a full 12 hours of racing, in some cases relay racing, with 2 teams entering relay cars, 2 Mazdas taking part as Team 118 in the relay team. That's the Paul Shared Motorsport team. Oliver Cottam is the driver of that car at the moment, who has been at the wheel for quite a while now in 118, and the other relay team is the Breakdancer Racing Team, car 77, which is currently placed 3rd overall in the positions, but that car won't be able to win the Race of Remembrance because a relay team isn't allowed to. The number 91 is in the pits. That's the Stuart Humphrey racing car that had got itself nicely up the field into the top 10, but Stuart Humphrey has brought the 91 in, and he'll be handing over to one of his co-drivers. He's got Alex Capadia, Martin Rich and Marcus Jewell as co-drivers in the 91. Very strong driver lineup in that car, and disappoints me a little bit that he's only down in 10th, 4th in his class C, but Stuart Humphrey then brings the car into the pits for a fueling stop. It's the 8th stop for that car, and remember that each stop for fuel costs you 4 minutes in the pit lane as Rutledge Patke goes through and completes another lap, storming away from the rest of the field. Second place car going through now is Rob Kennelly at the wheel of the DBR Racing Caterham, and he now gets down again a slightly quicker time. A 151.2 is the time for Rob Kennelly compared to a 151.3 for Rutledge Patke, but Rob had a bit more traffic to deal with than Patke did, because Rutledge was able to drive away from the field at the front and pretty much had a clear track from the get-go. The rest of the field following on through. 2 laps is the margin between the Williams Motorsport Caterham number 29 and the Rob Kennelly driven car in second place for DBR Racing number 14. And then there's a 13 lap gap back to the relay team of Breakdancers 77, and then 2 of the best performing cars, the Auto Test TSW car, Seb Fisher at the wheel of the 24. He's 17 laps behind the leader, but only 2 laps behind the 77 car, so we'll be finishing on the podium if he can keep going. A spin on the inside of the back straight there for the, is that a pure track car? No, I don't think it is. It's another of the BMW 116. It's the RAF car, number 19, that's had a spin there. But they've got it going again. Didn't get bogged down in the grass and has headed up towards Rocket then to continue his lap. one or two cars entered by the RAF in the BMW 116 class, number 19, heading, as I say, up towards the rocket complex at the moment. The hard left at the top of the hill, and then turning sharp hairpin right, 180 degrees right, and then a short straight and into Peel. It's car number 19. Just scrolling down to see James Flint it is who's driving that car at the moment in the RAF Motorsports car, and I think most of the RAF's attention focused on the performance of the number 7 car, which is Neil Huggins, which has just come into the pits, it says here. Yes, so Neil Huggins in the pits for a pit stop in number 7. And he's making good progress. We'll see how he's able to continue. In number 7, he's currently just lost a place as a result of being in the pits. And so he may lose further places. Also in the pits at the moment is the Operation Motorsport USA car. And still in the pits is Stuart Humphrey. And number 18 is off again. I said it wasn't 18 before, it was 19 before that was in the pits, wasn't it? So Emma Ockenden there having her second race, I do believe, in the Race of Remembrance. I have a feeling she was here last year. She's in danger of getting herself bogged in the grass there. She has tried to reverse, but the front wheels are in a bit of a ditch, which is making life difficult. And also Emma has to worry about joining in a safe way without endangering anybody else. Pit stop for the number 91 Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5 is nearly complete. He's already been in the pits for 5 minutes though. So Stuart Humphrey Racing losing time in the pits.
And we've gone safety car because of Emma's stranded BMW. So
okay, yeah. So I had said that I had hoped we wouldn't be seeing much of the safety car, but Emma Ockenden then with the RAS BMW 116i is unable to get going again, and she's in a position, just trying to work it out, that's at Peel, isn't it? Just going along the straight before Peel. Marshals are now running to her aid with the safety car out to neutralise matters, and Marshals just checking that Emma's okay, and they will now try and push Emma back onto the track, and if that doesn't work then we'll have to get a recovery unit out to support her. Rob Kennelly says sends the quickest lap of the race so far in this segment, 1:48.551. I say the race, this is the 10 minutes since the interruption, but we can go down to the pits because Rob Lewis is down there, and he'll be able to introduce us to somebody else.
Car number 3, the NJM Racing Fiesta, unfortunately is parked in the garage behind me. I've got Nick Jackson with me, one of 2 gents running this car for your drivers this weekend. Nick, what's happened?
Unfortunately, it had a gearbox failure. It's basically lost all gears when it came in. There's a hole in the gearbox. So, unfortunately, we happened to retire it. It's one of those, we could do it and we could still go across the line, but at the same time, it's not really worth the time for us, unfortunately. It's for a position-wise, we're out now, so and we're looking quite strong on the scoreboards, basically. So, yeah, it's one of them.
I was going to say it's quite gutting because you really genuinely were in for a shout for a Class C podium.
Yeah, we was playing a long game today as well, so we was going to go for some long stints, which we definitely would have pulled back some more time. Aiming for sort of P2 in class, really, P2, P3 at the worst, but unfortunately it's one of those, motorsport, so.
Unfortunate, but I'm sure you'll be back next year?
Definitely, it's the 3rd time we've done it. Second DNF, unfortunately, but we'll be back again. We'll complete it next year.
Come back stronger next year.
definitely.
No worries, thanks. Right, I'm also going to pop up to Operation Motorsport shortly, as they've got a key sponsor that's flown all the way out here to the Anglesey race, so we're going to try and get an interview with them. As you can also see, Rabsport car number 432, the leaders in the C1 class. Gary Mitchell has just brought that car in for a driver swap. We've actually got a driver eagerly awaiting to go into the car now. There's Richard Barnard. I'll just quickly jump in there while the refueling's going on. How are you looking going into your stint?
It's looking pretty good. We're first. We've got about a lap lead, so we'll see how it comes out after the pit stops. It's looking out.
And there we go. The quickest driver interview in history has shot off like a jackrabbit. They're getting the car strapped in and ready to go. One of the other cars that's in and being pitted behind us is the Autobliss car. That's gone very, very well. Although, having a look at that car now, oh, there's no WRC. I love that WRC light pod on the front of the car. I'm going to go and actually have a chat with Andrew Dyer. Normally seen in many BRSCC series. There's a pair of miscreants here if I've ever seen it, Andrew Dyer and Stuart Bliss. Andrew, how's the race been so far for you?
Well, been stood in the pit for most of it, so Stu's been out all morning setting the pace, so I plan on going out and showing him how it's done.
North Wales this time of year has lived up to its expectation this morning.
Standard Welsh weather, so lovely, sunny, dry, beautiful day.
Beautiful day. Stuart, how was the conditions for you this morning?
Horrendous, I'm not going to lie.
You're a rally driver, you're used to it, surely?
It's good fun. The problem is when you're going sideways, it's just not quick, is it? I think Andy was probably more sideways than me, though, to be fair, yesterday in his Escort, so it was good. Bit of fun.
Good bit of fun. You're missing the light pod on the front. What's happened?
Just taking off. A bit more speed today.
A bit more speed, but it looks so good.
It does look good. I mean, Kai loves it. It's like he wants to drive the car around on the road, so yeah. No.
Fantastic. I'll let you guys get on. So that's another refuelling job going on there. We've got car number 21, JTM Engineering. That's a Caulfield Yates Ormerod car, is being refueled at the moment. WRC Developments car number 386 is in at the moment, and we might grab a chat with this man actually, Robin Welch, who's just got out of the car. Come on, let's go and have a chat. Robin Welsh.
Hello, Rob.
You like racing in the wet, don't you?
Yeah, well, David actually just told me on my third lap at the start, I was the third fastest car overall, which is quite funny in a C1.
And now...
perfect conditions for a C1, I love it.
The wind has come in. Is the track starting to dry out at all?
It's really weird. It's kind of perfect. Well, really wet is good C1 conditions, but now it's really coming to our favour because there's... Every time you come to a corner, it's different. It's wet, it's dry, it's wet, it's dry. There's grip, no grip, grip, no grip. And because we can get away with just sending it, because the cars move so much anyway, it doesn't matter. If you go in it's dry, you grip. If it goes in it's wet, you can use a dry line, and there's plenty of room. So if it goes sideways, you just kind of hang on. Coming on the back straight every time, sometimes you're just like, okay, carry on. And it's just fine. You just got to sit it out and let the car do what it wants to do.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you go in and get restarted. Are you back out in the car at all?
No, I'm done now. So 2 hours last night, 2.5 hours then. I'm going to go and relax for a bit.
Go put your feet up, have a cup of tea. Thanks, Robin. Right, so David Drinkwater, I haven't had a chance to talk to you this weekend. WRC Developments, you guys, let's be honest, you were probably the favourites for the C1 class. Rabsport and CSC Racing have certainly picked it up, and you've had a share of bad luck.
Just a tad. I think we must have run over a cat or something similar, a black cat. But yeah, I think about an hour and a half in, the Caterham come down the inside and damaged the strut, put the tracking out. We fixed the tracking, but we had a nice 6.5 degrees of camber last night, which was entertaining to drive, shall we say.
At least it was dry then, so you could kind of live with it. What have the wet conditions been like this morning?
Yeah, Robin said it was good. Obviously, I spoke to him at the service and he was loving it, as we would. They're quite good fun, C1s, so yeah, he didn't want to get out of the car, but it's safety car, so you quick swap over to Mike, and he'll stay in for an hour and a half or 2 hours.
And then are you taking it to the end?
I was going to, but I'm going to let James Lyman do it, so James is going to take it to the end, and I'll let sit down and eat cake and have coffee.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you crack on, have some cake and have some coffee. We've got plenty more cars into the pit lane. I've just spotted the number 77 car, the relay team. That's going through the pit lane in and out. Car number 9's in for its pit stop. So I'm going to go and grab some more drivers for some more interviews. But for now, I'm going to head back up to the commentary box to Scott and to Paul.
Thanks very much. Rob Lewis down there in the thick of things in the pit lane. We've also got the Fiat Panda in at the far end of the pits. It's been there for 6 minutes now, which is longer than it needs to be. So let's hope that the Fiat hasn't got any particular problem. And they're just doing a bit of extra fettling on that car. It's acquitted itself very well, the Fiat Panda number 25. It's certainly not been such a ridiculous entry as perhaps some people suggested. Currently running 22nd overall and the third placed car in Class B. In fact, he just rejoins from the pit lane now, as you can see on the live stream, the little blue and white checkered car, weaving a little bit, get some heat into the tyres. When he does get the heat into the tyres, let's slow down again, because he'll get onto the train of cars following the safety car. Having talked about the weather, we'll continue to do so. It is now blowing in a bit of a squall across the Irish Sea, and we are getting some wind coming from the west. The safety car, though, pulls in. Rutuj Patke has Rob Kennelly right up his exhaust pipes, right in the boot of the Caterham, and the boot of the Caterham isn't terribly big. So those two go through, cross the line, starting yet another lap. It's lap 282 now for Rutuj Patke. He still is 2 laps clear of Rob Kennelly in the 14 DBR racing car, but throughout this race so far it has been the story of those two battling it out as they head up towards the banking, turn through the banking, come back down towards Church. Kennelly is looking to go up the inside of Patke as they go into Church. He's not quite got room to get in there because Patke's covering the inside line. They turn through Church, very little grit there. The Caterham wants to get out, but the DBR car has a little bit more power down the straight as they head up towards School. But again, Kennelly just had to give best to Patke there. Those two, for the moment, enjoying the clear track that they have in front of them. But look behind them, because just behind them is the ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, their car 110. Jason McAnulty at the wheel of the Lotus Elise. And I reckon that Lotus might be able to catch these two Caterhams, particularly if they continue to have this little squabble, Scott.
I reckon so, because given it's got a little bit more error on that car, the front split and the rear wheel will certainly be helping out in these slightly adverse conditions to try and close up. And of course that car's still on the comeback trail after some of the gearbox problems it's had. Back in 11th place and 4th in Class D, 30 laps off the lead. And it's just ahead of the car that currently sits in 7th place, which is Connor Blackburn at the wheel of the JRW Motorsport Ford Fiesta ST180. The two Caterhams seem as though they've got some decent pace in whatever weather, but that Lotus is certainly trying to make the most of the pace it might have in these conditions. Jason, as he makes his way up towards the left-hander at School, back towards the pit straight once again. The two Caterhams once again nose to tail, and Patke having to try and really get defensive here on the back of Kennelly. They come down the pit straight back towards turn 1 once again.
So not quite sure to what extent it's worth Patke getting defensive, but you're right, he is making it difficult for Kennelly to get past. He does have a 2-lap advantage, but of course if Kennelly does get past, that puts them just 1 lap apart, and if Kennelly's pace is what we think it might be, he can then pull away and start to close the gap. The disadvantage that the DBR racing car has, number 14, is that it has to make more pit stops. It's already done 6 pit stops compared to the Williams Motorsport car, which has only done 4. But as I say, if you take into account that each of those pit stops will have cost it 4 minutes, that's 8 minutes in total, and the gap between them at 2 laps is somewhat less than 8 laps. So in reality, not reality, but in theory, if only the DBR car had a slightly bigger fuel tank, then we could have a really good race on between the two of them. They're up at Rocket at the moment, going down towards Peel, and then they're going to be turning down into the Corkscrew. While they have their battle on the track, though, as I say, they're 2 minutes apart. We are able to go back to Rob Lewis down there in the pit lane, and he's with Chris Slater from the RAF Motorsports team.
They certainly saved the best of the weather for the Remembrance service. I've got Chris Slater from the Royal Air Force team with me. We've got an update on car number 7. It's in the garage behind us. They've had to close the doors because of the wind. Chris, what's happened to the Mazda?
Yeah, we went and collected the Mazda 2 weeks ago. This was an initiative for us just to take a step up from the 3 BMWs that we've got, but we were chasing a snag with it on Friday, which we got around, where the clutch pedal wasn't putting enough pressure on the master cylinder. We'd adjusted it, but this morning after the restart, the driver Ollie, who put in a good stint last night, so he was well tuned into the car, he was reporting that he was struggling to select some gears, and it's just got gradually worse and worse. So we pitted Ollie, hoping that we might be able to adjust the problem out in the pedal again, but and then we swapped over to Neil, and it's worked to get him out of the garage, but we think that the thrust bearings pushing back through the forks it's US. So we've just started a clutch change. We've just got a clutch from Paul Sheard, who's got us sorted with a clutch. So we just started with a clutch change, but the team changed 4 gearboxes last night, trying to get the right gearbox to fit a BMW. So unfortunately, we were running fourth overall. Well, fourth overall when you discount the relay car, and I think we had a 5-lap advantage in the class. And just before this, we were on the same lap as the class lead, but yeah, it's probably going to be about 45 minutes to get the box out, clutch in, and box back in again.
Gutting for you guys, surely.
Yeah, the guys are working really hard. You know, it's a fresh car to us. We're learning it, but we've got novices. We've got novices in each of the two BMWs. We've got some experienced drivers in those cars as well. Not really experienced in that platform because it's so competitive, but the guys are just working so hard. They're having a great weekend. Clearly, the Remembrance service is probably the most important of the weekends for us. So, yeah, they've done everything from prepping the cars to get here, and travelling from all over the country to make sure the kit's in the right place and then come up together. And last year we brought chefs with us, but we lost them this year because they had additional tasking. So a massive shout out to the guys that have organised to cater for 40 people just from a booker's card, and they've just cooked for 40 people out the back of us a gazebo, and everybody that's chipped in have done a really good job.
Fantastic, Chris. Well, as usual, it's a pleasure to see you here. I'm sure you'll be up in the commentary box as well at some point to chat to our friend Paul, but for now, I'll let you get back in the dry.
Thanks very much.
No worries, thanks. So that's an update on the number 7 Mazda. They're gutting for those guys. I'm going to head to Operation Motorsport, but for now, I'll throw it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rob Lewis there, and how Chris Slater manages to wear a T-shirt down there in the pit lane when Rob Lewis is all wrapped up in his BRSCC gear. It's not warm out today, is it, Scott?
It's not, but given that he's probably been in much more adverse conditions than this, I imagine that it's probably almost like a walk in the park for him in any case, I imagine. So he's probably able to cope with that. He's been in probably much more adverse and tricky situations than wearing a T-shirt in conditions here in Wales.
I think we qualify as southern softies.
Yes,
I'm afraid.
I think in this situation this weekend, I think that's one term I'll almost happily submit to, in terms of the fact there are much more
you and me
hardy,
both.
yeah, much more hardy people who've gone through a lot more than we have.
Rob Kennelly's got past Richard Factory on the track. Citroen C1's there. Who was it we were talking to? Was Jane, you just send it and sort it out?
That was Robin Welsh, the man who runs it, the C1 Racing Club, so he knows what he's talking about with that. That was the 417 FDL package CSC racing car. That's the car, I think, which includes the team that has won in C1 twice here before. They won last year's class in Race of Remembrance, and they won the Into the Night race last year in the C1 Racing Club. It's the same lineup, I believe. Yeah, we've got Dave Scotting at the wheel, third in that class at the moment, and keeping it on the road. Just got the number 11 Peaky Blinders Mazda alongside them, and next to them we've got the Royal Air Force BMW just in front of them up towards Rocket.
Yeah, it's left of the Royal Air Force team. Great shame that about the number 7 car, because it really was going well. Neil and Lloyd Huggins doing a great job of bolstering the pace of the RAF team with that car, and indeed Ollie Wayne also pretty quick at the wheel himself. The two Caterhams slipstreaming one another down the back straight as Patke takes the benefit of Kennelly's slipstream and goes by. So 29 goes back past Rob Kennelly. So far, rather than making it a 1 lap advantage, it's now back to 2 laps. It was 1 lap as they crossed the line. Because as they crossed the line, Rob Kennelly was just ahead, but Richard Fackley has now retaken the lead as they've gone up towards Rocket. They're now going across the skyline, if I can use a Bathurst phrase here at Anglesey, and back down they come into the corkscrew, to use a Laguna Seca term, international circuit, that's why they call it that. But Richard Fackley then back ahead of Rob Kennelly and puts the gap back to just over 2 laps, separating the first two. And on the road, Jason McAnulty has indeed caught up with them, although he's around about 30 seconds adrift on the road, but only down in 10th place with the ES Motorsport Lotus Elise once the overall positions are taken into account.
Of course, at the last corner, they'll be going through the bus stop to use a Spa-Francorchamps term. Okay, so we can continue the
That's why
international
it is.
thing.
It's the international circuit. See?
Absolutely. Wanted to quickly mention, I just noticed car 22, I think it's been and gone, but car 22, the USA Operation Motorsport car, Jason Bivers, well, that's just been in for a stop and go penalty. But that's just gone in, I think, and gone left because that car's just saw it as I looked out the Commemorate window. There it is, just going through Church at the top of the back of the circuit there. It's just been an out again. That's done. Another very trivial note: 111, which is the JRW Motorsport Fiesta. That has been told it has no working transponder, so that's obviously going to have to come in. Otherwise, it's going to have some trouble scoring that car for the foreseeable future.
Connor Blackburn currently at the wheel of that car. Just a word about the two class leaders in Class B and Class C, both performing well in the top 10. In fact, I do them a disservice because they're both in the top 6. Leader in Class B being Michael Green, currently at the wheel of the 24 car. It's a Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. Class B being the second least most powerful class. Classes A being the smallest engine cars. Class B the second, and then Class C, which is being led by Chris Knight with the Tequila Racing Mazda MX-5. And that car's in 6th place overall, but two extremely well-run and well-executed races thus far. Tequila Racing have had a couple of stop-go penalties themselves to deal with, so they've actually done 9 pit stops altogether. But the Auto Test TSW team, car 24, like our race leaders, have only made 4 pit stops. Now, they compulsorily are going to have to do 2 more pit stops before the end of the race, which is just over 3 hours away now. So 2 more pit stops to make in 3 hours, which is, well, it almost could be done in less than that, but shows just how efficient those 2 class-leading cars have been going, but particularly the Auto Test car. Michael Green currently at the wheel of the 24 car, but sharing with Seb Fisher, who's done probably the lion's share of the driving, backed up by Oliver Graham, the 3rd driver in that car.
Yeah, excellent stuff from that trio. Of course, for those who know them in BRSCC circles, they've been regulars that team has within the Mazda MX-5 paddock, Mazda MX-5 Championship. And Seb's not really been doing very much racing in the past year or so. I think he's, I think if I get this either right, he's either had a new house or I think a new baby, either way. A life event of some kind that let him take a break from racing, but he's come back out for Race of Remembrance, which is good to see. And that team's still been running this season, both Michael Green and Oliver Graham. I believe it is Oliver. This is a car painted exactly like that, Oliver Graham's car. Just notice at the comfort window, which the camera goes to, car 19, another of the RAF BMWs off this time, car 19 off the road. That's again exiting Church Corner. Car 19, that is going to be, that's Barnsdale at the wheel of that car. That's the RAF Motorsport with Collins' car, and might be the smartest strategy, which is to put your foot down and try and bend it, because you're going to get stuck if you get too far on the throttle. I think he's trying to find a way through here, but yeah, when it comes to coming off wet grass like that, when it's particularly muddy, it's slow and steady on the throttle rather than boot it and see if you can get it on the road again. Yeah,
that's Gemma Barnsdale, who I think, to give credit where it's due, is having her first race certainly having her first race in the Race of Remembrance. So Gemma Barnsdale in car 19 and gets it back onto the track, gets it going once again. So no harm done, heads up towards Rocket.
And I believe, whilst that happens, we're going to go back down to Rob in pit lane, who has got the Operation Motorsport guys down there. So back down to Rob, let's see who he has.
Big cheers from the garages just then when the RAF Motorsport got their car out of the grass. It's a bit boggy out there, but we're down at Operation Motorsport and we've got some very, very welcome sponsors and clientele from Mobil 1. I'll come to Jason first. Operation Motorsport, how did the deal with Mobil 1 come about?
So we've known Mobil 1 for a couple of years now over in the North American side. We worked with them in IMSA, and just through them, really where they come about is helping us what's called the Oil Drop Award. And what that is in North America, that is a a piece of acrylic with a couple acrylic Corvette racing cars on it with actual oil from the race cars throughout the season. Mobil One gives that, they make these in limited production, and they give them away to the big sports Corvette racing owners and teams and whatnot. Well, for what they do for Operation Motorsport, they give us one that we then auction off as a way to help generate funds for our program. And we actually have that coming up here with the International Giving Tuesday campaign starting in a couple of weeks.
Fantastic. And first of all, welcome to North Wales. Shame the conditions aren't as good today as they were yesterday.
Beautiful sunny day. I don't know what you're talking about.
What does it mean for Mobil One to get involved with something like Operation Motorsport?
Well, we've already been involved tangentially, as Jason said, through the IMSA team, but getting a chance to come over here and be a part of the event is just incredible. I mean, the service this morning, really, the solemnity of it and just the seriousness of it, I think is kind of overwhelming. You know, when you're laying the wreaths, I mean, it really hits you kind of hard. So being able to be here and just help support the race and help support all these guys that are doing the hard work is fantastic.
What a team they are, right?
It's amazing. You know, part of the thing that a lot of people don't realize is these guys are distributed in North America. They're on various race teams. So when they got here, it's their first time coming together, and they fit together perfectly. You know, pieces of a puzzle just snapping in. And so when we had to replace the engine, replace the diff, and do some of the mechanical work, I mean, they knocked it out of the park. I could not be more proud.
Absolutely. And I mean, the cheer yesterday when the Team Canada car got released after a fine job from the Team USA to get where they are in the overall standings just goes to show how that teamwork has come together so quickly and is still functioning so well on effectively borrowed equipment.
Absolutely. So if you look at it, you know, we're working here with Rogue Motorsport. You know, they're a UK-based team. We contacted Patrick and his team earlier this year to have conversations. Last year, we shipped 2 cars over. What we learned in that is it's a logistical challenge and very expensive to do. So this year, I think we'll rent. We got with Rogue. We got the cars to the track a couple days ago, but these guys have never seen these cars up until, you know, Wednesday afternoon when they showed up. The crew has never worked together as a team. They've all been integrated into other race car teams across North America. So this is the first time they get to come together as a team and work together. Our drivers are the same way. None of our drivers have been in these cars until 2 days ago. For us to be where we're at right now in the US car, up in P3, P2, depending on where the timing and scoring is right now, is absolutely incredible. It shows that, you know, through perseverance, through the basis of what the military and veteran community teach people to come together and work as a team, you can do this without ever having really been around each other, as long as you got the right mentality, and that's what we believe in. Operation Motorsport, we rebuild team, identity, and purpose. Those are the 3 things in which we focus on with all of our program participants.
Well, guys, it's an absolute pleasure to have you down here at Anglesey this weekend. Good luck to the Team USA car, and it's also great to see the Team Canada car making its way up the order as well. Thank you, guys. As usual, it's an absolute pleasure to talk to Operation Motorsport and the vast wealth and knowledge and sponsors they bring, people like Michelin, Mobil One. Fantastic to see them here. Let's hope that Team USA car can get even further up the order. As car number 18 just rejoins the field, it is absolutely pelting it down in the pit lane now, gents. I'll tell you what, I'd rather be up here than down here. But for now, back up to Scott Woodwis and Paul Truswell. I'm going to try and find some shelter.
Well done, Rob.
You're going to need it.
Yes, it is absolutely pelting down at the moment. I can't remember who it was. Jack Werrell I was working with at Silverstone earlier this year, and the rain was hammering down there, so it's not just Anglesey. But yeah, he talks about the USA car. It's in 8th place overall, 2nd in Class C, 2nd to the Tequila Racing Mazda, which I was just talking about how well that car has done. But the American outfit, the USA outfit with Jason Bivins at the wheel at the moment, going very well indeed, and that's car number 22. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, I think I've got a heck of a drive to come up here. Takes me the best part of a day to come up here. It's one of the furthest drive to tracks that I come to over the season. But when you think about what the Operation Motorsport guys have done coming over from North America, bringing people together not all from the same place even. So it's not as if they're just having to book a whole load of air tickets from New York. They've got to get them from Chicago, from the Californian coast, from south in Florida. They've got people coming over, and then creating that team spirit to enable them to be able to go racing. So it's a great performance from the whole of the operation, and you can kind of see why last year, bringing the cars here, shipping them out, it made sense to rent them this year.
Yeah, that certainly would have cut down in terms of costs for them, but it was great for them to at least make that effort to bring those cars across. You know, 2 cars they prepared, particularly over in North America, bring them across. Good to have 2 of those Civics in the mix and in there. Of course, the 2 GT86s they have also been superbly prepared on top of that as well. And what I think hopefully it sets going forward is a precedent is that if we do have the likes of the Canadian and USA servicemen getting involved, it would be great to see if we could potentially start to invite and possibly attract others that get involved, maybe from, I'm throwing out countries here, maybe like Australia, maybe Ireland, maybe sort of, I'm throwing out countries because it'd be great to see other international kind of armed forces teams, armed forces personnel getting involved in this race, because this is kind of really what this race is all about. In terms, I think for them it sets an example that if they can come as far afield as Canada or north of the USA, then potentially others could do the same if they wish to do so and wanted to take part, because every single person that you speak to, regardless if they're from this country or from further afield, that's come to this event has exactly the same thing to say about it, is that no matter what, it doesn't matter what the weather is, they're here because of what the event represents and also what it does to help Mission Motorsport. Just the fact that it's a fun, enjoyable event that has a really fantastic cause attached to it, and on a very poignant weekend on top of it too. So hopefully the Operation Motorsport guys are setting the tone for others to possibly get involved in future years.
And just occasionally a motor race breaks out.
Yes.
Which is what's happening at the moment. On the road, remind you that if you are able to see the Anglesey circuit from close at hand, these 2 battling for the lead, number 29 Rutledge Patke at the wheel of the Williams Motorsport Caterer in the pink car, and number 14 the silver car of Rob Kennelly, those 2 battling it out for the lead of the race, but they are split by 2 laps. They're split by 2 cigarette papers at the moment, going out of church and up towards school, with Patke just ahead of Kennelly, as he has been for a couple of laps. But so when Kennelly has got clear, we see the feature of what always happens with Caterham racing. Kennelly then hits the wall of air and suddenly finds his car isn't going as quick as it does when he's following the Williams car. So he gets the benefit of the slipstream when he's following, but as soon as he goes through, then that's when the Richard Patke car is able to slip into the slipstream of Kennelly's car and able to take back the lead, which is what's happened at the moment. So Rob Kennelly has been out. Now I can't really work that one out because I'm not quite sure. I haven't got the data from the previous stint because they weren't able to refuel the car during the Remembrance service. But I would imagine that Kennelly's car is going to be into the pits before Patke. Patke will be able to go for at least an hour. They've currently been going 40 minutes since the Remembrance service, and in overall terms that means we have less than 3 hours of this race still to go, as the camera focuses on the BMW speedboat, the BMW 116i, the 33 car, and that is another car that's gone very well. We've spoken about the Royal Air Force, but the Royal Navy with just 1 car. Where are they in the order?
Showing us 14th overall and 3rd in the BMW
Third in the
class.
BMW class. That's the area that I was really looking at. They're on 257 laps. The VMS car ahead is on 258 laps, and the JTM Engineering Alan Caulfield, which leads the race, is on 259 laps. So it's pretty close, as it has been throughout, Scott, in that BMW class.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive. I think I remember Rob was remarking about just how close it is. If you also look at the spread of the lap times across the laps, at least the top 5 are separated by only 4 laps between them. You've got JTM Engineering, VMS Racing lead car, the number 90 machine, the Royal Navy car 33, the other VMS car number 9, and then the number 54 car, the veterans at VMware Matabubi racing car, and that's on 255 laps compared to the leading BMW on 259. So very close competition with these BMWs. Now they do lots of regular racing in season in the 116 trophy in their own series on that side. And speaking of GT Wealth, Matabubu, that's the other car that's in 6th position in that class. It's a further lap behind P5, their teammates. That's just coming into the pit lane in car 52. They're just making the stop now. So that's in there too. But good effort from the BMWs to pretty much get at least the majority of them up there in the top 20. There's about sort of 8 or 9 that took the start. And at the moment, 7 of them currently sit in the top 20. The other those of which is the first of the RAF Motorsport cars, number 18, which has had 1 or 2 excursions in this third part of the race now that the rain started to come down a bit. And that car currently sat in 20th place and 20th place overall and 7th in class at this point, but still some 10 laps off the class leader at this point in time. Speaking of the conditions, it's starting to get a bit more treacherous out there, more akin to what it was at the start of part 2 earlier on, since we had quite a lot of rain showers in that second part, starting from this morning.
Yes, after part 1 was dry throughout. There's Christopher Pauly at the wheel of the number 18 car now that you were describing. Number 53 has just gone back into the race. That's another of the Mission Motorsport Toyota GT86s, having had a pit stop. Mark Russell takes that car back out, and that's the car that Alistair Brady is driving as well. And we spoke to Alistair yesterday evening, and he's one of the beneficiaries, and it was extremely emotional talking to him, who has had a military discharge from the Marines, and what he has gone through over the past 5 years and what he's now looking forward to is a much brighter place indeed, and a fine advertisement if one were needed for the work that Mission Motorsport does.
Good.
The camera following the 2 leading Caterhams up through Rockets, still with Richard Patke leading the way in the pink car. Actually, he's coming down through the corkscrew now through and onto the Tom Price straight, leading Rob Kennelly. Still just a second separating them though on the road, 2 laps in reality, and Rob Kennelly and the DBR team will be wondering what they can do to get those 2 laps back, and thinking what I would do if I was in that position. Well, there's not a lot really. You've just got to keep with the program, keep the car on the road, and probably hope for a bit of misfortune to strike the pink car ahead. But otherwise, although it has to be said, the DBR car does seem to have the pace, Scott.
At least in the wet conditions. It did yesterday in the dry, and it's keeping pace with the Williams Motorsport car at this point in the wet. There's the other Caterham in the field. That's the breakdancer car, which has currently got Wes Payne at the wheel of the silver and yellow machine in 3rd place. Currently still top of the 2 relay cars. But yeah, in terms of these 2, I mean, similar situation to what we had pretty much at the start of the race when we had Caterham's locked together with the Lotus, but of course then it was the 14 car ahead of the 29 and 77, and those last two cars were embroiled in that scrap with the number 110 Lotus. This time it's now an on-track fight between 29 and 14, but as we mentioned, there is that 2 lap gap of course on aggregate, so I've got to try and make that one up. And I have to echo the sentiments, is that all Rob Kennelly can do is, given the conditions, the situation they find themselves in, just go as hard as they can, and as hard as they can based on the conditions that will allow them. And then, as you say, you don't want to see anyone have issues, but at the same time hope that there's a bit of luck goes the way of the number 14 car, and that some of that comes away from the 29 and they start to slip back a little bit with 1 or 2 issues. Of course, you never want to wish it on purpose, but you'd hope that the racing gods that be, whilst it's the rain gods are currently in charge at the moment, the racing gods hopefully play in 14's favour. And as we talked about at the beginning of yesterday, the fact that the Caterham team, which was in line to potentially win last year, was leading by 6 laps at one point. In the end, it lost out to the Lotus. We've still got 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, and the gap is 2 laps here. So it only takes 1 misfortune, 1 slip up from the Williams Caterham, and you're straight back in it with some 2.5 hours to go.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes. It's all really in time terms that separates the first 2. So yes, 2 laps is, as I say, gone in. You need to have a puncture, a little bit of contact, lose a front wing. How many Caterham races have you seen where a car will lose a front wing?
Plenty.
So it's tiny little things like that that make the difference. The Lotus has just had a pit stop. Talking of the Lotus, the ES Motorsport car 110 rejoining the track. That seemed a little early to me, but Jason McAnulty then, and 4 minutes 28. Yes, he's handed the car back to Daniel Palmer. So Jason McAnulty took over the car just before the Remembrance service. He's now handed it back to Daniel Palmer. So the Lotus back out onto the track. 11th place now, just dropped out of the top 10. He's 33 laps behind the race leader, but just 1 lap behind the Jaffa car, which is in the pits at the moment, car number 96, which is in the hands of Sam Moody. So every opportunity for the ES Motorsport to get back up the order, or at least into the top 10. The next man on his list is then going to be the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda, which is currently in the hands of the very experienced international driver Alex Capadia. And as I say, he is very quick indeed, BRDC member, and actually was spoken to. I don't know if it was you, Scott, or Rob who spoke to Alex yesterday. I think it might have been Rob.
I think it was definitely Rob.
You don't remember talking to Alex Capadia?
I don't, unfortunately.
Right. So he's out in that car at the moment for the Stuart Humphrey Racing team, and they are in 9th place overall. Ahead of them is the USA Motorsports entry. Jason Bivins still at the wheel of the 22 car, and they are on the same lap, I think. Yes, they are on the same lap as the Stuart Humphrey car, so they don't have a great deal of a cushion behind them, but they do have 2 laps to make up on the JRW Motorsport car number 111 of Connor Blackburn, who is ahead of them. And then ahead of the 111 JRW Motorsport Fiesta is the Tequila Racing Mazda number 16, which has been going really well in Class C. They having had a few extra pit stops, but again, if we're looking for drivers punching above their weight, I think the award has to go to the number 24 Auto Test TSW team.
Agreed.
In the Class B car. 4th overall for Michael Green it is at the moment, at the wheel of the TSW car number 24. Lapping in or around the 2-minute mark on average. And if you look at the best laps of yesterday, they were in the 1-minute 30s, 1-minute 40s. So not 10 seconds of a difference, slower pace in these conditions, but 20 seconds slower. So that really does give you some kind of an indication of how bad the conditions are.
Yeah, if you look at the gap between 4th and 5th, of course there's only a lap in it, so at the moment Adam Zieba in his stint in one of the relay cars for Porsche and Motorsport, he's only a lap back and he's lapping a second a lap quicker, so he's trying to do what he can. As Tequila Racing just tweaks the tail of the number 16 Mazda through the bus stop corner. Here come the 2 Caterham leaders. So we've got 29 still ahead of 40, still that 2-lap gap, although ironically it changes literally as soon as the timing screen says 3 laps, then momentarily then goes back to 2 laps because of course the DBO car is right on its tail. I think there's a couple more penalties that have either come and gone. I think the race control app on here is a little bit just showing some legacy, some stuff, because it's still showing stop and go penalties for, well, it's showing them currently for 586, 69 and 417. Haven't seen anything flash up on the screen recently in terms of on our thing, but on our timing screen I can see there's a few here that have had some stop and go penalties.
The timestamp on that message 12:16, so 568 and 69 have been shown before as having the stop and go penalty, but they have now been added to by car 417, who has a penalty as well.
That's 3rd place in the C1 category. That's Dave Scotting's CSC Racing FDR packaging car, so that's in the top 3 in the C1 class, and that's now got a stop go penalty. For which we know not exactly, because the TSL timing screen gives us the fact that somebody has a penalty. It doesn't actually state the reason why they've been given a penalty. So it could either be a pit stop infringement or it could be track limits. I imagine it's possibly something to do with a pit stop infringement, potentially giving a pit stop being too slow. And speaking of that CSC car, just again drifting its way through the corkscrew through the left-hander before it goes on to the international section of the course. But just briefly going back to the Mazda MX-5s, the auto test car, I think, yeah, if there's a hard charging award, or certainly an award for a car that's punched the most above its weight, I mean, undoubtedly by far, touch wood unless something else happens to it, fingers crossed it doesn't, in the next 2.5 hours, he's by far the auto test Mazda. I think that's just a testament of how well they've battle hardened themselves when it comes to Mazda MX-5 racing. So good to see that they've used all of their expertise in order to do that. JRW Fiesta also feeling the lack of grip as it just drifts its way through on top of that too.
Just quick checking on class leaders. We've still got the Class D car, Class D being the top one. It's not as it was before with Class, you normally find it A being the top class and then B, C, D. It's the other way around. So Class D is the top class in terms of the most powerful cars, then C, then B, then A, and then the other categories that we have. So it's still the British Pat Keep Williams Motorsport Caterham that leads in Class D and overall. Still the Breakdancer Racing team for the relay squad in the Caterham 7, Wes Payne at the wheel of their car on track. Autotest TSW do also lead their class in Class B, 4th overall, their excellent performance. Another Mazda MX-5 being Tequila Racing, who we spoke to earlier on before the end of part 1, and that is the number 16 car. Alan Caulfield's at the wheel of the number 21 BMW, leading their class, JTM Engineering. And the other two class leaders that we still have in the C1 class and in Class A, for the smaller cars like the city cars, for example, it is still the Indigo Motorsport squad that leads the AC1 class, and still Auto Bliss with RTW vans and conversions, and the Toyota Arigo city car, they lead in Class A. We've got a stoppage on the exit of turn 1. That's one of the Mission Motorsport GT86s. It's either 51 or 53. It's 53 that stopped on the circuit. 53 was running in
Mark Russell, who's only taken that car out about 3 or 4 laps ago, so he's still getting used to the conditions, but gets going again, I think. Whatever caused him to grind to a halt, he's managed to recover from, and he's just heading up to the banking at the moment. Goes through the banking and heads back down towards Church. The layout of the international circuit, I suggest you look up on Google somewhere if you're listening and saying, where's he talking about? The first corner being called Target, the left-hander, then banking is turn 2, and then they go through Church onto what we call the back straight, which goes then past the old school and the school gate up to Rocket in and Rocket out, which is the left and right-hander at the top of the hill, and then it's Peel, turns out of Peel down into the corkscrew, which is for a moment there just where the camera was focusing on, and onto the Tom Price straight. The hairpin is then the very tight right-hander, 180-degree right-hander, through which that 77 car, Wes Payne, is turning at the moment, and then back down the homecoming straight into the bus stop, which isn't really a bus stop at all. I mean, you just keep going straight, but it's an old area where the old pit lane used to be here at Anglesey, and then they turn left through the final turn onto the start-finish straight, which is along where the 77 Wes Payne Caterham is now travelling. Still in 3rd place in the Caterham class, getting just a tad of drift on as he goes through the target, and now up to the banking on another lap. This team of 3 Caterhams for Breakdancer Racing being shared between 6 drivers. The Breakdancer team, as they were describing to you, I think, Scott, arriving here at Anglesey with a Mazda that they intended to race as their Heroes Trophy entry, but wanting to bring some Caterhams along as an insurance policy just in case the Mazda broke down, and keeping the drivers busy with effectively 2 entries, 77 and 88, the 2 Breakdancer cars. 77 currently placed 3rd overall and leading the relay class. Their other car, the 88 Mazda, which is running in the Heroes Trophy, is quite a long way down, isn't it, Scott? 31st. And 5th in Class B.
Yeah, 5th in Class B for them. I think what's quite nice for them, as I was speaking to Alan Curtis, he was saying that the fact that because you've got 2 cars out there, technically you've kind of got 2 beacons for track conditions, for example, and how things are feeling. So one driver can go out in the Mazda and kind of almost report back to the guys in the Caterhams, this is how it's looking. And of course, well, for them, for all 6, they get a maximisation of their track time too, in terms of if one's going out, they think, are you ready to go again? Yeah, I'll go and take the Mazda over, and then they can kind of just keep on rotating. So they literally are getting their money's worth in terms of their track time. They're now in 2 different cars, and they get a proper handle on the conditions. Just seeing 3 wide through Target between the JRW Fiesta that also got a little sideways, one of the WRC Developments C1s, and the American Operation Motorsports to a GT86, all a little bit squirrely, but they all got through in one piece somehow, as we get a quick cleanse of our camera lens to dry it off a little bit. And now's those three cars I've just been describing are on screen now. On track, they're at least in position on track by the JRW Fiesta, still running in 7th position. And that in terms of its class as well, 7th in position and 3rd in Class D2. Still on for essentially a class podium, so to speak, behind the two Caterhams that currently hold 1st and 2nd.
Quick pit stop just completed by the number 19 RAF team car. They've sent Adam Stanbury out in the car now, taking it over from Gemma Barnsdale, who was in the car before. All novices in this car, the number 19 car. Had a lot of work done on the car yesterday, replacing a gearbox. That's why they're so far down the order. But the car running better today than it did yesterday, despite the conditions. And having been pelting down a minute ago, conditions have improved slightly, and I say that by looking at the times that are being set rather than looking out of the window necessarily. But there's a lot of cars setting their personal best times for this segment of the race at the moment, and we're still way over 2 minutes for most of the runners. The leading Caterham's running much quicker than that in the 148s, but the cars beyond that, from 4th place downwards, all running in the 2-minute barrier. Wes Payne being the other exception. He's running kind of between the two leading Caterhams in the 150s at the moment. The two leading Caterhams running at 140-ish.
Seeing the Fiat Panda getting a bit of a race here with one of the VMS Racing BMWs. I think it's just the teammate just went through the shot there, but the two BMWs not too far away from each other. But big kudos to Dean Lomas's squad in this Panda. It's kept on soldiering on. Might have been the absolute fastest car out there, but if you look at where it is in the running order, it's inside the top 20 now, which is absolutely superb given where it's kind of where it began towards the back of the field. It started roughly sort of about mid-pack or so. It's had a really respectable qualifying. It's proven to be a bit quicker than the car itself would suggest. If you look at it, you think it's a Fiat Panda. How quick can it be? Well, there's the proof. And Dean said at the beginning, people said, if you think you can build a better car, go for it. He said, all right, then what car? Fiat Panda. And he's actually gone ahead and proven it. And to be fair, if you listen to it go past, it makes quite a decent sound as well. I think I'm quite impressed by this team to be up there, still running quite strong in the top 20, and ahead of some, let's face it, some rather faster cars. Lots of Mazdas, C1s, Renault Clios, and everything else on top of it. Kudos to them for being as far as they are, and hopefully for the next 2.5 hours they can keep on rising. Although if they do stuff like that, getting a little bit squirrely in front of the BMW, they're not going to last much longer. But good stuff from them, considering the conditions are getting worse out there. While that's happening, I believe we've got some more news from Rob. We haven't heard from Rob in a while, but he's now got an interview ready with one of the RAF guys down in pit lane. So back down to Rob to see who he has.
Sung heroes of this race so far has been the Auto Test TSW racing team. I've got Ollie. We spoke to Seb last night, and you guys are in a very good position. You're still in a very good position. You're overall 4th, and you're 1st in class. Yeah. But the class you're actually in, you're in one of, I'm not going to say lower, you're in one of the more lower powered class in terms of power to weight ratio.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we came to obviously win our class. You come to win like these events, but obviously the closer we got to and higher up we got in the Class C class was obviously as a racing driver, you're like, oh, we could beat the cars above us, but the team has definitely kept the drivers' heads level in that respect. But we've just been keeping it consistent. We've stuck to our plan. We haven't panicked, made any rash decisions, and it's paying off so far.
So far, I mean, you've got a nice healthy gap to the class 2nd place. So does that kind of help with keeping the consistency? You're not constantly looking in your mirrors?
Yeah, I mean, we're aiming for a pace. We're not trying to break the car. We're not trying to do incredibly fast laps every lap. It's just we're sort of aiming 149s, 150s, which is a comfortable pace for all the drivers. And if you look at the timing sheets, we're like all of us are pretty much in the same, like within like a second of each other consistently. So, and I think that's paid off massively.
Has the rain also helped?
Yeah, the rain's helped us massively. We were hoping it was obviously forecast to rain today. As you can see, it's Anglesey as well, so yeah, it's always unpredictable. But yeah, obviously the forecast said rain today. We wanted to do more pit stops in the rain because obviously the laps are slower, so you gain a bit of time on track there as well. So yeah, I mean, the higher powered cars have less advantage against us in the rain. So yeah, it's just keeping it in that consistent bracket and keeping it on the black stuff.
So we haven't got long to go left in the race, just over, I would say, two and a half hours.
Yeah.
Is that just going to be the same for the race? How many more stints do you feel you've got to go?
We've got 2 pit stops to go. I'm going to be getting in the car probably in 40-50 minutes time. Michael's doing a great job out there at the minute. And then towards the end, we're keeping a pit stop in hand for the last stint. And we probably won't do a driver change. We'll probably pull it in, wait for 4 minutes. We'll have plenty of fuel in the car to get the minimum amount of pit stops. And that's the plan, and hopefully we can stick to that.
Well, no matter what happens, you've had a very, very good showing so far in this race. We'll keep our fingers crossed for you, and good luck to TSW Racing. Thank you, Ollie. So yeah, TSW Racing, they really are punching above their weight in the overall standings. I did have a little wander into the Williams Motorsport side of the garages earlier on, and Callum Lockie and co were looking very calm, looking very composed, just watching the live stream and watching the laps tick down. But with just under 2.5 hours to go, we're just getting ready to sew up this Race of Remembrance. Is anything potentially going to flash in the pan and come out of nowhere to surprise us all? Keep watching, folks. For now, back to Scott, back to Paul.
Well, I'll tell you whether anything comes out of the pan and surprises us all when it happens. It will, because something always does. If anything, it's Storm Debbie, which has just flashed up on the phone as a yellow warning for this part of Wales. Coming in across the Irish Sea, high winds and rain. We certainly could hear the wind and the rain battering against the metalwork there in the garages. Rob Lewis was talking there to, was it Seb Fisher in the number 24 car?
I think it was Ollie Graham.
It was Ollie Graham, yeah, that's right. Yes, because Seb drove last in the car before Michael Green, who's the current driver. So, yeah, that would make sense, Oliver Graham then. But, yeah, that car, very good performance then, the number 24, and has a very comfortable lead in Class B. They've completed, just looking down, 279 laps compared to the Class B is completed 284 laps, and then second in Class B is the Jaffa Clay car, 271 laps. So 13 laps of a margin is the advantage for the Autotest TSW team, and yeah, they can just hope to keep plugging away. They do indeed have to make 2 more pit stops because they've only completed 4 pit stops so far, and just breaking into the 59s there, which perhaps indicates that Michael Green is getting a bit more used to conditions. Certainly looking out of the window, conditions not improving at all, but as I say, in terms of the lap times, Michael Green just getting under the 2-minute mark, and that was very nearly his best lap of this segment of the race so far. He did a 1:59.4 earlier on, and that last lap a 1:59.9. The 2 leaders lapping in the 150s, so they still 12 seconds off their best laps of yesterday, and still nailed together Rutuj Patki in the Williams Motorsport Caterham and Rob Kennelly in the DBR car, and still waiting to see which one of them blinks first. 2 pit stops still to come from the Williams team, and we would expect 2 pit stops as well from DBR Racing in the remaining 2.5 hours, 2 hours 24.5 minutes still to go. We've had an hour's racing since the Remembrance service, and how lucky were we that we were able to get through the Remembrance service just before the storm blew in. But as I've said before, that often seems to be the way at the Race of Remembrance, that the weather just parts a little bit to enable us to stand down in peace and quiet down on the pit lane. Which factory heads up the back straight. The pink Caterham very distinguishable, even through the murky conditions that we've got here. And Rob Kennelly still chasing him up there. He's probably trying to save a little fuel there in the slipstream of Patke's car. If I were on the radio to him, I'd be saying, don't worry about overtaking Patke. Just sit there, save some fuel, try and go a little bit further. As the screen shows us the Mission Motorsport Toyota, number 51, with, is it Paul Wooding at the wheel of that car? No, it's Paul Sweeney at the wheel of the 51 at the moment. And he's going very nicely, just been overtaken by the 110. Lotus Elise, which is back into the hands of Daniel Palmer at the moment. And looking over into the distance there, the 2CV has just had a bit of a moment at Church. Number 92 has managed to get going again there, despite that little moment, and gets things underway. It's Nick Rhodes at the wheel of the 92 at the moment. The Citroën 2CV running in a class of its own as an invitational entry to the Race of Remembrance. What we'd like, really, I suppose, Scott, is for Nick Rhodes and his team at Crisis Racing to say to his friends in the 2CV club, come on, we've got to do this race next year, and then we could have 5 or 6 2CVs out there as an extra class, because they're not out of place. I mean, this the 2CV has been a little bit slower than everybody else, but a bit like the Fiat Panda. When it runs well, 2CV hasn't disgraced itself at all.
Not at all, and you have to remember also is that they do have a history of running endurance races here at Anglesey, because I've been here a couple of times where the 2CV 24 Hours has been at Anglesey. I remember, I think, one year when I was here, I think it's one of the same years that our esteemed colleague Rob Lewis down the pit lane also raced. It was interesting. I thought for a second there was trouble with the 33 BMW. It's not. It's just seen in pit lane, just getting a push as it's been pushed backwards. But yeah, there was the year in almost similar conditions to this, in terms of it was absolutely belting it down. And at one point, it was that adverse conditions. I looked out to the ocean where we can just about see still the RSC that's in front of us. I looked out there back. This is about roughly 2014, 15 or so, maybe like that. And all you could see was literally just a wall of grey. You couldn't see any details, nothing, and all of a sudden it came in. And the way the storm came in was so extreme. It came in a matter of seconds. It was so, the wind was so severe. It was pushing cones along some of the surface at the cut-through roads, some of the shorter circuits, which is quite extreme. But yeah, with the 2CVs, it'd be good to see a few more of them. Either not just those ones, but also for those, if you've, as you see, I'm sure, from many 2CV 24-hour races here, you get some what they call the hybrid cars company. Not a hybrid in an electric sense, but hybrid in that they are almost like space frame chassis that have a 2CV-esque sort of body over the top of them. And those are cars that tend to kind of race a lot more on the continent, in places like Europe and like Belgium and France and places like that. It'd be good to maybe see one or two of them. Silhouette spec ones, yeah. And they tend to come out, and there's only get a handful of them that do come across where they did across, like 4 or 5, 6 at most, but they were the front-running cars, and I've been intrigued to see how they would get on against, well, cars like these, like Caterhams and Lotuses and everything else, and Mazda MX-5s, because those cars, despite them being called essentially 2CV hybrids, they're quicker cars than they look to let on. They look a bit more dramatic and don't have a set piece of bodywork. We're not like Fun Cup cars, for example, where they kind of all sit a set silhouette body on top of them. They all kind of tend to have their own kind of style of body that's put over the top of them, and they tend to be, I think, quicker than some people give them credit for.
The Lotus Elise being followed on the cameras, but having just been passed by the 2 Caterhams of Williams Motorsport DBR Racing, being left pretty much in the slipstream very rapidly indeed. So although Lotus is going as fast as he can in Daniel Palmer's hands, at the moment he's lapping 8 or 9 seconds elapsed slower than the 2 Caterhams. So although the Lotus looks the part, as I say, it's not the quickest thing out there at the moment. And Daniel Palmer just keeping in mind that the order of the day at the moment is to keep safe, but I just wonder whether perhaps the car's carrying a bit of a problem as well, maybe a gearbox issue or something, because the way that the 2 Caterhams flew past him there, and again comparing the lap times, the 2 Caterhams down at the end of the Tom Price, down at the bus stop already, and into the pits comes 29, so The pit stop that we were expecting from Rob Kennelly has happened, and into the pits then is the second place car. Rob Kennelly into the pits then with the number 14. This will be a crucial pit stop for that car. 4 minutes and not a second more. He stops down beneath me, out of my sight unfortunately, and Rob Lewis will no doubt be chasing down there to have a look what he can see. But the second place car then, Rutledge Patke leading the way, no longer has that worrying little DBR Caterham for present or company, which he has had for the last hour and 11 minutes really, since this race got restarted after the Remembrance service. It's a little bit of relaxation time for Rutledge, and the extra fuel capacity in the number 29 Williams Motorsport Caterham now begins to pay off, but they will still both have to make 2 pit stops, so what goes around will come around. And even so, even though there'll be less fuel to go into the final pit stop for the Williams Motorsport team, they'll still have to have this 4-minute minimum stop.
So let's see how efficient they can make on that one. Of course, as you say, this will give the opportunity for DBR Racing to get those 2 laps back, but of course they'll lose them again once they have to make their next mandatory 4-lap pit stop. 4-minute pit stop. Would be quite dramatic. That would be quite a penalty in itself. Of course, if that was the case, that would really put them out of contention full stop, even on that side. But DBR Racing now got to try and literally make the most. And this is again talking about what we mentioned in these parts where you get the aggregate times here. It's whilst Williams Motorsport's in the pits, DBR Racing, Rob Kelly have to make the most of all the clear out they've got. DBR in the pits also now as well. Sorry,
DBR is in the pits. Williams has stayed out. Williams is the car with the bigger fuel tank.
Thanks for the clarification.
Right.
I was being silly. So
you're being distracted by your phone.
I was. This me doing double duty. I have to do social media and do the commentary at the same time. But yeah, so Williams Motorsport have got to try and make the most of this and try and extend that gap by a couple more laps, try if they can. And it's all about what we talked about right at the beginning of the race, which is maximising the clear air you've got for you, particularly in these 2 stints and these stints here where aggregates matter the most. That's the 223. We'll get back to that in a second. The 223 pure track car's gone straight off the road. That looks like it's down at the hairpin, just down here by the end of a lap. It looks like. Yes, and that's gone quite a way off into the grass.
It is a long way off, isn't it, Scott? The 223 car was in the hands of Graham Price at the time. Yes, so we saw Graham getting into the puretrack.co.uk Renault Clio, and he is way up to the axles in that car. So I think this is going to need a safety car in order, because the marshals aren't going to be able to push that out of there. Marshals are tough guys, but they ain't going to be able to push that out, and so we're going to need to have a safety car. I can see the marshals standing on the start line waiting to hold the safety car board out. They do now, and that really was inevitable then. So Graham Price in the pure track car 223, way off the circuit, as you said, Scott, and it looks like he just carried a bit too much speed through the hairpin. No, he's not. He's off at the corkscrew, isn't it?
No, that's down at the hairpin.
It is at the hairpin,
international hairpin.
Yeah,
there's quite a large runoff area there in terms of where you can see, because there's the white line just on the edge, and there's a big tarmac runoff area, but he's gone way beyond that. In fact, has he gone across the grass by the looks of it? Because it looks like the tracks come across where he's come across the grass here.
He's just understeered straight on, hasn't he, the hairpin? But yes, you're absolutely right. Safety car board has been put out. The safety car itself has been scrambled. Indication of the wind strength there. 2 hands needed to hold the safety car board. Looks like Rolf Harris with his wobbly board.
Crikey.
Not allowed to mention Rolf Harris anymore, are we?
Probably not, I don't think. No, not.
Mind. He was popular in my day. Anyway, the safety car has gone out. He's going to wave past the traffic in order to pick up the leader, who's coming to the pits. So who is the leader? That's the question. So the Rutledge Patke car comes into the pits a little bit early, But it doesn't matter. There's 2 pit stops to make. They've got the flexibility. We've got 2.25 hours to make, so they make a pit stop now, and then another pit stop in about an hour and a half's time. They'll still be clear, but an increased advantage, therefore, I reckon, for the Williams Motorsport team is being able to make the whole of their pit stop under the safety car. They won't even lose a lap.
Yeah.
So the gap will go up. Well, it's showing on the screen at the moment at 4 laps. It's going to come down again. But in overall terms, it will go up to 3 laps, the gap first to second. The pit stop for DBR Racing, car 14, which incidentally has been taken over by Darren Burke. Pit stop time was 4 minutes 53, so a slightly longer pit stop for number 14, but say the end of the pit stop was taken under safety car conditions, so he won't lose anything by that, because all that will happen is that he just joins the tail of the queue behind the safety car. A little bit later, Rutledge Patke has been in the pits for 2.5 minutes already. We're hoping that Rob Lewis is going to be able to go to the pit garage and catch up with both of our Caterham cars then, who have just made pit stops, with the car 14 being handed over from Rob Kennelly, who's just out of the car. And then, of course, we also want to be hearing from Rutledge Patke, former Caterham champion of 2021. No, 2022 he was champion.
Yeah, Academy champion, if memory serves me right.
Caterham Academy, that's right. And then he moved up to the Caterham 270R class and has continued to climb the motor racing ladder through the auspices of Caterham Racing. And the tow truck is going to need the longest strop in the world to bring Graham Price's car back. But fortunately, they have the longest strop in the world at Anglesey. Or are they joining 2 together? No, they're having to join 2 together. Yeah, the rescue unit, he's been to Anglesey before, and we have had the situation, can't remember when it was now, 3 or 4 years ago, when the recovery unit went onto the grass, and we had to send another recovery unit to recover the recovery unit. But they've learned their lesson from that, and so the, as I say, the longest strop in the world has now been joined together. I hope that marshal who's holding the 2 together isn't a key part of the chain, because he is the weakest link.
Hope they are tying the 2 together rather than him actually holding 2 parts, otherwise that's probably not going to end well, I don't think.
Split the marshal. Anyway, we can go down to the pit lane. I think Rob Lewis is down there and has this news to bring us. Rob, what have you got?
Managed to go around the back of the garages and grab ES Motorsport's Jason McAnulty for a chat. You didn't quite get in garage this year. You were quite a late entry, so I've had to come and find you. Also, I hope Connie's watching. Let's start off with that. She's watching all the way from sunny Florida.
Yeah, the boss is watching. So she's already messaged me and said, yeah, she's watching. It was about 4 o'clock this morning when we started. So yeah, she's enjoying it.
Fantastic. And this weekend's a significant weekend.
Yeah. It's been interesting. It's going well at the moment, but yeah, we had a few issues with the gearbox, but yeah, it's 4 hours stuck in 3rd gear. But apart from that, we got it fixed last night, 3 hours, and they're clawing our way back.
Happy with the overall pace of the car?
Yeah, there's a few issues with the ABS, but everyone's got. It's a Lotus. What do you expect? No, it's going well. Yeah, it's just good fun. Sharing is good laugh with the guys, so yeah, we're enjoying it. It's a good event.
Has the wet weather kind of played into your hand, sabling you to get back into the top 10?
It will do, yeah. So hopefully, yeah, we're a little bit with the ABS and the way the car's set up, you should claw it back. The Caterhams are very fast still, but yeah, maybe we might be able to get back to a podium position. It'd be nice.
Any words to Connie, who's hopefully listening?
Well, it was our anniversary last week, so she's gone away, and I've decided to do the Race of Remembrance. So yeah, I'll be out on Tuesday, honey. So I'll see you then.
Fantastic. Jason, you're a good sport as usual. Good luck for the rest of the race. I'll let him go back and get his coffee now. In the meantime, next door we've had the leaders, Williams Motorsport, come in. Thank you, Jason. Williams.
Yeah, somebody suddenly pulled the plug on Rob there, just as we were going to hear from the leading Caterham drivers. But great to hear from Jason McAnulty, and yeah, he remembered it was his anniversary in the end, although Rob did give him the prompt, which took him a little while to pick up on. But anyway, the Lotus then battling with problems. He's got himself into the top 10, the number 110 car, Daniel Palmer, struggling with ABS issues, which I would think is actually a bit of an issue in the wet conditions rather than making life any easier. The two Caterhams at the front of the field, though, have indeed both made their pit stops. Toby Ballard has taken over the 29, Darren Burke has taken over the 14, and the gap has indeed, as we thought it might, gone up a little bit. It's gone up to 3 laps now from 2 laps. We go back to Rob Lewis now, who has wired the thing back together again, and we can hear from Rob.
Apologies for that, folks. It looks like we may have lost our signal while we were talking to Jason. I came to find Roger Patke. That was quite an interesting stint. Now, you had a bit of a mishap, didn't you, at the final corner before the Remembrance service? Talk us through.
That's right, yeah. So conditions were changing. It started to dry. I got a little bit brave on my braking point, pushed it a little bit too far. Wheels locked. I hadn't scrubbed enough speed off. And then for bus stop, the camber goes away from you. So if you miss the apex and you don't quite get the car hooked in, it's more than likely going to be the scenery. So I was quite lucky to actually get the car stopped before the barrier, and even more than that, not get stuck. So I think in the end, I cost the team 15-20 seconds. I'm going to get an earful, I'm sure, once the dust has settled. But yeah, I think lucky escape with that one.
Toby Ballard's out in the car now, and he's racing up against British GT driver Darren Burke in the second place car, the DBR Racing. What's the plan from here? Are you just sticking to the game plan, or are you a bit wary of them coming to catch you?
So broadly speaking, we are racing DBR Racing, but it doesn't really matter who's on circuit at the moment. We're both running separate or different strategies. Toby needs to go in there, put a good stint in. He's a fantastic driver, likes the wet conditions, so fingers crossed he can pull one out the bag for us.
Absolutely. And how was that stint, especially when we had that real bad rain shower about 45 minutes ago? Could you actually see where you were going?
Well, it looked like it was raining the whole time because we were getting spray to begin with, even when it wasn't raining. And then, the spray kind of picked up, so I was wondering if it had been raining. It's the wind, actually, that was really treacherous. So coming down the back straight just before you get into Rocket, the wind kind of caught me and I nearly got drifted into a car that I was overtaking. So I think that's a bit to watch out for, to be honest.
Does the tailwind help you at all down the straights, give you a bit more pace?
It's working out what's a tailwind. I think the wind's going all over the place at the moment, so I try and get as much tow as I can from the car in front when possible. But really, the main thing is to avoid standing water, and the conditions were changing all the time, so the braking points were changing at all times. I was in, trying different gears, going through corners. Yeah, that was probably my most challenging stint so far because the conditions just changed so much over the hour and a bit that I was out.
Race of Remembrance, so you've got to love it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is the second year we've been here. I think we'll be here every year unless there's a specific reason we can't be. What a fantastic event, what a great cause, and, really glad to be part of it, and the team have enjoyed it.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. Congratulations on a great stint there. You managed to keep it on the black stuff in the end and bring it in first place. Hopefully you can go on and get the win.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Thank you for chatting to us. So that's the Williams Motorsport team. They've been in and done their stop. Darren Burke is out in his car, the DBR Motorsport car, in second place. They have done their stop. I have a feeling Paul Trustwell will be the man that knows that they've got another stop to come in this race. And it's all coming to a conclusion with just over 2 hours to go here at the Race of Remembrance 2023. Back up to the commentary box.
Yeah, one more pit stop to come from both of our leading runners because Toby Ballard for Williams Motorsport have only made 5 pit stops. Darren Burke is going to need to come in for fuel, so one more pit stop each from the two of them, and the situation has, I'll say, stabilised on a 3-lap gap between them. We just had a little incident over at Church, Scott, in between 2 cars which had a bit of a coming together. One of them was a Flying Haggis car, but the other one, having had its coming together, has got going again but is pulled off at school.
Yeah, and it's quite a crucial one in the BMW battle. It is the second-placed VMS Racing BMW. Freddie Tatham was at the wheel of that car. The number 9 machine, which was running 13th place overall, as you say, it did get going again, but very gingerly. It lost the front bumper over the kind of boggy grass when both of the cars slid off after they had a little bit of a collision up at Church. The car has now pulled off up by the marshal's post. We have gone safety car. That's just been scrambled. I wonder if it's to properly try and recover the number 9 car from where it is. It's off the racing road, but possibly because it's on the grass and slightly, still relatively quick position, it might well be it needs to be pulled a bit to a slightly safer spot instead, I reckon.
I think if it would be a sprint race, they would just pull it behind the marshal's post and leave it there for the remainder of the race. But because this is an endurance race with 2 hours still to go, they're going to scramble the safety car, get a recovery unit out there, and then bring that car back into the paddock or pit lane where it can be worked on, and hopefully we'll get that VMS racing car, as you say, Freddie Tatham, back out onto the circuit. Now, although the safety car board is being shown at the start-finish line, the safety car itself hasn't yet moved from its position at the end of the pit lane, which worries me. It's a Lotus. Oh, here it goes.
Yeah,
it's on its way now. I think he was waiting for the leader to arrive.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And they were trying to work out who the leader was. Toby Ballard it is, who leads the way in the pink Caterham.
Just coming out of bus stop now.
So we'll have 4 or 5 cars to wave past. He's actually picked up Stuart Humphrey, or the Stuart Humphrey car, number 91. It's Alex Capadia still. He's had a good long stint. Alex knows he's not the leader, and so he's just waiting for somebody in the Lotus to wind the window down. Meanwhile, the VMS BMW 116i is waiting for recovery, and you know how it is. You phone the AA, they say they'll be with you in 3/4 of an hour. It'll be less than that, don't worry. I have to say, just reminding myself of, there goes the cars being waved past, the safety car. Rutledge Patke there. I would love to know what he's wearing underneath his race suit, because he seemed to be a bit like the Michelin Man. He had so many clothes on that obviously keeping warm. But he's not a bulky individual, but he certainly looked bulky in his race suit there.
Yeah.
But good to hear from Rutledge, and good to get Rob Lewis down there talking to him. And as he said, they've done a great job. All they can do is continue their race plan. Toby Ballard, now at the wheel, has the rest of this stint. Toby is a very capable driver, and he will complete the stint, and in all likelihood they'll then hand over to Henry Williams to do the final stint, which probably means that Callum Lockie won't get another drive, he having started the car at the beginning of today and did the first stint. But as I say, Henry Williams will be lined up to get into the car, and he'll be able to get into it at any point from now on in, I would think, because they've got enough fuel to get that car in and out. It's yeah, it would be a bit of a tall order, but it wouldn't be a stupid move to bring Toby in already, although Toby's only been out there for a couple of laps. Yeah, he's done 3 laps on this stint so far. So no, let Toby do a good 15-20 lap stint and then bring him in and hand over to the man whose name is on the door of Williams Motorsport, Henry Williams. And what a famous victory this would be if they can pull it off. The car who is making a pit stop is the relay team car, number 77, the breakdancer team. Wayers Payne has brought the car in, and we'll wait and see who takes the car out again, because he should be out again before the safety car is pulled back. The flatbed is over there at school. If you're watching the live stream, you can see the strength of the wind there. I think that's my son standing by as well, filming anything on his phone.
Ah, excellent.
He gets around.
He does. Just notice a couple of things. The Flying Haggis Civic, which was involved in that incident, has just been into the pit lane, had a quick clear up and go again. There's a few of our very hardy marshals on the bank as well, keeping going. Again, big thank you to all of them for all their efforts. We've just literally ticked inside the final 2 hours plus 1 lap of RRR 2023. But big thanks to them who are standing out there in all conditions. And again, massive thanks to all the marshals, volunteers, officials, everyone that's given up their weekends to make RRR happen. Of course, it couldn't happen without them, so big thanks to them. What I was going to notice in terms of how this incident has changed the complexion of the BMW battle, because of course now the number 9 car, which was in second place, has now dropped outside off the podium. It's now promoted their teammates in car number 90 to second in class. And it's now promoted the, of all cars, number 33, the Royal Navy Motorsport car, up into third place now. So now the Royal Navy are onto the BMW podium in third place now. So that's got currently the 33 at the wheel of that. So it's wheel of 33, which is Dewis at the moment. So Dewis has now brought the car up to 14th place overall. And that's now third in class. Now the VMS car's been dropped down to
Adam Dewis.
Adam Dewis, thank you. And down to fourth. And it's about to lose, I think, as well, fourth place to the first of the Matabubu Racing Run cars, the veterans at VMware, number 54, which is currently a lap behind the number 9 car. But under the safety car, is certainly going to reclaim that. And then it will probably drop back another lap also behind the other Matabubu car of Batum. That's number 52 GT Wealth Matabubu Racing car out there too. So, but actually, the veterans at VMware car has now just gone onto the same lap as the number 9 car that's currently being loaded onto the flatbed. So a change in complexion for the BMW podium. Still JTM Engineering lead with Alan Corford at the wheel, but now VMS's teammates on Royal Navy now get the promotion up into second and third places respectively, as VMS Racing's number 9 continues to start tumbling down the order.
And of course this is what I won't say we were expecting to happen, but it was in danger of happening because that BMW class was so close that any incident, and you spotted it straight away, Scott, when it happened, any incident for a BMW in that leading group of 4 or 5 cars would drop it very quickly down the leaderboard of it. So the advantage staying with the number 21 Alan Caulfield JTM car, but behind him, well, one VMS car drops down, the other VMS car comes into play, but just 2 seconds separating second and from third, with the number 90 VMS car is just 2 seconds. Using the number 90 at the moment, it is Thomas Warwick Compton at the wheel of the number 90 car. He's just 2 seconds ahead of Adam Dewis in the Royal Navy Motorsport car. So we'll have to pick those two out, 90 and 33, as they come through, because as I say, they're probably very close together to one another behind the safety car. The Radiation Racing Citroen C1 is in the pits, car 363. There's that car in the order. 363 is 6th in AC1. And that is William Ward, who's just got out of the car, and he will be handing over either to William Bell or Adrian Williams. So they're all Williams in that car. Here comes the train. Let's see if we can pick out the 2 BMWs who are fighting for position there, 90 and 33. There's 33 just going through. So a few cars between them, but not much, as we were saying, to separate them in overall terms.
Oh yes, right.
There's absolutely together. So we'll keep an eye on that, because the battle will be joined as soon as the safety car is withdrawn.
And yeah, if the 52 BMW can also get a lap back as well, there's a potential it could get itself up there. Just as we've seen officially now on the timing screen, there has been the change. So the 54 veterans at VMware Matabubu Racing BMW has now gone ahead of number 9, which means that's gone back a further place, and I think in a couple of laps' time it will then drop down to 6th. And it's absolutely right what we said, is that just the complexion of that BMW battle has just changed instantly just from one incident. So from where they were in a podium position looking to be second, they're now going to drop us up as low as, unfortunately, about 6th. Now when they do drop to 6th, the next best BMW is, it's only another 5 laps away, which is also 4 laps behind the 52 car, and that's one of the recovering RAF Motorsport cars. That's with Chris Pauly at the wheel. And number 18 is the one that's going to be working out there as well. There's, not sure it's one of our camera guys, but it's someone else who's out there filming who's hardly battling the conditions. I think Storm Debbie certainly is.
He's focusing on the whales out in the bay rather than focusing on the racing cars behind him.
I think if we didn't realise that Storm Debbie has arrived, we certainly do now, because the commentary box has been pelted with rain for the last 25 minutes, half an hour steadily, and it's just I think Rob Lewis is coming for a bit of for sanctuary and warmth. I think up in the pit lane for a little bit, out in the box a little bit, and he's certainly really warming up because he was sort of making the signal that he's trying to get some filling back into his fingers again. So it is getting a bit nippy out there, but it is that time of year. It is getting to mid-November on the Welsh coast, and if you look out to sea, it either gets to the point where it's slightly grey or it's not grey at all. We can clearly see what the RSC looks like, but it does look quite choppy out there in many cases.
Yeah,
and
wind certainly building up and creating white horses out there. Snowdonia hasn't been in view all day, which is another indication of how bad the weather is. Scott spotted a car being pushed in the pit lane.
37, I think. That's the more problems for them. That's the 37. That's the supercharged Mazda MX-5. That's the Luke and Luke car. That's Neil and Charlie Luke, and also Scott Ferguson. Yeah, it's the 37 car, and that's being pushed. I think it has to go round the back of the garage in order to get into it. So that car hitting more problems.
Yeah, it's only just come into the pits, but safety car has been withdrawn. We go green flag racing once again. Toby Ballard has the road to himself and heads off into the fray, and not the spray. Everybody else has the spray. Toby Ballard has clear road in front of him. There goes the BMW battle as well. That's not so very far behind the leading group then. This is the battle for second in the BMW class between 90 and 33. There's 90 just going through the screen there, and the 33 car is, well, no more than 5 seconds behind. That's separated on the road, and of course, because they're actually completed the same number of laps, the gap between them on the road is a pretty good reflection of what it was on the circuit. Or have they got themselves on different laps now? No, they're still on the same lap. 3 seconds separate them, 3.5 seconds between the two BMWs, and they're not. Yes, it is second and third places in the BMW class. So the field, having been bunched up by the safety car, now tries to sort itself out. So this way that this Royal Navy BMW has been going, number 33, has been really good, and I'm reminded of what was said to me very early on in this. Here's the Royal Navy BMW just coming up on the inside of the hairpin there, going past both of the Toyota GT86s, one being the Operation Motorsport car, the other the 53 Mission Motorsport car, as they turned through Peel. They're now coming down through the corkscrew and head up the Tom Price Straight.
Yeah, I think there was 3 of the 4 Toyotas are all together there. You had both of the operations cars. The Team Canada car was in there too, the 220 machine. That's just outside our commentary box window. The 29 Williams Caterham splashes its way quite literally down the pit straight and in towards target. JTM's car number 21. So this is the leading BMW class car in for its scheduled stop. And this will mean it's its 8th trip to the pit lane.
And that's the leading car in BMW class, isn't it?
It is.
Alan Caulfield brings the car in. Are they going to lose the lead once they're in the pits? Probably not, because they've got a 3-lap lead in the class. So a new set of tyres goes onto the car as well. And yeah, a little bit more grip on the wet tyres. There's only one standard road tyres that are used for the BMW 116s. But with conditions being the way they are, a brand new set of wets will serve them well. 3 abreast down the straight, with a 4th car trying to get involved, as the field still trying to sort itself out, having been released by the safety car. They're 4 abreast as they go up towards the banking now, with one of the Mazda MX-5s coming ever so late on the brakes on the inside, but he managed to get it to come round. That was good driving by whoever it was.
Good driving by everyone. I spoke too soon, because as soon as I said that, the 54 BMW got very out of shape. I was literally just saying good driving by everyone. He just got totally sideways on the exit boot and the throttle, which is intriguing. It's great to see the safety. What's the phrase? Safety cars breed safety cars, but everyone appears to be behaving themselves in these adverse conditions and getting together. I think we're at that stage now where even though there's cars that are just battling amongst each other just on track pitch, because they want to, and it's fun because of the conditions, the fact that the nature of the race, which is quite intriguing to see. The number 91 Stuart Humphries Mazda MX-5 doing well, just ahead of its fellow Mark III. That's the 101 Mission Motorsport car. So the Stuart Humphries car still running in 8th position. Alex Capadia at the wheel, of course, fully used to endurance racing at the top level. He won his class at Le Mans, if I'm correct in saying, LMP2 1 year.
Certainly raced at Le Mans, yes.
Yeah.
And as I say, a BRDC member, so with international success. It's worth pointing out 41 cars still participating in the race. We've lost 4 of them. We had 45 at the start, but 4 cars is all that we've lost. And so 41 cars still circulating. So it's still a very busy racetrack. But Toby Ballard is making the most of the fact that the safety car has released him at the front, and he's yet to catch up actually, Toby Ballard, with the tail enders, so he's being able to drive away at the front. Darren Burke is going with him and is closing the gap on him, so Darren Burke again proving that he's a little bit quicker than the Williams Motorsport car. So the Darren Burke car still with this 2-lap disadvantage. So although the safety car came out whilst Darren Burke was in the pits, or Darren Burke was taking the car over in the pits, Toby Ballard and the Williams Motorsport crew weren't able to make up any more time. So it's still a 2-lap gap in the chase for the lead of the race overall. Daniel Palmer settled in 3rd place. I've just realised somebody else has arrived to my left here. Good morning to you. I don't know you. Yes, tell me who you are.
Yes, good morning. Paul Whitting.
Right, yes. Didn't recognise you.
No. So running in 51, car
Yes.
51, we've been out there, and car 53, the other
Yes.
half of our duo of Mission Motorsport cars.
You're one of the more experienced drivers.
You'd like to think so, but times might be contrary to that.
Well, that's why I use the phrase more experienced rather than necessarily quicker or not. Condition. Have you been out this morning?
Yes, I was out in the first stint this morning.
Very first stint before the Remembrance.
Correct, yes.
Right, and it was wet and miserable at that point as well,
It
wasn't
was
it?
wet, it was slippery, it was treacherous, and back to your point about the experienced drivers, their ability to just handle these conditions, in contrast to the novices, and I class myself as a novice from a racing point of view, that really does make the mark of the difference at the pace they can go.
And it's the
compared to pace of the novice.
consistency as well, isn't it?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. They know where they're going, they know and they've got the confidence.
At least with the Toyota GT86, and I'm speaking from an outsider, but is it reasonably comfortable inside there? It's warm at least?
It's a palace.
Is it?
It's got heaters. It's a palace. Last year we were in the beautiful MX-5, the Jota MX-5,
right,
which as a driver's car is
Yes.
supreme. It's a ballet dancer, absolutely gorgeous, and prepared by Aston, the mechanic at Mission Motorsport, just stunning. And anybody can drive that and drive it quickly. Really beautiful. The GT86s, 2 of them. We've got a slightly softer version, more of a road car.
Right.
That one's lovely to drive and is providing our novice. We've got 4 novice drivers in that car. First on our ARDs recently. And they've been going around and doing some fabulous times in the wet, so beautiful. And then we've got the slightly more, the ex-Brit car, which is pretty stiff, it's pretty hardcore.
That's the one that you're in.
It is, and so we've all been trying to get to grips with it, and fortunately we've got Martin Greaves, who's got some real experience, as opposed to all the rest of us. So, yes, but it's a palace. We are very grateful for having a roof.
Yeah, I should think so. Do you get to drive it again before the end of the race?
No.
You don't go.
No,
again.
we went for a 3-hour stint for a total for all 4 of us, and the ambition is that we're going to get our beneficiaries crossing the line together So we'll have Alex Westrop in car 51.
Is he in relation to Laura?
He is.
Right.
And so Alex was very much involved with Mission Motorsport before Laura came along.
Okay.
And then Laura got involved from an employee. Alex took a step back.
Right.
And then this has been possibly his first real re-engagement with Mission Motorsport. And I think he won't mind me saying, but it's absolutely transformed him. He's,
really?
he's his old self. He's back there and he's looking forward. He's about to get in the car in about 5 minutes, so he'll be out there to finish it off for us.
Right, so as you say, we've got Martin Greaves in the car at the moment. And
what sort of lap times are you doing at the moment?
Looking down, actually, Martin's last lap time was a 2:11.
Oh.
So may have been a slower lap time with a little bit of traffic perhaps in the car. His average lap time, actually we won't mention the average lap time because it was affected by the safety car. So I do have a little computer here that adds up lap times and divides by the number of laps done. But of course, if you have a safety car, kind of ruins that calculation. But the cars themselves running very nicely, as you say, with the 51 car currently in 6th place in Class C.
Very good.
And they can be quite pleased with that. The 53 is a bit further back in 10th place in Class C, 36 overall.
Oh, talking of 53, there she is.
I shouldn't have mentioned it, should it?
Having a little spinette. That's Chris Hosford in there. First outing for him as in a racing event.
This is the nearly road car.
Nearly road car, the slightly softer to drive version. But he's gone out there and he's desperate to perform for the team. And our advice was just bring it home. What
experience has Chris Hosford had?
He's had almost nothing. He actually got his ARDS licence in Mondello. He's as an Irish citizen, so he had to get it over there. So he's had a couple of track days over in Ireland. He's then done a JP Motorsport event with us for a day where he got the opportunity to really be pushed in the cars.
Yes.
Fabulous experience for anybody who would like to get into racing. And here he is now here. So very limited experience. Look at the mud on the road there. Goodness me.
Like a rallycross circuit.
It is, isn't it? And there's a bit more tape on it when it started. Look at these bits of black tape. I hadn't seen that.
They're trying to stop any air getting into the rear valance there, but pushing on again.
Yep.
So undeterred.
Exactly.
He was actually very early on in the lap that he had his moments. He's now just turning through the left-hander and up at the top of the hill and continuing on his way. Then the 53 car, as you say, that's not your car, yours is the 51. But that's 53 of Chris Hosford.
And of course you can see the branding on there. We've got, once again, same as we did last year, where not only are we raising money for Mission Motorsport, Macmillan and Combat Stress as well. Two charities that have supported all the members or various individuals within the teams. So a team of 8 there.
Excellent stuff. Thanks for coming up, Paul. By all means, stay up here a little bit longer if you want to have a look at the view up here and stay in the warm a little while and enjoy the racing from up here. But if you don't have any more driving duties, then you might as well enjoy yourself and enjoy the race.
And enjoy the warmth.
Enjoy the warmth.
Let you get back to the serious business of commentating on the sharp end of this race, which I have to say again, compliments to everybody out there racing. It's been an absolute joy to share the track with you. And thank you for your forbearance.
I mean, the beauty of this race is that it is a mix, isn't it? It's a mix of people who are trying to win the race and people who are just having experience of car racing. And I've had a number of the beneficiaries. I've had ex-Royal Marine up here and Alistair Brady up here. And he described it as the most exhilarating thing he's ever done, and he was smiling, he had a twinkle in his eye, and when you talk to people like that and realise the impact that Mission Motorsport has had on these people's lives, you really do respect what they're up to.
And that's coming from Alistair, who is a flying suit. He's a free fall parachutist. wears a suit, and
Yes.
for him to come out and say that actually racing a car is more exhilarating than flying a suit is quite
Very
something.
Significant indeed.
Lovely.
Paul Wooding, thanks very much indeed. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Give our regards to the team and both of your GT86s. Let's hope they keep going.
That's the aim. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you. Paul Wooding there from the number 51 team. Extricates himself from the wires that are all over the floor here. And Rob Lewis takes over once again, which must mean that Scott Woodward has been dispatched down into the pit lane, and no doubt we'll be hearing from Scott very shortly.
I think I've thawed out now.
Well, you've suddenly gone into T-shirt mode.
Yeah, I've had to remove the wet clothing from me. It
Oh, I see.
wasn't so much the rain; it was the wind as well. It was horrific at times, but it's certainly coming off that Irish Sea over onto the circuit, and it's making conditions challenging.
Yes, I mean, we had Richard, wasn't it? He was describing the impact of the wind. Richard Packy in the leading car, coming out of the car, saying the impact of the wind along the back straight, pushing the car offline as he was driving along there. So, yeah, that doesn't just affect the marshals, doesn't just affect the spectators.
They build them differently in North Wales. 3 of the hardest spectators I have ever seen, and you can see how rough the sea is behind them. The Irish Sea is not at all happy today.
And as I say, if we look across to where we'd normally be able to see the peaks of Snowdonia, there's just been a sky of grey over there for the whole of today, really.
Very rainy.
And the commentary box is filling up, which is also an indication that it's getting even busier. It's even colder downstairs. Gap for the lead is still 2 laps. We've got 1 pit stop still to come, and we've got an hour and a half, just over an hour and 38 minutes still to go in the race. The camera's focusing there on the second place car, Darren Burke, who is I was going to say the fastest car out there. Yes, he is. Lapping in the 149s, Darren Burke, which is remarkable. So he's just done a 149.5 second lap. Toby Ballard in the leading car is ahead by 2 laps, but he's only lapping 152 on his last lap. And that is 14 seconds slower than the best lap of the race.
A stop-go penalty came up there for car number 96. Where are they in the order?
96 is the Sam Moody Jaffa Cake Racing Mazda. And where are they in the order? The answer is outside of the top 20. And
no, 11th. 96 Jaffa Cake Racing, Andy Bailey at the wheel of that. 11th overall, 2nd in Class B, so it gives a bit more of an advantage in the Class B battle to the Auto Test Racing car that's well out in front of that class. They are 4th overall at the moment.
yeah, just looking down though, the next car up in Class B is the Fiat Panda,
which
car number 25, currently in the hands of Mike Walker.
DC
Martin Walker, begging pardon. Martin Walker in 3rd place. So Class B has got itself well and truly split up. The leader of the class is Michael Green with the number 24 car, who's on 306 laps. 2nd place in Class B is that car, the Jaffa Cake Racing car number 96, which just had the penalty, 292 laps. So he's 9 laps, no, more than that, 15 laps behind. And then 281 laps, a further 11 laps down, is the DC Lomas car of Martin Walker, which has just come into the pits, the Fiat Panda. Whilst the fuel goes into the RAF car, number 19.
Just looking up and down the pit lane, now the DC Lomas car, I can't actually see it, it's showing in the pit lane. But
yeah, normally it's up at the far end, but it is in the pit lane, been there for 35 seconds only. So it's just at the beginning of its pit stop. The other 2 cars that are in at the moment, 19 and 96. And Darren Burke has just put the best lap of the race, this segment of the race, 1 minute 47. Best lap of the race done yesterday, a 138. But a 147 from Darren Burke is 9 seconds slower, but is the best lap we've had today, which is an indication, if one were needed, of the difference in conditions between yesterday and today.
Just looking on the screen there, that's one of the RAF Motorsports BMW 116 cars having a...
Yeah, that's the number 19 car, which had the gearbox change yesterday. Today has been running okay. Adam Stanbury brought the car in, number 19.
Anglesey's been a bit of a gearbox killer this weekend. We've had several of the 116 trophy cars have had an issue. Of course, we had the NJN Racing Fiesta, Kermit the Fiesta, running in the brink of the top 10 for quite a while before having to retire with a hole in the gearbox, which caused further issues.
Yes, it was one of just 4 retirements, that car. And say Adam Stanbury out of the BMW. We'll tell you who's got in when they reach the WHOTAG sensor up at the end of the pit lane. Tyre pressure's being checked. Adam out of the car, but still close by, supervising the driver change, and the time ticking down for the 19 car, and then they'll be sending it on its way once again. Rain continuing to fall, even though there are some improvement in time being set. Daniel Palmer setting his personal best. That's not as quick as Jason McAnulty has gone, but Daniel Palmer in the Lotus Elise, as coming slowly across the line there is the BMW number 9, and that was not the car that was in the wars earlier on, was it? That was
no, that was the sister
90.
car. But I'm wondering if that was just coming across a bit slower to negate itself from getting involved in a bit of traffic.
Yes, you just seem to be getting out of the way, and
there's a bit of self-preservation going on at the moment.
Oh, he was just getting going again, having had a spin at the final turn. That was the reason for number 9 coming slowly across the line. Thanks to Peter Shearer. Freddie Tatham again at the wheel of the number 9 car. And Darren Burke continuing to lap more quickly on every lap. 146 on his last lap there. Now, that means that Darren Burke is now only 1 lap behind the race leader. Now it goes back to 2 laps as Toby Ballard crosses the line once again. So Toby Ballard through and onto another lap.
We just had Scott Woodwish return to the commentary box to pick up the microphone that had been left up here. So we will be having Scott shortly bringing us stories from the pit lane. But the most crucial part of any pit lane commentator is to make sure that they've got a microphone with them. But we've rectified that.
He's a beginner.
I wouldn't quite call him that. He's certainly more well versed than I am.
You're even more of a beginner.
I know. I mean, how long have you been doing this now, Paul?
I first stepped into a commentary box in 1981.
My word.
Yes, that's scary, isn't it?
It is.
I was as good looking as you then. No, thanks to an invitation from Brian Jones at Brands Hatch, late lamented Brian Jones, and his memory lives on with the presentation of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy every year at the Formula Ford Festival. But I wrote him a letter suggesting that there were 1 or 2 mistakes in his commentary. He invited me to come and see what it was like in the commentary box. I had no wish to be a commentator. I just wanted to help him out and give him the right piece of paper so that he wasn't struggling for information. And he then said, look, I'm out of breath when I come up from having done presentations. Can you read out a grid for me? So I read out a grid, read out some results, and it started from there. But that was back in the very early 1980s. And yes, it just went on from there, really. And I have to say, thoroughly enjoy it.
Absolutely. Oh, we got that Royal Navy car. That's a big part of the battle in the BMW 116 trophy car. The car number 33 has come a cropper at Church on the exit and has ended up on the inside of the circuit, and it's pretty boggy there. I will be very surprised if 33 can get out of that without the need for a snatch vehicle and a safety car. Let's have a look on screen. They are certainly stuck there. Safety car has been deployed according to our timing screens. So we have a safety car going on circuit, and once again we have a twist in the tail in the BMW 116 class.
Yeah, an absolute nightmare there. Richard Phillips it is, and Richard is one of the more experienced drivers in that car, sharing with Adam Dewis and Gareth Moss, but he has come a cropper there at Church, and as you said, Rob, he's not going anywhere at the moment.
He's not, and I'm just watching the three marshals make the slow trudge across to the car because they've got to push another one out of the bog again.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a push job, that. I don't think. It's up to its axles again, and the safety car waiting for the race leader to come through. Now, this is an opportunity for a final pit stop for Toby Ballard. An hour and a half remains, so they could top it up with fuel, get Henry Williams in, and take advantage of the fact the safety car is out.
Absolutely.
Darren Burke in the number 14 car can't afford to do that because they can't get enough fuel in the car, because the fuel tank on the 14, we've worked out, I haven't been told this officially, but just from the nature of the way the race has unfolded, has a smaller fuel tank. Now, they can't get enough fuel in the DBR Racing Caterham to make it worth their while making a pit stop during this safety car.
Yeah.
They need a later safety car with an hour and a quarter or less to go in order to make it worth their while coming in. But dreadfully bad news for the number 33 there. He was in third place in the class, battling with the VMS racing car for second, but now he's in the grass. He's already demoted to fourth, Richard Phillips, and he has another BMW, the number 52 car, which is the next one up, which is going to come past him whilst they're recovering him. So who's at the wheel of number 52 at the moment? We'll tell you that later, because we can go down to the pit lane now. Scott Woodward is down there, and he can give us an update.
We've decided to come onto the pit wall here for this next bit. As you can see behind us, just in the background, Kieran wants to have a look. There's the stranded BMW that was third in class, a Royal Navy car. That, of course, had just taken third place after the VMS car had gone off the road in its collision with the Flying Haggis Civic. Safety car's currently out on track. A few cars going around, but if you want to spin the camera around, Kieran, we've got the typical traffic jam in pit lane as it's become a hive of activity. So from the top, we've got the 88 Mazda MX-5, the 24 Mazda MX-5 is in. That's the car that's in fourth place at the moment. We've also got the 91 Stuart Humphreys car in. Flying Haggis are in the Civic. The race leaders in the 29 Caterham are also in there too. That's a crucial stop for them, making a fuel stop too. Driver change for them as well, so Toby Ballard will be jumping out of that car. Rav Sport Racing are in the 432. They're one of the leading C1s. The leader in Class A, which is the Auto Bliss Toyota Aygo, that's now in the pit lane making one of its final few stops. And then a bit further down, we might see we can walk and talk a bit here. 386 WRC Developments are in. Just hold for a second because we've got one of the Mission Motorsport 51 car in. That's the Toyota. So we can quickly cross over before we get run over by anyone. So as you can see, Auto Bliss team had their ups and downs early on, but they've kept nice and steady and consistent. And that car is now holding station in the lead of Class A. So pit stop going plenty. Looks like I think it's Andrew Dyer getting into that car now. So Andrew Dyer is going to jump in, I think, for the final. No, it's Dominic Fletcher, in fact. Forgive me. Dominic Fletcher getting the with a final stint, I think. So that pit stop carries on as is. Just around the way, the 386 squad, the WRC Developments guys who've had all sorts of dramas and misfortunes. Just finishing their refueling before the driver change gets in. Looks like they've got Narrowme getting in for that car. So Larmony getting in for the 386 machine. Some windscreen cleaning going on as well to kind of get it all race ready to go. And then just around that, we've also got a pair of BMWs also in next to that. We've got the 54 VM VWare Veterans Matabubu car in. 54 in for its scheduled stop. The RAF car just beyond it in car number 18, which is our group of rookies. are also in the pits too. I'm sort of doing a bit of double duty, so whilst the camera focuses on that, I'm going to quickly take one or two shots of what's going on around in pit lane, because we have got plenty going on. 54 car heads back out. The 53 car also in after its quite short stop. I'm not sure if it was taking on any fuel. In fact, both of the Mission Motorsport cars are in, 51 and 53. And right at the top of the pit lane, we can't get there, but the DC low mass Panda's also at the top of the pit lane as well. That's still running quite well, I think, in the top 20. So plenty going on. Still the safety car is out for recovery of the Royal Navy car. 29, the race leader's just gone out into pit lane with its new incumbent. So that will stop at the end of the pit lane and do the hue tag, which they do now, and away it goes. Also in here, coming out, is the 88 car. Whilst 386 is pushed backwards, we've got another of the BMWs in for its stop here. We've got 52 coming in for its scheduled changeover. The 24 car goes back out. That's the Class B leading Mazda MX-5. It's now taken the roof off by the looks of it, so it's now very much an open top Mazda MX-5 rather than the temporary roof that it had. The other Caterham is down the pit lane as well also. We're still looking at the 52 BMW that's in for its pit lane. I'm looking also at some other cars that are up the top. Flying Haggis Racing is still being worked on. The Stuart Humphreys Mazda goes out after its stop, so you can tell once again it's a safety car period. Plenty of action going on. Just sweep the hair out of my eyes. So the 14 car is up, making its pit stop now. DBR Racing and the Caterham are just going to work now with a refuelling stop. Just make sure we're clear of the Matabubu car as well. They're also still refuelling in front of us here. Plenty going on. A lot of teams taking full advantage of this safety car to probably get possibly their last stops in before the end of the race, so they can go towards the end, because there's only about an hour and a half left to go in this 2023 Race of Remembrance. So a lot of the teams just trying to get their last little stops in, last drivers in, not to make too many changes. Now, the 33 BMW has been recovered. We can just train the cameras on that. So 33 BMW, plenty of dirt and mud on that car. It turns into its box. And you can see some of the grass it's had on the excursion there. It's going to get unpinned from the recovery truck, and then the Royal Navy squad will get to work on pushing the car back in. And I'm sure they'll try and give it a bit of a wipe down, but there's damage on the underside, we're being told here. I can see it just on the left-hand side. You can see our camera just having a look at it. We can just about catch it before it goes into the box. So damage on the underside of the car that might have just been from the rough ride it had over the grass getting in there. And I might see if I can possibly try and just doorstep quickly the driver that was in. The bonnet's up on the car. I'm going to see if I can possibly jump in and have a look and see if the driver is in the car for a second. Just very, very quickly. Just quickly check in. Give us an update. What happened?
Got a problem with the ABS. Caught in with the traction as well. And it was unpredictable. And that obviously just lost the rear and went round, and that was it. So, yeah.
It was also damage on the underside of the car. Is there anything else you think that might be possibly damaged in that incident, or do you think you possibly might have got away with it slightly?
No, they're normally quite strong cars underneath. They spend quite a bit of their time off track, and they seem to be all right. Yeah, so hopefully it's just a bit of mud, and hopefully get it fixed.
Goes without saying, but being third in class, that was the last thing you needed, wasn't it?
Indeed, yeah.
So, anyway, right, we'll leave you to it because we're working away on that one. So, simple excursion off the road with a 33 car, but that's now being worked on. Hopefully it's as tough as they say it is, and then get it back out shortly, but it's losing time, of course, to the other BMWs, and that's one of the key stories of the race, particularly in these parts 2 and 3. This BMW battle has been so close. Only a handful of laps between the top 6 or 7 cars in their class. So it's been really key to see how that's all worked out. Green flag back on the race, even though the wind is still quite strong out here. But as pit work continues, the Flying Haggis Civic's about to come out of its pit stop now to get back in the race. So that's now heading down pit lane. And as that car comes out, the 52 car also preparing to come out as well, as is also the DBR Caterham. So the only car we're going to have left over, I think, in pit lane is the 33 Royal Navy car. So there goes the Flying Haggis car. That now tags out. 52 BMW just coming out now as well. And the way that goes, nice clean stop for them. And we've also got the number 14 Caterham's coming out as well, second place. Oh, he takes the stop and go penalty ball with it. But out on the road goes the car. I think that's Not sure who it was, but they've tagged that successfully. The only car we've got really is down here is the 33 Royal Navy car. That's the car which brought the safety car out. That's now back in pit lane. So whilst that's been worked on, back to Paul and Rob in the commentary box.
I'm sure you'd like to tell us more, Scott, but there's no more cars left in the pit lane to tell us about. No, a very full and descriptive pit stop report there from Scott Woodward down in the pits. Surprised what happened there. Nobody actually mentioned this at the time, but the number 29 leading Williams car has come back out with Callum Lockie behind the wheel. There was I promising you that we'd see Henry Williams, but we've actually got Callum Lockie back out in the leading car. His margin is 1 lap at the moment, but I think that's going to go up to 2 laps as it was before, with the number 14 car having Darren Burke getting out of the car, and that should be now going back to Ben Timmons, I would think. Or is it Rob Kennelly's turn? No, it'll be Rob Kennelly getting back into the number 14 car. So they will rejoin their battle at the front of the field. Sitting patiently down here whilst all that has been going on is Joe Bagley. Is that right, Joe?
That's right, yeah.
Welcome up here to the commentary box. You're one of the drivers of the BMW car, number 52.
That's right.
Which has been the beneficiary of what's been going on there with the Royal Navy car, because I won't be rude, but you weren't keeping up with the Royal Navy, but now you've gone past them.
Yeah, so actually our 54 car in Matabubu Racing was catching up with Royal Navy. We were only half a lap behind, and we were leaving him out there, and we were just saying, oh, you know, wait for the safety car, and if there's a safety car, we'll pit you then, and we might have a chance to overtake the Royal Navy. And then unfortunately the Royal Navy made a safety car for us, so
and they handed it to you on a plate, sort of
pretty
thing.
much, yeah. So now with that third place for our 54 car is ours to hold on to.
So tell us a little bit about Matabubu Racing. You're there in 3rd and 4th places at the moment in this very closely fought BMW battle. And the 2 cars then, 52 and 54?
Yeah, 52, 54. They're being run by Track Club for us. Steve Doherty and his team at Track Club are running those for us. He ran 1 car for us last year, and we loved it so much we thought we'd come back and do 2 cars this year. So I've got 8 drivers this year back with Matabubu Racing, 2 good sponsors, GT Wealth from last year, and then veterans at VMware. I'm a veteran. I work for VMware software company, and I've got 2 VMware employees in that 54 car as well. So you've got Matt Preston and Andrew Juice, who was racing hard yesterday in that, and then we've got another couple as well. You've got Mark Cornelius in there, another trustee of Mission Motorsport, and out there now is Matt Eddles, and Matt Eddles has just come in, and Matt Preston's out there. Matt Preston, VMware driver in 54. He's ex-Fun Cup, he's ex-C1 24 Hours. He's had a lot of scrappy racing in his life, so I'm hoping he's going to bring it home for us.
So these are work colleagues that you see every day, that you then come away for a weekend with as well.
Correct.
Are you still friends?
Most of the time, yeah. I think it's like any of these things. It's fabulous for bonding. I think it's such a brilliant bonding event, and to get together. The other 3 in the other car in 52, the ones that I'm driving with, they're just my local friends I hang out with and spend my days with, racing on track days and stuff. But the family's grown. Matabubu Racing is getting bigger. It's gone from a rather poor joke about what's Matabubu, don't know Yogi, to
I see.
To now, it's really droll. It's awful.
Very good,
it's like you've got to come up with a name for something. So now this phenomenon that is becoming Matabubu Racing every year at Race of Remembrance, and we've already booked the cars with Stephen for next year, so we'll be back again then as well.
So whatever happens now,
whatever happens, well, we'll be back next year, and I've got people lining up for the seats. So it's such an amazing event.
And you say you're a veteran yourself. What was your role in the military?
I was a reserve officer actually, so I didn't see combat, but I was a reserve officer. Didn't see active service, but I was in the Royal Green Jacket, so I still
had to go through the training.
Oh yeah. I think Sandhurst and everything else.
I think the important thing that I see here is the way that the training kind of affects the mentality affects the team spirit, and that's what then goes to work together, whether it be in a race team or it be in a military work format.
There's a particular way of working, there's a way of respect between each other, there's a way you handle each other, there's just literally every single... I was looking at one team all shouting at each other a minute ago, and it was like, they're clearly not military, because you'd never get to that stage. There's a calmness that comes across a team like that. So yes, it's great fun.
Good. And as you say, back again next year.
Oh yeah.
What's the highlight? What's the main reason? If you want me to come along, you meet me in a pub. We get chatting. What is it about the Race of Remembrance which is going to make me come?
everyone who's come, I've got a bunch of people who've come to watch this year that didn't come last year, that heard about last year, have come along, our hangers-on, etc. And every single one of them has gone, I had no idea about the spirit of this event. It's the community of it. It's just everyone willing everyone else on. It's just, there's just a tingle down my spine when I talk about this event, and hanging out in the pits, in the garages. It's just one big family, and I think people come along and they realise there's this family event going on, and we're all just here to have fun, right down to the fantastic volunteer marshals out there, who many of them veterans, who are here because they want to be here this weekend, just to be part of this event, to say they were here and experience it. And that's really fit for me. So I'm gathering I'm gathering more and more people each time that want to come along and just experience it.
You're a bit like the Pied Piper, aren't you?
I'm trying.
Dragging people to there.
Two cars, one car last year, 2 cars this year. Maybe we'll have a few more in a few more years. Who knows?
Really. Rest of the year, what you involved in Metabubu racing?
Yeah, all over actually. I'm involved quite actively in sprinting, and I'm sprinting electric cars. So if anyone out there's got their new 2024 license renewal form through, there's a nice blue leaflet comes with that, and right in the middle of it you'll see my smiling face next to Steve Cropley and a couple of others that recently did the Watergate Day Sprint, and David Richards was down there, and all promoting the future of motorsport. So yeah, throughout the year we're doing a manner of different things. We're crewing for the Roger Clark Rally for a polo in a couple of weeks' time as well. Obviously, I think next weekend actually. I think the weekend after. So there's just bits and pieces. All of us are just a bunch of people that love motorsport, and it's one banner to all come together and just enjoy cars, whatever form they take. I think from electric through petrol through you name it, just get out there and have fun.
And element of competition as well, of course, because yes, you want to get to the end of the race, but after 12 hours of hard toil, it's nice if you can take a little trophy home that says I finished second, I finished third, or I've won the class.
That's the example right now. So look, I've done one stint here. I did just under 2 hours last night in the dark. I had the most amazing time, and technically I'm due to go in again before the race finishes. But actually, we're just going to keep that driver in there now, because we're in with a chance. We're in fourth. Who knows what's going to happen? We've seen how fast
things can change.
Things can change in the BMW class. So we're not going to waste time just swapping me in the car for the sake of getting me in the seat again. We want to get out there and we want to get a chance of winning. Wouldn't it be great if some magic happens and we get even higher up? But yeah, sitting there in third and fourth right now.
Third and fourth in class at the moment. The two BMWs from Metabubu Racing then.
So exciting.
It's so exciting. Matthew Preston at the wheel of the 54 car, and it's Mark Elliott, at the wheel of the 52.
Brilliant.
Joe, thanks for coming up.
Always good to
nice to have a chat, and a bit of promotion for Metabubu Racing. And I now realise Matabubu Racing.
Now you
What's
get it.
The Matabubu, yes.
Don't know, Yogi. It's the world's worst joke.
Probably old enough to remember Hanna-Barbera. Thanks for coming up.
Brilliant.
Joe.
Thank you.
Best of luck, and let's hope that BMW keeps running smoothly. Thanks very much then, Joe Bagley from Matabubu Racing, and he's brought a cast of thousands up with him, so good to have you all up here. The race for the lead continues. We've had 10 hours and 47 minutes of the 12. Easier to turn it round and say we've got an hour and 12 minutes still to go, and so it's Callum Lockie leading the way down in the 147s, and he's now lapping more quickly than Darren Burke, who through that pit stop has actually stayed behind the wheel of the DBR car. Now, what is interesting is whether or not Darren Burke has enough fuel to last until the end of the race, because whoever is down in the pits at the moment, which must be Scott Woodwis, just looking around because Rob's up here, Scott Woodwis is down there, hive your way along to the DBR racing team, Darren Burke, car number 14. Darren's not there, of course, because he's out in the car. But they went out with an hour and 20 minutes of this race remaining. They'll be absolutely topped up with fuel, but the question is an hour and 20 minutes more than the car will go? They've only ever gone an hour and 15 minutes, so they're taking a bit of a risk. They're rolling the dice at DBR Racing, trying to get down. They're close to within a lap, as I say. It's a lap and a half, the gap first to second. We can get more news from Scott at the moment. He's got other news. He'll find out about the 14 car later. Oh, we don't have news from the pits after all. I thought we did. No, we don't. We have another guest. Sunday morning, in the last few minutes, is when we get all the guests. Put a headset on, young man, and then you can introduce yourself and tell me who you're from. You're from Team Endeavour. There's nothing to do with that. That's just a sweatshirt he's nicked off somebody.
It is. It is.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. How
Introduce
are you?
yourself.
I'm Jack Taylor. I'm here with Mission Motorsport.
Right.
And I created the trophies.
Now, I thought it was Andy who created the trophies. No, it's Jack.
Yeah.
Right. The trophies for the Race of Remembrance are something a little bit special. We've had, I've got somewhere in my little drawer of things that I collect at motor races, a bullet casing or a shell, which is a pen.
Yeah.
Is that one of your?
No,
creations?
that's not. That's a fellow beneficiary.
Right, but that's something that you remember at least. Yeah. What have we got this year?
This year we've got Perseverance, the main trophy as always.
Mm-hmm.
He gets passed around every year.
Right.
There's a rolling theme.
Yeah.
And we've got the new little ones. I think we've got 9 of them for the individual classes.
And what are they?
They're little poppies, little metal poppies, held on a stem made out of crushed and plaited copper brake line.
We need to be on video for this because Jack is drawing pictures with his hands at the same time as trying to make pictures with his voice. So little poppies on a stem.
And they're sat on bits of flint, which I pulled out of the lake at HMS Excellent, where they used to test torpedoes and ejector seats and stuff, where the defence diving school is and all that.
Okay, because you tend to recycle things for your trophies,
I will
don't
do
you?
as much as I can.
You don't just go along to the local goldsmith and get loads of valuable.
I like
metals.
the history behind them. I like it all having a bit, especially with this event. I like the link. So those bits of flint have seen an awful lot of military goings on.
Yeah.
And to bring them here, where it's all about that. I mean, the racing is just a catalyst to all of us having, remembering.
Yeah.
And it's special to have that connection with all of the pieces I've done.
Yeah.
Like last year being the track link horns from a CVRT. That's linked to a lot of lads here. As well with the main trophy Perseverance. The stem is made out of a piece of chain that has links to the First War and horses, and funny enough, my great granddad, which I found out afterwards. It's all
Yeah,
it's all. I like the stories behind them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've ever written a book?
No, I haven't.
You need to, or at least find an author that will sit down with you and get it out of you, because I'm sure you've got stories there, and really they just need putting into something that people can take away and as you say, use it to remember. Because as you say, I get excited by car racing because that's my deal.
Yeah, of course.
But you come along to the Race of Remembrance and you see an awful lot of other stuff going along, ways that people are being motivated to do things which for some of them would never have been thought possible.
Oh, myself, completely. I was. I mean, you can attest. I was just awful when I got here. When I first came here, I was in such a bad place, and then I got a phone call from Adam whilst I was at a mate's garage, and he basically said, "Right, you're coming to ROR," and that was in 2015.
Right.
I've done every event since then. And
You've only missed one then.
2, I think.
2,
actually.
Okay.
I went AWOL for a while.
Right.
I missed a year. It's just such a special event because we get people from all around the world.
Well, that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
It's just special because there's so many of us, and we're all hurting in our own ways, but in the same way we can all celebrate together.
And I think again, from talking to other people, finding people who have had the same experiences as yourself is a great lifter as well.
100%, and it'll show you that it's not just, I'm an aircraft engineer by trade, but you can have the same experience as someone who, a loggy or a tank crew. There's an awful lot of common ground for us all.
Right. Just very distracted by what's going on the screen at the moment because there's a stop-go penalty going on for Callum Lockie. That's the car that leads the race at the moment, and he's been held in the pit lane. If this is it's more than just a stop-go. This is a stop and hold. He's now been given the countdown, 4, 3, 2, 1, and away you go, Callum. Spins the wheels. Keep to the pit lane speed limit, please, Callum. And you do need to tag out. But Callum Lockie then has suddenly lost a lot of ground with that stop and go penalty, and an extra pit stop required then for Callum. and he stays in the lead, but the gap is going to have come down significantly. Listen, Jack, obviously the big bit for you, apart from the Remembrance service, is probably going to be the presentations at the end of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, I do enjoy that. Just seeing people light up, it makes it certainly all worthwhile.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much for talking to us, Jack Taylor. And if you just press that one there, then we can go down into the pit lane. Scott Woodwith is waiting down there, and he's going to give us some more news.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Down here with the race leaders who've just come in for their stop-and-go penalty. We've got Henry Williams here from Williams Motorsport. Just quickly, first of all, for those who don't know, do you know what the penalty was for that we had to come in for?
Yeah, so yellow overtake under yellows during the safety, just as the yellows and the safeties came out. Right. So just one of those things.
Just a misfortune of the timing.
Very well, I hope so.
Yeah. Obviously race leaders, so at this point the race has been going incredibly well, but you've had that back and forth, at least on track with the other Cation guys in the mix. It really has been a story between difference of laps in terms of gap, but between you three on track it's been very much battles amongst all three of you, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been absolutely fascinating. It's great fun. It's nice that we're all friends, so that helps a lot. But yeah, it's been really interesting, and it's great. This last stint's going to be it's going to be really enjoyable for the viewers to watch, I think.
On top of that, of course, because you guys race a lot, particularly against each other in catering racing in the sprint format, you've raced each other for so many years, coming up through academy, through the ranks up towards the top level, that there's an element of trust between you all in terms of you can race wheel to wheel, but you can trust that 99% of the time you could do it without even just touching wing mirrors.
Yeah, I think watching Rob and Roger out on the sort of second stints of the day, that was absolutely testament to that, because they basically did an hour and 40 minutes battling like we were doing a 20-minute catering race. Both not one touch, nothing, and they were lapping within like tenths of each other every time. I mean, it's just a testament to how good the drivers are, and that's what we really find with catering racing, especially the official championship, how good the drivers are when they come out of it.
And that's the theme we've seen throughout the whole race. A lot of people have been saying that it's been a long race, lots of cars on track, but the driving standards in general, for the most part, have been really, really positive. Would you share that sentiment from your point of view?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, last night I was gobsmacked by how good the driving standards were, and bearing in mind that there's a lot of yellow crosses out there, so I was gobsmacked how good the standards have been, and actually how few safety cars we've had. And the safety cars have generally been like people coming off and getting stuck in the mud, and that's it, not from contact or doing anything stupid. It's just been like pushing it, and especially in this weather, I mean, it's so hard. I mean, there's standing water all over the track. It's really hard, and especially, it doesn't matter whether you're a seasoned pro or a novice, the conditions are still very tricky.
Yeah. And speaking of conditions, we've had clear, dry track, we've had nighttime running, winds, we've got the moment, rain. This race has had it all practically.
It's been absolutely incredible. I mean, I love watching the three spectators. I think up watching Rocket was great with the wind like blowing them over and stuff. But no, it's been an incredible race so far, and I mean, it's testament to how good the driving has been that we haven't had a lot more safety cars and no real bad smashes.
And for the occasion, for what it means for this weekend, in terms of yourself and the team and taking part, what does it mean to you to be part of something that is that special on such a poignant weekend?
I mean, I absolutely love this weekend. I mean, I'd sort of, you know, as someone that runs a race team, I'd avoided November racing quite a lot. Yeah. But actually, when we came last year, it was insanely brilliant. And the fact that this race is so much money for charity, and that's why so many teams come and do it. We're going to come back next year, 100%. Try and persuade more guys to come back. It's like one of the best weekends of the year. It really is, no matter the weather. Yeah.
You're in a top position, so best of luck. Hope the last start goes well, and fingers crossed to see it alive. Well done. So, slight pit stop and go penalty for overtaking under the yellow flags. Looks like just a bit of misfortune, it seems. Just the safety car was coming out, but the 29 Caterham still leads the way. The Williams Motorsport boys in that prime position. Can they hold on for the last literally just over an hour or so to go in this Race of Remembrance 2023? Who knows, but it's still an hour to go. Anything can happen, and as we know in motorsport, chaps, it usually does. Back to you in the box.
Thank you, Scott Woodward down there in the pit lane, building up the crescendo towards the end of the race. Darren Burke is now on the lead lap. He's about a minute and a half or so behind. The screen showing he's 1 lap behind, but actually it's less than a lap. It's a minute and a bit. only separating them, 1 minute and 48 seconds to be precise. And at the moment, Darren Burke is closing at a rate of 1 second to 1.5 seconds a lap on Callum Lockie. So this last hour is going to be thrilling. And if we can draw our attention away from the battle for the lead, I've also been joined up here in the box. Now we've got Chris Slater back up here. If you've been listening all the time, you've heard from Chris quite a few times, but Chris started off his weekend with a disappointment, having been leading the way in the Club Sport Trophy support race. Since then, Chris, the RAF team has had its fair share of disappointments. But as ever, you're not giving up. You're finishing with a bit of hurrah. I understand the 7 car is nearly ready to come back out again, isn't it?
Yeah, the 7 car's been out for about 15 minutes.
It's
now.
out already, is it? Okay,
yeah,
I missed it coming out.
That needed a clutch, but as the clutch has gone, it had damaged the inside of the bell housing. So Paul sheared Stuggers out of another hole and sorted us out with the gearbox.
He's just into the pits again, actually, the 7 car.
That'll be
routine.
Driver changes. It's running today, now, which is a shame because it was running so well. We'd locked in on safety cars to work the strategy to get it quite far ahead. But yeah, it's just a bit of a shame. But we take a lot of lessons away. The car's been really solid apart from that. So yeah, the lessons that we take away we'll hopefully bring back for next year.
And as far as the BMW class is concerned, again, disappointment for the number 19 car, which had a new gearbox put in yesterday, but it's been running all right today, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That took a gearbox last night. It got finished and now on track about 9 o'clock. Thanks to Rob from VMS who sold the gearbox. Especially considering that he was running 2 cars himself and it was his only one, so we're really grateful for that. So the aim for the 19 car is to get those 4 novices in it, as much experience as we can. And
the number 18 BMW has, by much as good luck as good planning, managed to achieve its ambition and be ahead of the Navy at the moment.
Yeah, it is. I think
the Navy's sunk.
Yeah, we're a couple of laps down. And I'd seen that Richie had gone off. He tried to turn it into a submarine.
Yeah.
But Fraser's in the 18 car at the moment. This is his only race. This is his second time of racing in a car. He used to do go-karting, and this is his second time in a car, and he's putting in some really respectable laps. He's running consistently 2:04.
Yeah.
Which is only just over a second slower than what Freddie's doing in the newly fixed 9 car. So that's really respectable, especially in these conditions.
So overall, RAF Motorsports have had a yo-yo type of weekend, but I mean, we've still got an hour to go, but must be reasonably happy with the way things have gone, are you?
Yeah, we're all right. Everybody's upbeat. We've worked pretty hard.
You've worked pretty hard. You've worked extremely hard. Well done to the whole team.
Yeah, so we will go away from today with some really good memories and some really good lessons. 12 drivers in the big race and 5 drivers in the small race that have managed to have a run out. And, yeah, it's just great to get together in this environment.
And daft question, really, coming back again next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are there people that have been like yourself, myself, who you don't see one year to the next? You just meet at the Race of Remembrance and say, "Oh, I remember you from last year."
Yeah, so we have 2 big events at the end of the year for our team. The first one is important because it's recognised as our inter-services. That's at Silverstone with 750 with the Burkett, and then this is the biggest event from a planning and a delivery perspective. So bringing or corralling enough people together to not only run some cars, run 4 last year and 3 this year plus the 5. It's not just about running the cars, it's about doing them efficiently and professionally, and it's just a huge undertaking, but everybody leaves, and we're really lucky to be supported by Javelin Track Days, who've given us some spaces on a day so that we can now take the support crew from today or from this weekend, and we'll run a day in on the simulator. So we normally use Snetterton because RAF Honington's fairly local, and we'll put some of our support crew on the simulator for a day under instruction, and then we'll go onto the circuit the following day and let them have a run out in a car. And 3 of the drivers in the 19 car, Coral Hoban, Joan Barnsdale and Adam Stanbury, they all spanned at this event last year. They've looked after people throughout the year in the Armed Forces Race Challenge as a support crew, and they've been qualified after doing a grassroots engagement day, and now they're just about to complete the first race weekend. So the ambition there is that we can take them into doing Armed Forces Race Challenge next year, and then maybe they'll be along next year to mentor some other support crew from this year and just taking part in Race of Remembrance. Great, it just kind of snowballs along, doesn't it? Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Great to talk to you, and as I hope the rest of the weekend continues in the way that it's going at the moment, and we don't have any problems. Down in the pit lane, we're shortly going to be able to, thank you, Chris, Chris Slater from RAF Motorsport. We are able to go down to Scott Woodward now in the pit lane. Scott, what have you got?
Guys, down at the VMS pit, we've got a number 9 car that we remember was involved in that incident with the Flying Haggis Racing BMW. They've been brought in with a black and orange flag. I'm just trying to overhear what the team member was saying to the scrutineer. So actually, I might just double check the scrutineer actually for 1 second, if I can double check. Just 1 second quickly. What car have I been brought in for?
There's something underneath just catching the ground, so we just brought in for the team to fix it.
Yeah, and it's simply just that quick fix, and they should be back out hopefully?
Yeah, it should be a couple of minutes.
Okay, good stuff, thank you. So it's something on the underside of the car that was catching and scraping along, so they've been brought in to fix that. And as that's working along, you can see there's still a little bit of grass that's hanging off the underside of the car from when it went off, when it had the excursion with the number 44 Civic. And they've also made a driver change. So they've got a mandatory time of about 2 minutes. They're going to be able to try and possibly have a clean round and change all the windows, clean all the windows. Change around and clean all the windows. Checking with that. I'll get my vocabulary out better this time. This is going on. And so that's working out at the moment. I might have possibly try and grab the driver who's just got out, I think, possibly. Just have a quick word and see how they found that stint. We can grab the driver here just a second. Just jumped out of the car. Just quick for a second.
I don't think glory covers it.
Just quick. Sorry, your name is?
Freddie.
Freddie, nice to meet you.
Sorry, you are?
Scott, live streams. So we just got the number 9 car in. You just jumped out of it. Up until it came in, how was it feeling?
It's an interesting setup that I don't think will catch on. So we had contact with the 44 Civic, and unfortunately they didn't give the repair as a pit stop. Right. So we have lost out on a pit stop and quite a bit of damage. The steering wheel is currently left-hand down by about 40 degrees, which makes it, I say, it's interesting, but once you get your head round it, it's actually handling okay. It seemed all right.
That's really bad luck because you're in a podium place, so that's difficult to stomach. But at the same time, at that point, you were doing incredibly well. At that point, being in a podium place in class.
Yes, thank you to the marshals at church. They got the brunt of my aggression getting out of a car that was flying to then be hit by air. Nothing bad, but yeah, the bottom lip was out.
So I guess the stretch is now just get it to the end and just see what you can get from this result, I suppose.
Just finish now, yeah. I say, unfortunately, they didn't give us the repair as a mandatory pit stop, which would have got us back in the game. But yeah, now let's just get to the finish. Let's finish. Everyone's had a good weekend. Anglesey in November. Lovely.
As it's proven right now, because the rain's coming in thick and fast. So we'll let you go and keep dry, but thanks so much.
Thank you, mate.
Hard luck for what happened, but get to the end that side of things. And yeah, as I'm trying to huddle up, 2 poor camera guys they're trying to keep this through. But yeah, the rain's coming down. It's coming down incredibly hard in the space of about a minute or so. It really is pelting down.
And I was saying on the comms earlier on, if you look out to sea, all I can practically see is a wall of grey, so there's quite a thing. And talked about being right into Storm Debbie. I think it's the eye of it starting to come right here because the wind's not quite picked up, but the rain's absolutely pelting down hard. So I think we might have to try and keep dry here in this box, so front of the box to try and keep dry, whilst Paul and Rob can stay dry up in the comm box. I'm going to try and find some more shelter and dry off for a minute because this rain's getting a bit harder. Back to you.
Well done, Scott. Yeah, you can really see the way that conditions are changing. I sort of think, the forecast never was terribly bright. But I've been joined up here in the commentary box by the former COO of Mission Motorsport, Adam Marchant-Wilcox. And thank you for coming along, Adam. And how many Races of Remembrance have you been at now? Have you actually been at all of them?
No, I didn't do last year because I left Mission Motorsport in June and so stepped away for last year. But as this year has gone on, and I got involved with the charity again, with the Race of Remembrance committee, and sort of loosely pulled the Service of Remembrance together.
Right. Okay.
It's nice to be back.
It was nice to be back. And that was going to be my next question. Was having stepped away from it for a year to then come back, do you remember all the good things about it? Or do you remember all the things you hated about it? Because last year we had beautiful weather and it was unseasonably warm.
Yeah, no, there's nothing I hated about it. I mean, I was very fortunate to spend 9 years at Mission Motorsport, so actually leaving was the most difficult decision. That was the thing I hated the most. But I think Jim was really actually glad to see the back of me, in all honesty. But I went to another service charity called the White Ensign Association, which supports Navy and Royal Marine personnel as they're leaving the services and transitioning into civilian street. But it's wonderful. It's very different to the Mission Motorsport, and you don't get quite the dynamism that you do in Mission Motorsport in other charities. I think this is quite unique.
I mean, I think that's a word that I hear a lot coming to the Race of Remembrance is unique. It is a unique event. The way it melds together the motorsport family, which I'm involved with during 12 months of the year virtually, with the armed forces, with the charity element as well. So, you're not just looking at it as a military thing from the point of view of the armed forces, but the charity element as well. And those three elements are brought together through what Mission Motorsport and James Cameron and his team of people. I mean, James can't take all the credit because he surrounds himself with good people.
Yeah, he really does. Yeah.
But that's the key to it, isn't it?
It is. But I mean, we've been at this now for. I mean, this is the 9th, isn't it, Race of Remembrance? I think, and next year's the 10th. So you'd like to think that with given 9 tries at something, you're going to get it. You'd be on the way to getting it right. Certainly, I think I needed to step away and go and do other things. And my successor, Andy Brand, has done a fantastic job in pulling it together. And it takes time. And I think he's properly settled now. And it just gets bigger and better every year, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
Just gets bigger and better every year.
Not in terms of race entries this year. We're a few cars down on where we were last year. But in terms of the event, I think you're absolutely right. It is a bigger event this year than it was last year, even though there are a few less cars actually participating. Great race for the front of the field. But the story is really not the racing at the front of the field so much as the people who have been sitting in that chair over the course of the last 2 days. We've had various beneficiaries, ex-military people, who hesitate to say, but they do it in the end, say that Mission Motorsport has changed their lives, has saved their lives, and they've been able to turn their lives around. I had one guy up here now looking forward to next year, where he's never looked forward to next year before in his life. So,
it's very powerful.
It is, exactly.
It's wonderfully powerful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think we've been able to take a lot of people on a journey over the last 9 years with the organisation, and I think for a lot of people this is the pinnacle. what goes on in those garages on a also minute-by-minute basis in terms of the team spirit and the camaraderie that a lot of people miss all year round, and you get it here in spades. And it's adverse conditions because it's cold and wet and everybody's a bit tired, aren't they?
Yeah, just a little.
But when Jack was up here chatting to you earlier, and we just before he came on, and he was saying that actually, nobody's shouting at each other in the garages. People are just getting on with it, and I think that's something that's difficult to replicate in any other environment other than this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So thank you very much for coming up, Adam. Are you going to stay on for the presentations afterwards, I take it?
Yeah.
That's a big thing as well.
It is. Yeah, it's great. It's exciting, isn't it? As I watched the start of the race earlier yesterday, I thought I've been fortunate enough to be in a car on a few previous occasions, and I'll be back next year in a car, I hope. But
there's a promise.
Yeah, well,
we'll hold you to that.
Well, yeah, no, somebody's got to give me a seat first for a small consideration. But I'm certainly staying on for the prize giving.
Good.
It'll be good. Let's just wish the rain away so we can have a dry prize giving in the
we'll get this one out of the way, and then for the 10th anniversary it'll be sunny weather again.
Absolutely.
We can go down to the pit lane again, so whilst Adam presses the right button, well done, like a pro, we can go down to Scott Woodward. He's in the pit lane.
Well, we still stay in the same place from where you left us. We're still in the garage of a number 9 VMS car. Just looking outside tells you the reason why, because it's absolutely hammering it down with rain at the moment. And it's very reminiscent. I was talking on comms earlier on of that 2CV 24-hour race I was here several years ago. I look out to the RSC. All I can see is a wall of grey. That's all I can see out there. It's so much rain coming down. I think Storm Debbie, if we didn't know that she was here, she's well and truly arrived. That's the thing. All the teams are kind of in the garage, kind of trying to keep warm as much as possible. And VMS are in the mix as well. I did note it's down there, but the 111 car was in the pit lane for a while. So that car's gone through, but poor Kieran, he's in the camera, just to quickly go down to the pit lane to see if the car was there. Give us a nod or a shake. Is it still there? Give the camera a nod or a shake. It's still there. Right, okay, it's still there having a pit stop. But so kudos to all the teams that are trying to cope with this weather conditions down here. We're at the edge of the garage and we're still getting wet because of how much it is. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we even get a safety car to kind of bunch the pack up in these conditions, because it's such adverse weather out there. It's unbelievable. The rain's hammering down on top of the pit garages. It's coming down like it's harder than it has done all race. And yeah, you can't see beyond the edge of the fences on the other side of the circuit on top of that. So it really is testament to all the marshals, particularly the marshals that are out there on post. There goes the 111 car, which we were able to get a small shot of as it was going out. There's not much more I can really say really, other than the fact that the weather conditions are absolutely atrocious, as you can see. So kudos to all the drivers, marshals, everyone that's coping with it, because yeah, I think being down here compared to up there in the box at the moment, chaps, it's just not pleasant in there. So I'll hand back to you to see if we can find a bit more shelter whilst this rain hopefully passes as soon as possible before the end of the race. So back to you whilst I try and keep dry.
Thank you, Scott. Yes, as you say, nothing more to say, really.
I think with 40 minutes to go, I think that'll be the end of the pit lane interviews, unless anything really drastic happens, but it is peltering it down out there.
Well, I do have a job for Scott, and I don't know if the message can be passed on to him, because I did mention this earlier on. The number 14 car came into the pits with 1 hour and 20 minutes still to run. Now, in fact, he came into the pits with 1 hour and 25 minutes still to run. Had a 4-minute pit stop, went back out. Darren Burke stayed behind the wheel, so he's doing a double stint. But he's right on the brink of the fuel consumption. Now, in these conditions, he's probably made a wise choice, because the car will be using less fuel in these conditions because of the slower pace. So to do 1 hour and 20 minutes should be okay for that car. But it is 5 minutes longer than it's run all race. Required from that car, the car 14, Darren Burke, to go to the end of the race on his tank full of fuel. So it'd be good for Scott if he chooses to shelter in the 29 garage, the 14 garage, just to see whether they're worried about the fuel or whether they think they've got enough fuel to get to the end of the race. The way Darren Burke is going, he's still chasing down Callum Lockie, and he's taking chunks out of Callum Lockie's lead. It's down to 1.5 minutes now, the gap first to second. So we do have a race onto the flag. It's not just going to be a stroll to the end of a 12-hour race here. We've got a race onto the flag as Darren Burke chases down Callum Lockie, and at the moment it's Darren the quicker of the two.
I think so, potentially at this point, and it's again, if they're right on the end of that strategy, it's risk versus reward, isn't it, Paul? Do you go all out to see if we can to see if you can reel in that Williams Motorsport Caterham as well? And the question will be, will they, if the car cuts out on track in the last 10-15 minutes, will it still be classified?
I can't remember actually whether the rules. I think the rules say you do have to cross the line after the checkered flag has been shown in order to be classified. But yeah, Darren Burke and the DBR team have rolled the dice a little bit. I think it was worth doing. They didn't really have a choice. They had that safety car. As I say, the safety car came out with 1 hour and 25 minutes of the session's race still to go, and they had to take a chance as to whether it was going to be worth coming in to refuel at that point, even though it would leave them right on the cusp of their amount of fuel that they could get into the car. But they have, as I say, rolled the dice. Callum Lockie in the Williams team has also rolled the dice to an extent, because Callum had got into the car. We would have expected Henry Williams to get into the car based on the rotation, but Callum, as the quickest driver of that crew, has taken over. In terms of this segment of the race, since the Remembrance service, Darren Burke has pulled back 2.5 minutes.
He has.
That's over a lap on the race leaders. So they both made 2 pit stops in that time. We had the extra pit stop that the 29 car, the Williams Motorsport car, had to serve for their penalty. That made obviously a big difference, but it does mean that the 2 race leaders are on the same lap, and as I say, closing with conditions very tricky indeed.
Incredibly tricky. Just look at it out on the circuit at the moment. I could tell you, you could probably hear it on the audios on the cameras. The rain is pelting our commentary box even here, Paul. We can barely see out the windows now. It's got that heavy. So again, Scott Woodwiss did allude to it. I am wondering if we are going to maybe get a safety car as well, just to bunch everything up and make things a lot more interesting as we go into the final stages.
I hope we don't, just because it artificially affects the race.
I know.
And I hate things like that artificially affect the race.
Operation Motorsport Team USA are now in the pit lane as well, so they're going to be making hopefully their final stop off the race. And we did see on camera there about a minute or so ago the Autotest TSW Master MX-5 was in with Ollie Graham at the wheel. He was staying on board with that car, but they were looking on the front right hand side, so they got some sort of issue there. And
Mike Stillwagon it is who's brought the Operation Motorsport USA car into the pits.
And we've got Rivers out on the circuit at the moment. We've got Peter Shearer and co just oohing and ahhing in the commentary box at cars going off. We got cars off. Is that the second place Caterham? Is that? We're just having a look on screen. That's one of the Caterhams that's just gone off there up into Rocket. Well, certainly wasn't looking in the best state going up into Rocket. There's Rivers running across the circuit. So could this be the twist in the tail we're looking for, Paul, or could this be maybe a premature end to the Race of Remembrance 2023? 2 more visitors to the pit lane. We've got one of the Pure Track cars, 223, into the pit lane. The Clio is crawling in, and the ES Motorsport Lotus is coming after it.
Yeah, Jason McAnulty has not been in that 110 car for very long, I don't think. Daniel Palmer has been out for his stint. No, Jason McAnulty has only done 5 laps. Now, whether there's a problem with that car or whether he just doesn't like the conditions, don't know. But Jason McAnulty then brings the ES Motorsport car into the pits. Conditions, as Rob was just saying, absolutely atrocious, but the sky over to the west is brightening a little bit, to the north at the least, and the west a little bit. But coming through now, the gap first to second, 1 minute and 42 seconds as we wait for Callum Lockie to come through and complete another lap. 36 minutes remain of the race. Here comes Callum into the final turn, headlights still ablaze, big puddle there as they go across the start-finish line, and Callum Lockie shaves his line going into target and completes another lap. That lap from Callum, a 1 minute 58. Last lap from Darren Burke was a 2 minute lap. So on that lap, Callum increases the margin a little bit. Sorry, you go.
Yeah, I was just about to say the exact same thing. Darren Burke 2 seconds worse off in that last lap. So are we seeing the Callum Lockie experience, endurance racing experience pay off in the last 35 minutes of this race? Effectively, what Callum's got to do is just hang on, keep it nice and consistent. We've got the BMW class, we've got the 209 car that's not actually part of the running for the BMW win overall. We've got the BMW class to sort out, because leading that at the moment, 12th overall and first in the BMW 116 class, is JTM Engineering with Henry Omerod at the wheel. Car number 90, the VMS Racing car, in 13th place and second in class, with Warwick Compton at the wheel. And in third place for that class is the Meta Boo Boo Racing car number 54. And that was after all the excitement we had about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, when the Royal Navy car on screen now, perfect timing from the Alpha Live production team. The car 33 unfortunately threw it off into the boonies on the inside of Church Corner, and got it bogged down.
They have got going again as the number 33. It was Richard Phillips in the car at the time.
Incidentally, if you are after some free turf, don't bother with B&Q. Just pop down to the Royal Navy garage, because I think they've recovered most of it from the underside of that BMW 116.
Appropriately enough, they've got Gareth Moss back in the car now.
Outstanding.
Yeah, that's they say that car trying to recover places, but having dropped to the back of the BMW class now. The two VMware Meta Boo Boo Racing cars in third and fourth places. That's with Matthew Preston at the wheel of the 54 car, Mark Elliott at the wheel of the 52 in third and fourth places. But the gaps have gone up a little bit in the BMW class. 2 laps now separate Harry Ormerod from Thomas Warwick Compton in the first 2 places, 21 and 90. They were pretty much nose to tail, remember, when we had the safety car out for the last time.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, if you look up into the sky,
the sun's out.
So the right decision was made not to send the safety car out.
That looked like the Callum Lockie Caterham and the number 14 Caterham hotly pursuing Callum Lockie, trying to unlap itself to get a lap to the good. They're both running right at Rocket. I know the wet conditions, it's going to be more conducive to drive the karting lines to get a bit more grip. We've got cars sliding all over the place, all over the circuit. Car number 11 we've just seen out of our commentary box going very, very sideways. But the 2 leading Caterhams, car number 14, absolutely on it going through the slower traffic. And meanwhile, we've got the 77 crew and the Williams Motorsport with Callum Lockie at the wheel.
Yeah, so just under a lap between them. So Darren Burke is ahead of Callum Lockie on the road, but he's trying to catch up a lap. So the gap is 1 minute and 41 seconds, and Callum Lockie should have come through by now, I would have suggested. There he goes now.
There we go.
We're just a little bit worried there as he hadn't come through. So 32 minutes of the race still to go. 358 laps completed by Callum Lockie. His last lap time 154.2, a 153 from Darren Burke. So Darren still pushing on as quick as he can and making up ground. So this one isn't over yet.
Yeah, we spoke about Wales in the Irish Sea earlier on. I think at this rate they're going to end up in the pit lane. There's a river, a large river gathering in the pit lane. So the weather certainly putting everyone to the test, especially our pit teams. So they're probably hoping that their car stays out, doesn't get into any more trouble, and they can stay nice and warm in the garage.
Yeah, as I say, Darren Burke then staying out on the DBR car. This has been a massively long stint from Darren. Just trying to look back here and see if my records tell me when he got into the car. An hour 15. So he got into the car an hour and 45 minutes ago. So he's been in the car for nearly 2 hours, and he's got another half hour still to go. So it's going to be getting on towards 3 hours by the time he gets to the end of his stint, which is the overall limit which is demanded. Yeah, he won't go over the limit, but he's getting very close to what the drive time limit is for Darren Burke. Rob Kennelly having been driving the car when the Remembrance service took place. Rob then finished his stint, and Darren Burke's been in the car ever since, so he's been in the car for the lion's share of this afternoon's racing.
Another car that's gone quite well on screen there, but not without his issues, is the JRW Motorsport Fiesta ST 240 Cup car.
Yeah, Sean Reynolds currently in 6th, but yeah, I think they're probably disappointed actually. I think they might have hoped to be a bit further up than 6th place, but
there on our screen at the moment, Paul, is probably the bravest person in motorsports currently facing off against the horrific weather to get those media snaps for Mission. I believe that's a member of the Mission Motorsport social media crew, just making sure they get the right video for the social media, but braving the elements.
And as a professional in social media yourself, Rob, you know how important it is to put yourself out there and get that vital clip.
No, I'd rather stay dry.
Okay. There we are. It was a good try. You had your moment there. You had your opportunity. Didn't take it. Let's have another.
A braver man than me.
Let's have another shout out to the Auto Test TSW team. It's a Class B car number 24. It's in 5th place overall. It's leading its class by masses. How much is it leading its class by? 15 laps. So it can almost park now and it will still be in the lead of the class. But the Auto Test TSW Mazda MX-5, car 24, Ollie Graham has been driving it. They've done their 6 pit stops, which are the minimum that you've had to do. But apart from that, that car has run, I shouldn't say so, with half an hour to go, but it's run faultlessly, hasn't it, that 24?
Absolutely. And I'm also looking at the top 3 in Class C, because that is being very hotly contested. 7th, 8th and 9th overall. Tequila Racing, what a team name, leading that charge at the moment in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, car number 16. It had a few penalties early on for a bit of contact, but it's going great guns out there and currently leading its class. It's being hotly pursued by another Mazda, a Mark 3 Mazda of Stuart Humphrey Racing, being driven. Who's that being driven by?
Martin Rich. Yeah. And I was to say, that's closing as well.
Absolutely.
Martin Rich is a minute and a half behind, a minute and 23 seconds behind, and is closing at a second a lap. So we've got a battle on there. I haven't spotted this, but there is a battle on for Class C.
Exactly, because if you look in 9th place, Operation Motorsport USA with Smotherman at the wheel is going absolutely great guns in that car. Matt Smotherman have now retired from the US Army, and he spent the past 2023 working in the SRO race control as an Operation Motorsport beneficiary. He's now accepted a job with SRO beginning in 2024, so congratulations to him. But he is lapping, according to our timing, he's doing 2:07.6s in that car, compared to the 2 leaders that are doing 2:10s, 2:11. So effectively, he's gaining up to 5 seconds a lap on those cars. So are we going to see a three-way fight for the winning position of Class C?
It's a tall order, but you're right to draw attention to it. So as we move into the closing stages, 27 minutes on the clock, we've got a minute and a half just over, separating first from second for overall and Class D, and just over a minute, or just under a minute and 30 seconds, separating the battle in Class C between Chris Fellows driving the Tequila Racing Mazda number 16, Martin Rich driving the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda number 91, and Matt Smotherman with the GT86 Toyota. Battle between the Japanese manufacturers. They'll be staying up late at Japan to make sure they watch this, no doubt. 22 is the car of Matt Smotherman. He's got a lot to do because he's more than a lap behind, but we'll see how he's able to do. One of the unfortunate stories of the race, just being shown on the screen there in the pits at the moment, is the number 7 Mazda, which was, well, it could have had a top 6 place, couldn't it, Rob?
It could. It was looking so good for them going into this stint. Now we've got well, Sebastian Vettel waiting in the wings there, possibly to jump into the car. I have a feeling he may not know that he's about to strap into that car. He's probably off somewhere, I assume Germany, that's where he lives. waiting to get into that car. But in all seriousness, you know, car number 7, Chris Slater, was really pleased with the progress of that car overnight. Unfortunately, they had a clutch go, which actually turned into a gearbox change as well, because when the thrust bearing went, it took the bell housing out of the gearbox with it. So the RAF team, a big shout out to them. I hope you're all listening downstairs in the garages at the moment, guys. They've changed more gearboxes than anything. I think next year they're going to be coming back with automatics to make sure that doesn't happen. So, no, genuinely fantastic effort from Team RAF Motorsport. They've done an outstanding job.
Yes, Lloyd Huggins is the driver who was missing from the list on the side of the car there, if you did see it on the stream. So whether he's the one that fancies himself as Sebastian Vettel, I don't know. But,
so you're saying Sebastian's not racing? Oh, shame.
He didn't sign on. Have to sign on.
Yes, you have to sign on.
So you can't just show up and get in the car. Anyway, Lloyd Huggins has just got out of the car, and we'll see who it is who's getting into that number 7 to just bring it to the flag at least, and have the glory of making the car to the finish. Say conditions having got fairly horrible are now improving again, and whether that's going to tempt Scott Woodward out of the garage for another of his pit reports, we'll just wait and see. Darren Burke continuing to close in on Callum Lockie. Again, Callum Lockie lapping just as fast as he needs to, but to keep it safe at the same time as we wait for Darren to come through in the number 14. Caterham, he should be somewhere down the straight at the moment, and coming down into the bus stop is Darren Burke, and then we'll be able to tell you what the gap is. That's not Darren Burke, because that's the 77 Breakdancers car, which is still in third place. Alan Curtis with the relay team. This is Darren Burke with the yellow helmet just coming through now to cross the line, and he does so, and the gap is now under a minute and a half. Minute and 28 seconds for the DBR Racing car number 14 in second place. Callum has probably got this under control. 23 minutes remain, but as I say, the way that Darren Burke is flying along, so the timing screen just resets itself momentarily. A minute and 28 seconds is the gap first to second.
Having a bit of a moment, I think.
Yeah, Callum Lockie will be the next one through. Here he comes now after the Mission Motorsport Toyota GT86. Callum Lockie crosses the line. His lap time a 1:51 compared to a 1:49 for Darren Burke. So Darren still taking a second or more a lap out of the lead of Callum Lockie.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to keep our wits about us for the end of this race, Rob,
I think
because
we're going to.
It's certainly not going to be a simple run to the flag for Williams Motorsport.
No, it isn't. And I think before I hand over to my colleague Scott Woodward, I just want to have a quick look at the Silver Lake C1 class as well. We had the car up on the screen there momentarily, which was the Rabsport car. The Rabsport team, Touchwood, have had a fantastic race so far in the actual C1 series this year. They've showed huge promise, lots of pace from them. Really good team of guys there, run by Richard Barnard, and I think this is just deserving of fantastic effort from the guys down there, and I know hopefully they're watching this and they've got a smile on their face. They've only got 22 minutes to go, but at the moment it's looking like they're going to pick up the C1 class win by 2 laps from the Indigo Motorsport CSE racing team as well. Auto Bliss are still leading Class A and 24th overall with Fletcher at the wheel of that car as well, so they've managed to keep their nose clean. I know there's a KA in Class A somewhere, and the Mission Motorsport car number 69 in Class A that's had its fair share of scrapes during the night. And also just having a look at the BMW fight as it stands, still being led by JTM Engineering with Henry Omerod at the wheel. From 2 laps from VMS Racing, who are actually in the pits. Actually, that second car number 90, is in the pit lane. So it looks set.
I think it's routine for number 90, and also the 53 having fuel, the 23 having fuel. These the last pit stops. Also the 363 is in. He's
Radiation
the class leader.
Racing.
Is he? No, it's
Radiation Racing car
a long way back.
363.
Yeah, they've had a number of problems along the way. That's William Bell in the pits with the. Yeah, he's actually 6th in his class. So final pit stops taking place in the pit lane, and of course they do still have to do this 4-minute pit stop, even if it's only a splash and dash. There's no such thing as a splash and dash in the Race of Remembrance. If you only need a splash of fuel, doesn't matter. Any refueling stop has to be 4 minutes, and the driver has to get out of the car whilst that happens. Here comes Darren Burke. He's just passed the breakdancer's car of Alan Curtis on that lap, and he's gone through and done a 148.326 and the gap 124. So comes down to within 100 seconds. 1 minute 24 seconds is all that separates Callum Lockie and Darren Burke, with 20 minutes just under of the race to go.
Well, with 20 minutes of the race to go, I think what I'm going to do is step out of the commentary hot seat for the last time. So it's been a pleasure to help call this with you, Paul, and I'll be getting ready for presentations downstairs and to interview a few winning drivers. But for the last time on this Race of Remembrance 2023, I'm going to step out of the hot seat, Paul. It's been a pleasure as always, and I'm going to hand over to Scott Woodwis.
Great, thanks very much to Rob Lewis for all of your efforts over the 12 hours. It's been a long and arduous race with conditions changing all the time, and the sun now shining, making visibility very difficult. We had visibility made very difficult by the rain a minute ago, but now it's right in our eyes, away to the west, and the spray still being kicked up as the track still extremely damp, and Callum Lockie continuing to lead as the minutes tick away. He's completed 365 laps. Onto his 366th lap he goes. And just looking at how many laps Callum is still going to be able to do. Oh, that's going to be awkward. It's 102 plus 274 is 376 laps. So another 10 laps to go, provisionally, in the remaining 18 minutes. Scott Woodward's back in the hot seat, as Rob Lewis described it. Having been drowned earlier on, Scott, you're now being dazzled by the sun.
I am. Yes, I'm experiencing all conditions in special 24 hours, yeah, but not speed. The yellow flag, that's thought it was a yellow flag, but there's yeah, there is a yellow flag that's waving down at turn 1.
There's a target, so possibly an incident up at the banking as the.
Just having a look on our camera, see if there's anything we can spot. Yeah, still a yellow flag out. There's nothing on the pit strip which suggests the safety car board's coming out, so.
A bit of a mystery that. Possibly a little bit of debris on the circuit. Callum Lockie goes through, and the yellow flag is withdrawn. So I just wonder if there was a bit of debris on the circuit that the marshals wanted to recover. Callum Lockie then pushing on, a 1 minute 50 on his last lap, but Darren Burke, a 147.122, is continuing to bring down this gap first to second. Remember, it's an aggregate gap we're talking about, so we won't see the battle happen on the track. It's very much a case of what the gaps are on the timing screen that you need to be looking at. So that's the point at which it gets confusing.
It's a good reason why we're looking at the 111, because apparently that was the reason for the yellow flag. It went off at the banking, so it just came back on and got had a rather muddy excursion, but it's back on the road right now. That's the reason why we're focusing on it. So
okay, that's Sean Reynolds who's driving it at the moment.
Yeah, so there's your culprit. That's the reason why we had the yellow flag at target just now.
Right, so Sean Reynolds, a block on his copybook for the moment, and he's continuing on his way till in the top 6 for the Ford Fiesta, and I think that's as high as they've been ever likely to get with the that 111 Ford Fiesta. They've moved ahead of the Class C leader, which is still Chris Fellows, but Chris Fellows has Martin Rich again closing in on him with the 91 Stuart Humphrey racing car. Stuart Humphrey or Martin Rich, I should say, in second place, and then Matthew Smotherman in third with the Operation Motorsport USA Toyota GT86, continuing to lap very rapidly indeed with the Toyota. Matthew really revelling in these conditions. So the guests have come thick and fast today. They've been coming up here. We've spoken before to our next guest, and hopefully we'll be hearing from him on a little bit later on. But as we come towards the end of the race, James Cameron has joined me once again. James, this has been an astonishing event. It always is astonishing. You kind of look for adjectives to describe it. But in terms of the sheer race, we've actually had one of the closest races of remembrance that I can remember.
I mean, it's been amazing. I've been following the live timing.
Yeah.
And actually, one of the other things I've done is I've been grabbing some of our guys out of the pit lane who have been focusing on a window into the world of concrete with a pit wall opposite, absolutely focused on that and going, you need to come and see this place, and just taking them to go and spectate up at the top of the circuit for a little while. And they're watching the car that they're running, battling alongside other things as well. And the quality of the racing out there has just been absolutely glorious. I mean, not without incident. I mean, the weather from moment to moment, as we talk to each other now, I mean, you couldn't, if you stuck your arm out, you couldn't see your hand at the end of it earlier. And the sun is shining on Paul and I now across the circuit as it's just lit up in green, and the sea looks extraordinary. And you know, not 7 minutes ago, it was pretty
cheating down, wasn't it?
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
From a Mission Motorsport point of view, though, again, I think you've ticked the boxes of motivating. You've put people into cars. You've had them competing in the racing. In many cases, you've given people a new lease of life. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
100%. And I think it's been lovely listening in as we've sent people up in your direction, just to give you those little vignettes on the stuff that happens in this behind the scenes that this race enables us to bring together, and where the race is then used as this sort of catalyst for wider recovery. It's a wonderful vehicle, if you excuse the metaphor.
And it's a continuing one as well, isn't it? I mean, we had Adam up here earlier on, and he's already booked his place for next year. A number of the drivers we've been speaking to have been saying that their plans are already in place for next year. So, you know, here we are, we're not even at the end of the 2023 race yet, and people are planning for next year, and that must, again, give you some reassurance that you're doing the right thing.
Oh, very much so. The race is hale and hearty, and I think this weekend has absolutely borne that out. So, it's 10th running next year. 10th running.
So you're going to
Race of Remembrance at Anglesey.
You're going to have to think of something else.
Yes, the triathlon of foolishness.
You and I were thinking along the same lines there. I was trying to think of another term other than foolishness. But, the tricky triathlon is probably
absolutely. Well, I don't know where. Maybe it starts in a trebuchet. You get fired into the sea.
Give them Sainsbury's trolleys, so they have to do the.
That's a good idea. Yeah, a bit of corporate sponsorship. I like your thinking.
Absolutely. So you have to do a lap of the circuit in the trolley and then do the run around the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this race has brought some new interesting bits and pieces. It's all BRSCC signing the covenant, so you've got a wonderful lineup of all of the cars just before they're going to go racing, and a group captain out front in all of his finery, just celebrating BRSCC's commitment to the armed forces community, which, I mean, let's face it, running this race and doing it so well is absolutely wonderful. And a little word actually to what's going on across the country elsewhere. I've just been talking to some of the team who are down karting Race of Remembrance down at Thruxton.
Yes.
A really poignant service which was run down there today, and a fantastic karting race. Outdoor venue, 18 teams participating, beneficiaries in amongst all of the teams, so that's just a lovely simultaneous thing, because it's not just about Anglesey, really. It's about this weekend and kind of what it represents, and giving people a way to experience and to recognise that in a way, and to do the remembering, but to do it in a construct which is really positive is a wonderful thing.
It is indeed. I must just say, Darren Burke has done the quickest lap of this segment.
That's amazing.
It is, isn't it? Let's see if it's still on the screen, because we just go along there. Yeah, 146.276 last time around, as he does a 147 that time around. So, you know, you were saying how the sun is now shining. It's drying out the track. The car's going round, which brings me to my next point, which you must be pleased about, James, is I think we've had 4 retirements. Everybody else has kept going, if there haven't been any more than 4. And that's a good thing, isn't it? I mean,
it's just amazing, actually. The quality of the preparation of the cars that's required to do that, to race hard for 12
three
hours.
retirements. I overdid it. The number 37 car, well, I suppose it is a retirement now. I think the 37 car has been pushed away. So he is our 4th retirement, the supercharged Mazda.
Yeah. Although we have seen things cross the line, haven't we, that under power other than their own.
Yes, but with 45 starters, to get 41 to the finish is going to be a remarkable performance.
Absolutely. Well, of course, you know, the last thing I ever want to do is a commentator's curse on any of that. But I think absolute huge credit to the teams for the amount of work that goes into that, and for the drivers for keeping their noses clean. You know, in a mixed grid where it's so busy. How many cars on average do you think that pink Caterham overtakes on any given lap?
It must be doing 4 a lap on average, if not more. Do you think it's more?
Yeah. A few more than that, I think.
And kicking up the puddles as Callum Lockie goes through Rocket there, because of course he has to modify his line, and all of a sudden he suddenly finds a big puddle on the apex that wasn't there last time around, because he was nowhere near the apex. But,
absolutely. I mean, because it's that thing, the slower cars, you know, the quicker stuff needs to find its way around them. So you would expect the slower cars to be on the racing line, but the racing line changes dramatically with conditions as water goes across the circuit.
And the sun comes out and dries out. Some bets better more quickly than others. James, it's 9 minutes to go, less just under 9 minutes to go. You no doubt have some presentations to prepare.
I do. I'm going to head off in that direction. Huge thank you to you and the commentary team, and I think the guys who brought us the pictures, the quality of the feed, the feedback that we've had through people who are watching on YouTube has just been fantastic. And of course it's there to endure, and that's a sort of lasting record of this moment in time and the people we brought together in this place. Enormously grateful for you and your time. Thank you very much indeed. And I'll leave you to cover the rest of the race as I go and scuttle off and think about the giving people a nice slap on the back for a job well done.
A job well done by all of you, and especially by you, James. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Take care. And as I say, we'll be talking to James down on the presentation podium at the end of the race. As I say, less than 10 minutes to go. It's 8 minutes to go now, and still Darren Burke is chasing this one down. He's not going to let Callum Lockie get away with it. And who's to say we're not going to have a close finish for this one yet? He'll do well to get it under a minute. Is that Darren Burke coming out to the final turn now? I do believe it is. And across the line he goes. The gap is now, pause while the system works it out, 1 minute and 7 seconds. So it's almost a minute, the gap, and that's been a full lap that Darren Burke has pulled back in this final couple of hours of the race against no other than Callum Lockie, which has been a fine performance. So Callum Lockie must be feeling the pressure, even though he can't see Darren Burke behind him. He knows that the gap is coming down. Mindy will be holding out the pit board to him, or getting on the radio to tell him how much of an advantage he's got. And it's not a very big advantage for Callum Lockie. The third place car, we haven't really talked about it, the relay team of Alan Curtis and the number 77 Great Dancers, team of 3 Caterham 7s between 6 drivers, running in third place. In fourth place is the other relay team, Ollie Cottam driving for Paul Sheard Motorsport car 118, and then so the 2 relay cars, third and fourth overall. In fifth place is Ollie Graham in this remarkable Class B Auto Test TSW Mazda MX-5. They're still in fifth. In sixth place is Sean Reynolds with JRW Motorsport car 111. And then we get the battle for Class C honours, which is again now down to just over a minute, as Martin Rich tries to close in on Chris Fellows, 91 chasing 16. Those two separated on the timing screen by just over a minute. Minute and 4 seconds separates those two. So, as I say, you can't rely on looking out of the window or looking at the track to see what the gaps are. You have to do it on the timing screen because that is working out the aggregate of the 3 parts. Is that Oliver Cotton coming in to the bus stop now with the 118 car? No, it's the 88 car, the other breakdancer team car. Wes Payne currently at the wheel of the Mazda MX-5. Car number 88, which is not run without its troubles. Just running down to see where the 88 Mazda is in the Heroes Trophy class. There it is. Just moved up a place actually, having got past the Flying Haggis Honda Civic. The breakdancers team moves up to 30th place overall, 5th in Class B. As we tick down to 4 and a bit minutes left to go. The crowds building up on the pit wall as they wave their cars on to the conclusion of this race. Darren Burke continuing to try and close the gap on Callum Lockie, but it's not going to be the fairy tale that he was hoping for. I don't think the gap is just too large, despite Darren Burke putting in some very quick laps towards the end of this session. And, as I say, lapping more quickly in the very damp conditions with this Caterham once the rain has stopped. There's Wes Payne crossing the line. There's Darren Burke seeking out the damper patches now as he gets to within a minute now. He's down to 59 seconds separating the first two. So after 12 hours of racing, the gap first to second, less than a minute. Pretty good stuff between them as they've probably got 2 laps to go now. We're currently on lap 374. Just a couple of laps left to go then, and there will be one more lap at the end of this one. The checkered flag will go out when Callum Lockie crosses the line, and he will be starting his last lap, not this time around, but next time around. So 2 laps to go. There goes the Oliver Cotton relay car, 118. They've had a good run today with the Paul Sheard Motorsport car. In fact, they've actually completed more laps in today's races than the breakdancers team have. So it's been a good run for Paul Sheard Motorsport and Oliver Cotton today. They lost ground yesterday, so they're going to end up as 2nd place as far as the relay team is concerned. Also crossing the line there is Jason McAnulty, 9th place now for the Lotus Elise. That car perhaps should have deserved a podium, but for the mechanical issues that befell that car, but they overcame those. They got it to the finish. They're in the top 10. 2 drivers, Jason McAnulty and Daniel Palmer, sharing the ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, should get home in the top 10. The Fiat Panda crosses the line. Up at Rocket is the race leader. Phalanx of Mazdas come across, 2 GT86s coming across the line now. Looking down just to see where the race leader is on the circuit. That's still, surely nothing can take it away now from Callum Lockie, as we wait for him to come into view. The gap first to second down to 58 seconds now, but as I say, I think that's going to be enough of a margin. It's how Callum Lockie comes into the bus stop then. He's going to be starting his last lap this time, crosses the line now, and of course, it's 12 hours plus a lap, so it'll be this lap plus one more. I was going to say starting his last lap. It's not a 12-hour race, it's 12 hours plus a lap, so it'll be this lap plus one for Callum Lockie as he heads up to the banking, turns through there and comes back down onto the back straight through Church and past the school gates, passing the Renault Clio, passing a Mazda up on the inside, threading his way through the traffic. And Darren Burke meanwhile continues his charge down to 55 seconds adrift then for Darren Burke. Another lap in the 146s. And Martin Rich is also just a minute behind, so he's been continuing to close the gap as well, but hasn't been able to make any headway. So we look up towards corkscrew. There goes Callum Lockie just through the corkscrew now and onto the Tom Price, straight up to the hairpin. And the cars coming through now, beginning to form up for their photo finishes, but as I say, the pit wall getting a bit of a slide on there for one of the GT86s. That's the 53 car, which manages to gather it all back up without losing anything. Now it's the last lap of the race, so 12 hours have elapsed now, so the one extra lap at the end of the race as Callum Lockie heads onto his last lap. There's a lot of traffic ahead of him, but he'll be able to deal with that, or he may choose to sit behind it. There he goes now, diving past the Toyota GT86 of car 53 through Church and along the back straight. Now he does have clear road ahead as we wait for the second place car to come through, and down to 54 seconds Darren Burke. Then he's still trying as hard as he can to make his way through, as up towards Rocket goes Callum Lockie, leading the race, turns through Rocket along the top of the hill there, and then we'll wait to see. There goes the breakdancers car, Alan Curtis there with the number 77 relay team. The 2CV is still running, car 92, that's coming up to start its last lap. And also the Operation Motorsport USA car, but the USA and Canada cars both run strongly today, and the Canada car especially has run very well today for Operation Motorsport Canada, but their problems yesterday were too much for him to overcome. Here comes Callum Lockie though into the bus stop for the last time. The Race of Remembrance checkered flag is going to come out and shown to Callum Lockie there. So it's a win at last for Williams Motorsport, for Callum Lockie in the number 29 car, for Rutuj Patel, for Toby Ballard, and for Henry Williams, the man whose name's on the door. And they will be absolutely delighted by that. Well done to Mindy for running the team, and a great win for them there. The team very happy indeed with their result. In second place will come Darren Burke, if he's not already crossed the line. He was 1 minute behind, less than 1 minute behind, he's already crossed the line. 49.9 seconds. There's the team on the screen. Absolutely delighted. Well done to all of them. I don't know if we're going to be able to hear from Rob Lewis. He's down in amongst the winning team, but just enjoying the moment as we wait for Callum Lockie to come around his slowing down lap. Then Darren Burke finishing in the end 49.962 seconds back in second place. Third place for the Breakdancer Racing Relay Team, car 77, Alan Curtis. Should just credit the drivers of the number 14 car Ben Timmons, Darren Burke and Rob Kennelly for DBR Racing. The Alan Curtis breakdancer team, Paul Herndon, Darryl Cresswell, Tim Steele, Wes Payne and Harry Eyre sharing the driving of that relay car. Oliver Cottam in the 118 finishes second in the relay team in the car that he shared, or the team that he shared with Adam Zieber and Ben Taylor. But they were relay cars, so are not eligible for the Race of Remembrance. So in 5th place overall, Oliver Graham then finishing as the winner of Class B. Car number 24, Oliver Graham sharing with Michael Green and Sebastian Fisher. Winning Class B. In 6th place overall, the JRW Motorsport Ford Fiesta. Car number 111, Zachary Lucas, Connor Blackburn and Sean Reynolds, who brought the car across the line. In 6th place. In 7th place was our leading Class C car there, Tequila Racing, Chris Fellows, sharing with Anis Sutawalla, Alex Martin and Chris Knight. They came home as class winners in Class C in 7th overall. In 8th place overall was the 110 ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, Jason McAnulty, having shared the driving with Daniel Palmer. 8th overall. In 9th place was Stuart Humphrey Racing, Martin Rich finishing in 2nd place with car 91 in the car that he shared with Marcus Jewell, Alex Capadia and Stuart Humphrey, the team patron. And in 10th place for Operation Motorsport USA, Matt Smotherton, car number 22, sharing with Chris Walsh, Jason Bibbins and Mike Stillwagon, as a delighted Callum Lockie gets out of the car. Big hug for Henry Williams there, and a big hug for Mindy. Well done. That's an emotional moment for Callum Lockie then. He may have been driving for a while, but the couple there, thumbs up from Callum Lockie. A magnificent win for Callum. He'll be the first to say it was a team effort. Just look at his eyes there. Callum Lockie saying I was all over the place, but it was a team effort, as he well knows. Rutuj Patel, Toby Ballard, Henry Williams, and there's Rutuj just coming out there, the whole team applauding the efforts of Williams Motorsport as winners of the 2023 Race of Remembrance. With the 2nd place car, there he is, just getting out of the car, Darren Burt there with the yellow helmet on, and as soon as we can get down to them, we'll tell you. Darren Burt really putting his all and everything into it. That was a 2.5-hour stint for Darren. A magnificent run from him, and a gamble taken on the fuel, but it was a gamble worth taking, and they got to the end without another pit stop. So Darren Burke, having driven the last 2 stints, as I say, 1 hour 15, 2 hours and a quarter behind the wheel for Darren Burke. So a massive stint for him, and in the end, second by less than a minute is a great performance. And as far as the Heroes Trophy is concerned, 3rd place for the Auto Test TSW team, car 24, is also a brilliant performance. The breakdancer team are down there. Henry Williams embraces Darren Burke. Good to see the two between them there having a good relationship, shaking of hands between the Williams Motorsport team and DBR Racing. Darren Burke shrugging his shoulders. He set the fastest lap of the segment, but as conditions were improving, he was doing very well indeed, and a magnificent run between the two of them, and it was a great race right to the end, but in the end Callum Lockie and Williams Motorsport just got through and took the checkered flag. As I say, the gap in the end just 49.862 seconds. So we're good to go down into the pit lane now, where we've got Rob Lewis and Scott Woodwiss. Here's Rob Lewis.
Hi everyone, myself and Scott have managed to drag ourselves out back into the open. Luckily, Scott, the sun is out. We're all right.
Yeah, thank goodness, after the rainstorm we had about 45 minutes ago. But wow, what an occasion, what a race, and what a result we got. It was absolutely amazing. And
I don't think I've ever seen a more deserving winner than Callum Lockie. He was jubilant when he got out of the car.
Yeah, he got out of the car and he was like, yes, kind of couldn't believe it. And the embrace he gave his team and all his team members, his drivers, absolutely deserved. It was a performance worthy of a victory of that way, and they can now proudly say they are Race of Remembrance 2023 champions. Not many people get to say that, particularly overall. So congratulations to them. It turned out to be a catering 1-2-3 in the end. So it turns out if you want to win Race of Remembrance, get yourself a catering, basically.
It does look that way, doesn't it? So should we go and start talking to some people? Let's go for a wander. Let's see. Now, Callum Lockie has disappeared. I have a feeling he's just going to freshen up. Let's chat to Darren Burke, who finished second in the end. Just squeeze in there. Sorry, gents. I just want to cut in on your meeting there. I'll grab Darren Burke first. Not quite this time. Not quite.
Yeah, just needed another half hour or something, didn't we? But considering the deficit we did have, I think we've come back really well. Went off a little bit with the aquaplaning, which heart in mouth moment. That was lively. Oh, hi. So, yeah, and. I was just asking for the gap every time, asking for their pace, just managing it all the way through. Well done, Callum.
I was doing exactly
exactly. Yeah. Just trying to manage the risk. Went off the road, as I said, with a bit of aquaplaning, and just, well done to all the drivers out there, because I know there's a lot of novice drivers here that have perhaps never raced before, and those conditions actually were really, really bad. I couldn't actually see where I was going at one point for about 5 laps. The car was floating across the track, and it was, millimetres from going off the road a lot of the time. And everyone kept on. I said, this is definitely going to be a safety car. And I'm going to close in on him. We're going to do him. We've got it done. And everyone stayed on the road. So that made it boring, didn't it?
Let alone not being able to see anything on the racetrack. We could barely see anything in the commentary box. It was that bad at one stage. But let's bring in Callum Lockie, a well-deserved winner. Callum, you must be absolutely ecstatic. You certainly looked it when you got out of the car.
It was absolutely delighted. It was just about managing the gap. I knew that their car is quicker in the wet than ours, and it was just about not letting the gap come down too quickly. And then that heavy, as Darren said, that heavy rain came down, and it was just aquaplaning everywhere. I nearly went off about 3-4 times per lap, and then it cleared a bit again. It was like, phew. But brilliant fun. The team's done an awesome job. The drivers have all kept it on the black stuff, no damage, and that's the way you win races like this. It's hugely chuffed.
Certainly makes up for the heartbreak last year, right?
It does indeed. And may I say a massive thank you to all the marshals and all the officials and everyone involved, Mission Motorsport, everyone involved with putting this event on. It's one of the best events of the season. It really is.
Callum, you're a gentleman and a scholar. I must shake your hand there, and I think Scott Woodwist wants to as well. Congratulations there, Scott. Absolute deserved winners there. A gentleman through and through, Callum Lockie.
Yeah, worthy champions, and I think, as I say, after missing out last year, they managed to redeem themselves this year. They're even hugging each other still. You can just see there, celebrates, and rightfully so, because they put in a fantastic effort all race. He was praising his rookie teammates that he had alongside him, being there for the first time. They had a really good kind of mentor in a way in Callum, because he's vastly experienced in many ways, and using all that experience in wet and dry conditions has paid off no end, and we've got ourselves some new Race of Remembrance champions, and thoroughly deserved.
Absolutely, and even Raj Patel this morning throwing it off into the boonies on the last corner when the rain came. There was a few times where it got a little bit slippy and a bit too slippy, and it could have caught them out, but it didn't.
It didn't, and that's the key thing. It's a race like this, it's all about just keeping it on the road and keeping out of trouble, but also keeping a good pace on top of that. And it's all the elements that can come together, because, as everyone knows, you don't win an endurance race in the first corner, you don't win it in the first lap or the first hour. There's a great quote that the great Alan Moffat once said, is that if you're not there on the last lap, all the others count for nothing. And so ultimately these guys were on the last lap where it counted, and it ultimately got the result they were looking for. So ultimately just get it to the finish in one piece. So finishing is the first prize, the first big prize you get anyway. You can get there towards the top. For some people, anything's a bonus.
Absolutely. Should we go find some more drivers to go and have a chat to now? Car number 77, so they were the winners of the relay class. So there were 2 cars out in that. So this catering team as well, it just goes to show if you're going to run this kind of race at all, you run with a catering.
Yeah, definitely. The relay guys definitely played their part. 3 caterers, 6 drivers in between. I think having that extra Mazda certainly helped out with matters too. I think the fact they had an extra beacon out there for weather conditions and how it was all working, that certainly worked out pretty well for them. And yeah, deserving relay class winners. Only got 2 in there, but yeah, great job from them.
We've got some more class winners here. We're just going to head over to this huddle, the TSW huddle here, because we've probably got some very happy drivers and some very, what I would call the stars of the show, the underdogs. We love an underdog. We do love an underdog, Scott. And Autotest TSW Racing, we spoke to you several times over the broadcast, and you were, top 10. We're leading the class. It's all right. We'll just stay there. You're 5th overall in terms of power to weight ratio, one of the lower powered sides of cars in the field. You guys must be thrilled.
Yeah, unbelievable. The car was amazing, so thank you, Dave, for spending all the hours building it. Ollie, Michael, myself, we've all raced Mazdas before. We sort of know what we're doing, and it was just about keeping out of trouble, not getting a penalty, not going off, not getting involved in an accident, and we didn't put a foot wrong. So 5th overall, 3rd non-relay car, 1st in class by a mile. Couldn't ask for better, so amazing. Credit to all these guys. We're over the moon. Yeah, thank you very much.
Well done, Seb. Ollie, anything more to add to that?
I mean, Seb's a very good speaker in front of camera. Probably a lot better than me, but yeah, we just had a plan. We stuck to it, and yeah, nothing more to add.
Quick.
And we were quick. Yeah, we were quick. Yeah.
I must admit, I was watching the car going into the final corner from the commentary box. You guys were on it.
Yeah, no, the car was a dream to drive. So yeah, thanks again to Dave, and then also shout out to Peter, Phil, Alan. Yeah, it's been a great team effort.
Fabulous, guys. I must shake you by the hand for a superb result there, the true underdog. Scott, I think it's time you went and grabbed some people for an interview. Let's go for another one. Well,
yeah,
guys.
Let's go and have a hunt, shall we? Well done to Class B on that side. Right, let's see if we can find some more class winners. I know you've got them on your iPad just to recap. Let's see if we can find...
We got Tequila Racing. They've won Class C.
Yeah.
Very close in Class C because they was hotly pursued by Stuart Humphrey Racing. Operation Motorsport USA, they were superb as well. Yeah. And there's what actually from Operation Motorsport USA. We need to grab this man. Yeah. Mike Stillwagon.
Yes,
come and have a chat.
Yeah. Come and have a chat.
Yeah.
Am I in trouble? Again?
Not at all for some, Mike.
Yo, Matt.
I think we're going to bring a couple more people in just have a quick chat. But Mike, let's just talk about, of course, the great effort from your guys, both the USA and Canada as well. The race, from your point of view, amazing stuff, amazing effort from all your guys that are in the team. Just talk us through how the weekend's been for you as a whole.
Just incredible. The ups and downs, the highs and lows. Canada had some car problems. Road Motorsports did everything they could to prepare that car, and you're not going to foresee a head gasket going on the Canadian car halfway through the race. But they fixed it. They got them back out there. USA was still supporting. That's what we do. We're Operation Motorsport, and no one expects this. We come from North America, across the pond, as they say, and what an incredible thing to have happen here.
An incredible team that you've had, of course, bringing across. Someone that hadn't even worked together or seen the car until they got here on, was it midweek or so? So to come together and to put 2 cars together and to get it to the end in the style that you have, phenomenal effort.
Yeah, it was nobody gives up. It's a no give up attitude. It has to be that way, and for sure that's the way it was. It's the way it turned out. You can see the celebrations going on behind us. We are one big happy family, and when one team wins, everybody wins.
Of course, the $1 million question. Send them again next year?
Yeah. If I get the invitation, I'm back. And I made a comment about the rain yesterday that Chris and I were going to, do all we could to get this car in P1, and they handed a car off that was pretty good to me, the USA car. I took us from 3 laps down and put it into P1, 2 laps ahead of P2. So that was a pretty unbelievable stint in some pretty challenging conditions. Yes.
You told me.
Well, can I say on behalf of all of us, for Team USA and Canada, big thank you for being here. Thank you for playing, for taking part.
Pleasure.
And hopefully, fingers crossed, see you again next year. Great stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. I can't wait.
Thank you very much, Wright and the team. Thank you very much. Operation Motorsport, what career people they've been to talk about the fact that some of them hadn't even seen the car work together since Tuesday, until they saw each other on Tuesday, Wednesday, and to put that together, to run these two cars the way they have. Yeah, Canada had problems, but USA pretty almost trouble-free run to get towards the end, to get both cars to the finish in the fashion that they did, and to come across the pond to do it. Amazing stuff.
And this is a team that have been brought together over the past few days. They've hired the cars from Rogue Motorsport, and a big shout out to Rogue. They've supplied them with all the kit and everything, and the two cars to do the job. They've been a formidable team. They've come together, and it just shows the unity behind Operation Motorsport, which is the sister operation of Mission Motorsport, being a UK-based, the North American and the Canadians. It's a pleasure, as always, when they come over here and do this every year. We really hope they come back next year. I'm pretty sure they will be back next year, and just a phenomenal bunch of individuals, all serving the same cause. So we could just see the cameras just showing everyone off in the centre there. I think we need to go and see some more people.
I spy our next set of class winners, Tequila Racing, just over here. So come with me. We'll have a chat to our winners. That's the guys over at Tequila Racing, class winners in Class C. Congratulations. Talk us through it.
Thank you very much. Well, I think it's mostly down to Alex over here, being our semi-pro racing driver. But fundamentally, apart from all the penalties, we properly enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, alongside Alex, just name some of the key people that have made this victory in class possible.
Anis here, just his second race, no mistakes, got it all done. Chris, absolutely brilliant, fast for hardly driven the car before. It's my car, and I wasn't even third fastest, but you know, we won't say that. And of course, the guys behind you really did the hard work. They're the mechanics. They prepped the car before we got here. They've got it running.
Well done, boys.
We ran out of brake pads after a few accidents. They worked hard last night getting the car ready for this morning.
And in terms of a race like this, to win the class, what does it mean?
It's brilliant. I think it's my fifth one here, and we got a third maybe 3 years ago. So to get a win is absolutely brilliant.
Well, for all of you, congratulations, well deserved, great effort all round.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, excellent stuff. I think we've got some presentation, something going on over here just for a second.
This is the annual raffle of the banner.
Raffle of the banner, so we'll see who... it's bidding. So let's see if we can have a listen to this, we can turn it up.
Excellent duvet cover. It could do pretty much anything which you would like. I'll start the bidding at £50. Anybody want to have £50? Have a dirty great Race of Remembrance banner. Looks a bit like this. Only lower down. Who said that? Jack. Give us a hand. Jack. Jack's got 50 quid for a Race of Remembrance banner. Brian, sir. £100 from the good group captain. £100 from the good group captain. £200 I've got there. £200. Jim. £500.
Whoa!
Stephen Doherty, sir. Who said that? £600. £600 from the Mayor of Matlock Matt. What there? Hand up. We've got Motorsport UK's cameraman there with both hands in the air. Motorsport UK has just put it on David Richards' account. No problem at all.
Thank you, Sam, Jim.
So at the moment, I have... I know. Thanks. You get a free Laura with it. £1,000 I'm bid for this.
Whoa! £1,000 for the banner, impressive stuff.
On £1,000 for something that isn't really ours. We've got to do it quickly because you'd be up the top, so you'd be on the way down. What? 1,500. I have £1,500 for the
£1,500, that's astounding.
Of course, all the proceeds, of course, going towards helping Mission Motorsport, so amazing stuff for those who are being that generous.
the more Andy's going to have a shoulder injury. So.
It's all in good jest.
£1,500, I'll go once. £1,500. Please. Let's string it out for a bit longer. £1,500 and 50p. Would anyone Twice. The disco arm. 3 times. Mr. Paul Wooding, thank you, sir.
So Paul Wooding, a lucky bidder, £1,500 for the Race of Remembrance banner. Incredible stuff, and again, more worth of money towards the charity.
Absolutely fantastic, and that's truly within the spirit of this event. I spot some more class winners over the other side.
Let's go. I might have to follow your lead because you look like more than I do. So we'll go through with that. Of course, we're getting prepped for the trophy presentation. So follow us, cameraman. Follow us, Kieran. We can see if we can find them. Oh, actually, before we go to the next one, we found some more actually. Just over here.
Auto Bliss.
Also Bliss, of course, is our Class A winners. Yeah, chaps, congratulations. It's not bad going from City Car to class winners in the 12 hours. Excellent stuff. Well done.
Yeah, really enjoyed it. It's been a great weekend. Obviously, for a good cause. Guy did a good job. Dom's done a good job. It's been excellent. Yeah, car's been faultless.
Yeah. Angie, great way to cap off your season. You've been in City Car, you've been doing a bit of Super Sport and Club Sport and almost everything in between. So great way to cap it off with a class win.
Yeah, feels like BRSCC got some of my money this year, that's for sure. So now it's been a good season, a couple of podiums and everything. Like this race tops everything off for the year. Really good, especially with everything we've done. With not just the people I race with, but we got Rick and Kai and Mike Payne's come along and a few other people. So yeah, it's good.
And just quickly, Dominic, your thoughts? Of course, amazing result for you guys. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, it's a great result. Good team. Yeah, it's been good fun. Very different to what we've done before. So yeah, first endurance. It's good. Thank you.
For the class win, well done, guys. Excellent stuff all the way around. Well done. Excellent, good stuff. Right, onwards. Whilst that's going on to our next one, we're going to go and see Rabsport, who are C1 winners. I might give you the mic back for this one because you know Rabsport chaps much more than I do. So,
well, we've just been watching what's going on over there as well. They're currently auctioning off a toolbox, which is going very well. More money for Mission Motorsport.
Indeed. This is courtesy Dean Lomas. I remember we talked to us on the grid. They said they've been given a toolbox, which they'll be able to auction off at the end. So their company in the process of selling that to raise a bit more money. So good to see it, Dean. Of course, some kudos to them and the Panda for making the finish and getting such a good result. I didn't quite see where they were overall if we've got it on the pad, see exactly where they ended up, so we can give them their dues. The Panda in car 25 finished, incredibly, 18th. So great stuff from Dean Lomas and the guys to finish inside the top 20.
And third in class.
In the fit up, it's a class podium. Well, it is a class podium, not technically. So, and all of that, I say extraordinarily, in a Fiat Panda. So it turns out you can turn a Fiat Panda into a race car and you can get it in the top 20 of Race of Remembrance.
Exactly that.
Good stuff, right.
Should we build one?
Yeah, possibly.
Right, let's go and find Rabsport.
Just don't tell Greg.
Yeah.
Right, let's go and find Rabsport.
Now, while they're just bidding on some tool cases, if we can just pop through here, I need to speak to this man here. Because this is Richard Barnard of Rabsport. I need to bring this man in as well, Mr. Gary Mitchell. Well done.
Thank you.
You've finally got that class win. Monkey off your back. Great result.
I know it's been. Just wasn't. I can't even got words for it. Like lost my words. These guys drove awesome. All the crew did great, and to do it again, 2019 we won it here, and to do it here, it's absolutely buzzing. It's such a good weekend.
Gary, what does it mean to you, especially at the Race of Remembrance, to win here?
Just makes a change. I've done as I've told. But no, it's fantastic. It was nice to win it in 2019, but after the year we've had with a bit of bad luck here and there, and it's just lined the whole team up, and with massive team effort, and we did it, basically.
Amazing effort, lads. Well done. Absolutely fantastic. So they win the AC1 class, which is the class for the Silver Lake Spec C1 cars. Scott, I think that just about rounds out our winners there, doesn't it?
It does, I think. I think we've also got the BMWs to try and find out as well, but I'm not quite sure where we've got them in terms of where they are in the class. But yeah, I think to round things off, I mean, at least from my first experience, to kind of mention that for a second, loved every second of it. It's been literally one of the best events I've been to in a long, long time. One of the best events of the year, and what a way to finish it off. We've had rain, we've had the sun coming out at the right moment, which means we're going to get the proper trophy presentations, hopefully outside here, though it's a bit blustery. But I think big thanks personally, and I think on behalf of BRSCC, to all the beneficiaries, all the veterans, all the kind of armed forces personnel that have been here to help celebrate the weekend. Big thank you to all the marshals for rain or shine, absolute heroes in their own right, for being out there in all weathers. Thanks to all the officials and to everyone, all the volunteers that make this happen. Big thanks to our production guys as well, to the guys behind the camera and up in the production studio. Thanks to Paul as well, of course. Thanks to yourself also for comms as well as on the mix. And thanks to Mission Motorsport and everyone else involved. It's been a heck of an event, and it's a very worthy winners, a very worthy class winners. And yeah, all round it's been absolutely superb from start to finish. And hopefully all of you watching at home have found it just as entertaining, because it's been absolutely memorable, absolutely superb.
all I can do is echo those sentiments. So thank you very much, Scott, as per usual. Sterling job, good sir. It's time to hand up to Paul Trustwell for the final time for this Race of Remembrance. Oh, no, we're not handing up to Paul Trustwell. We're actually signing off the programme. So, yeah, it's goodbye from me, it's goodbye from Scott Woodward, and it's goodbye for from Paul Trustwell for 2023 Race of Remembrance. Come back here next year, folks, right? November next year, Race of Remembrance. We know you want to be here. We'll see you then.